Welcome back to the world of flesh and blood. It hasn't been very long, probably, since you've seen the face of a caster in this studio. We've been slammed with callings, with battlegrounds, and now with an Arcane games and event before you. But we've got a little bit of intro and talking about the state of the world before we get into that and kick things off with some weekend stories. Victor hit Living Legend, I believe, last weekend, or at least last week. And I'm feeling a little bit sad about that one. I'll be honest with you. One of my favorite Guardian heroes to play.
I'm having a bit of more of an RIP Bozo type reaction to Victor Elling. I mean, I think Victor, the rate sort of guaranteed on the defensive value was just unparalleled. Of course, one of the bittersweet things about this game is that your hero of choice succeeding, proliferating, ultimately leads to you no longer being able to play that hero, assuming they're not just completely busted in Living Legend format, of course. So always sad to see that. But I am very curious to see, and we have already, as you referenced, Michael, seen multiple events this weekend showcasing this new metagame, but to see what these decks that were previously being held in check by just the unparalleled rate of Victor Goldmane, what they can do in this developing meta.
I don't want to give any spoilers away for the calling. I did stay up late last night to my sleep's detriment, watching and seeing the way the meta unfolded. And I can say that I'm very excited for the way that Guardian is positioned right now. Losing Victor does open up a lot of other Guardian heroes to sort of fill that niche in the ecosystem, if you will. And I think that Guardian is still able to eat fairly well, but it will be up to the players to figure out exactly which Guardian takes up the cup, so to speak. But I do recall at least you and I having quite a few personal conversations, you sitting on Dash.io complaining about just what a toxic matchup it is with Victor. And
that doesn't sound like me.
Yeah, no, the one card sevens just flowing through, blocking 4, hitting that break point, preventing the boom grenade, drawing the card back up and saying, try again. Definitely going to be missed on my end of the table, and almost every aggro player will not miss it in the slightest.
But you said it, Michael, which is that there are so many other different playstyles, interesting playstyles that the Guardian class has to offer.
Yes.
Part of the reason I sort of I was disfavored towards Victor was because Victor was, I felt, holding those Guardians at bay. Jarl Betrayed, Betsy with her new
Can't remember
log.
any other Guardian.
No. Name 10 Guardians.
Yeah, right.
And of course, Valda.
Yeah,
And you know, I respecting your choice to not spoil the calling, but a little bit of a spoiler. All 3 of those heroes I thought had very impressive weekends overall, and seem like they are at least going to be players in the metagame, some significantly so.
Absolutely. Speaking of, though, bans and unbans have affected not only Guardians, but the rest of the field. I think we can almost go in reverse order. A lot of people starting with the biggest name remembrance, but I want to start talking about Talk a Big Game, because that card specifically is a Brute/Guardian card, and it seems like the player base feels that it may just be a Guardian card with the way that it is currently slotting into the meta. Obviously, you need to connect with your attack in order to gain those extra precious mites. You get to pick a number, and if you deal that much damage, you get that many mites. So it's kind of up to the player playing the card to gamble a little bit. And Guardians are very well known for their evasive damage, dominate, confidence, overpower. And looking at the current Guardian pool, I would say other than Jarl, we've got Betsy, can put overpower on every single weapon swing in her arsenal. We've got Lyeth, who can go really, really tall, make confidence, dominate, kind of do it all.
Ironic.
Yes. We've got, what's her name? Pleiades. I haven't seen any, to be honest. I haven't seen a single Pleiades, period. So I'm still kind of eyes peeled for that one to see if people are trying to break it.
Yeah, and you have to wonder to what extent the remembrance ban affects Pleiades. I'm actually not quite sure. I can't imagine. I have not played against Pleiades post remembrance ban, of course. Pleiades, of the decks you named, the one that is, I would say, by far the most likely to have been when you're matched into that hero, you know you're going into a fatigue matchup.
Right.
Maybe Betsy competes with that spot, but nonetheless, no longer being able to recur some of those very effective silver bullet defensive cards like your Clash of Bravados into, say, like a Ziggy any longer. We saw that, of course, very recently, and it remains to be seen. But nevertheless, I don't want to talk too much about Remembrance. I think you're right that the most ink has been spilled about that specific banning. The unbanning of Talk a Big Game. You love these cards in this game, which are such obvious flavor wins in the way that one is, where you literally are having to sort of Babe Ruth call your shot in order to maximize the value.
Yes.
We saw at the calling this weekend, our intrepid Goliath player name a number that was just 1 point short of the total amount they needed in order to be able to get their value. So I think a card that is really going to reward people who get familiarity with the deck, who know the matchup that they're paired into very well. And of course, this is new to us. Maybe the devs tested this and were afraid of it, which is why it got the preemptive ban in the first place, but new to a lot of the people who are putting this card into their decks. So really excited to see what the folks who register Talk a Big Game are able to do with that card in the coming months.
Yeah, it's definitely I guess you could call it a win more card in the sense that it's probably not helping you claw out of a hole. But the ability to potentially loop it, the ability for it to create swingy game states, certainly still possible, although we have yet to see it take fruition on the main stage. That could all change today, though, so I'm looking very forward to our games to see what kinds of things the players have brought. We did kind of touch a little bit on the calling Shinjuku, but I mentioned not wanting to spoil anything. I think it's okay to sort of talk in general about what we saw, though, about the way the meta shaped up. We mentioned some of the Guardians. We've talked too much about Guardians about this point. What else did you see in the calling in terms of the way the meta has been shaping up post-ban and restricted?
The thing that stood out to me the most, and again, no discrete spoilers here, but Kassai is performing very well. And this is an advance of Mastery Pack Warrior. If you've read some of the cards that have been spoiled for Mastery Pack Warrior, which I believe comes out in, another month or two?
Yeah.
It's hard, me reading those cards, it's hard to imagine a world in which Kassai gets access to them and is still existing as a legal hero in Classic Constructed for very long. Kassai may not need that. And I think it's part of that could be that's the rise of Guardian is Kassai is a natural answer to that. Maybe Victor aside, that was, I think, maybe a closer matchup than the average Guardian. And so it could just be that late game, the value mid game that Kassai has access to is almost unparalleled.
Yes.
When you compare that with the late game raise an army, you're pitching Riches of Tropaldani plan, it's really hard for Guardians. I mean, you could let me know if you disagree. You're the Guardian expert, but it's really hard to keep up with that end game.
Not only do I agree, the only Kassai that I ever play against is Colin Erickson, and I don't win. He beats me. It's just the way that it is. I don't beat. Kassai is one of my most feared enemy opponents sitting across from me, aside from Gravy Bones, believe it or not, also only piloted by Colin Erickson. That guy has been putting me in the dirt recently. And showing up with Guardian, and either he's playing Gravy Bones or Kassai, and either way, I am toast. The very, very strong late game. As you had mentioned, the allies are particularly difficult for Guardian to deal with. And I think that because Kassai has such a powerful mid-range value game plan on top of that, just seems to be really well positioned for this meta, especially considering Victor is now dethroned. It seems like that has given some breathing room to Kassai, who is not known for being able to win clashes.
Yeah, right, exactly. And I will also say this is less directly linked to Victor LLing and more so just the way the meta was developing, but we saw in at least early nationals, and I think throughout national season, Arachne Marionette not, I guess, putting up results commensurate with the representation.
Took a dip. Known to be for a hot minute there, the S tier hero to beat, and then just kind of evaporated.
And I think the calling Shinjuku was a great return to form for Arachne Marionette. And I think demonstrating that it maybe not that this the recent downturn was an aberration. I think having Boots of Omnis Ward is a new and effective game plan into Arachne Marionette, but maybe demonstrating that the best Mario players have developed a strategy around that in the same way that the best Acilio players pre-banning were playing around the Amulet of Echoes and being able to effectuate their end game despite that targeted hate piece.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Acilio because speaking of S-tier heroes, it seems like that one took a nosedive. Did not have a very good showing at this recent calling, which kind of surprises me. I thought that, especially knowing that there is this split build out. By split build, I mean there are two effective ways to play Acilio. You can go the Spell Cilio version and just go very, very tall Arcane. Or you can go for the good old-fashioned Gone in a Flash combo. And both of those archetypes support each other because if your opponent doesn't know what you're bringing, they kind of need to hedge into either one. And it can mean that you bring a bunch of non-blocking Arcane Barrier into a physical damage combo deck, or vice versa. You can end up bringing a bunch of armor into a deck that has no physical attacks whatsoever. So it can be very difficult and punishing to players thanks to the ability to have an effective game plan on either axis, but just didn't really come to fruition at the calling, which kind of surprised me.
Me too. I personally, and I don't know how popular of a take this is, I think Acilio is still incredibly strong. And I think...
it could be a regional thing. I know that certain regions just favored certain heroes, and it could be that the best players just don't really feel like playing them, don't like that hero, and just haven't built them out, or just a different sort of belief in the game and what's correct.
But, we still see there's the modality you're talking about. There's the polar opposites of the Arcane versus the more Runeblade version. We've also seen hybrid lists develop that are presenting physical attacks in their main board, but have the ability to switch to a more Arcane focused plan in the sideboard if they determine they're in a matchup that's going to present low AB. The hero is incredibly dynamic. We saw Justin Gottlieb win on this hero at the last AG New England. Have to imagine that Acilio, in somebody's hand, maybe not Justin's, will again succeed today. I still think a top 2 hero in the meta, my personal opinion.
Yeah, I think, and this is my take from playing a lot of Betsy recently, is that Guardian seems to actually be pretty well positioned into both versions from what I've seen. And I wonder if maybe that angle is what kind of held him out at the calling. I'm not sure. But I do know that recently I've been pretty happy to pair into them as Betsy. So that just kind of forewarning people as Guardians come out, we may enter a little bit of if you can't get over the wall, you can't play the game meta. There will be a gatekeeper, and I believe her name may be Betsy and Valda at the same time.
Yeah. And I maybe if you're a tea leaf reader, as I am, we saw the recent battlegrounds up in Northern California, or up for me at least. Majin Bay, typical wizard aficionado, usually I would expect to be on Acilio, instead switching to Jarl Vitradi, who maybe a meta call there, but succeeding nonetheless, maybe just liking the ice element there.
Sure. I mean, used to play Icelander, I believe. You gotta love the ice element. It's so annoying for your opponents to deal with. But I also think I know that Majin Bay talked a little bit about how he felt that after the cat was out of the bag with the Acilio list, that it lost a lot of its potency as players are now able to tech against it. And I think he felt that a lot of the strength of the deck came from the surprise factor, at least when he first brought it. So it doesn't shock me, no pun intended, to see him off of the Lightning Wizard. But I think we are gearing up, getting ready to fly on down to the feature match because our players are ready to play.
Oh, and we have...
Is this...
It's a bit of an assassin off, I see.
Wow. Okay, I am extremely excited about this match. I haven't seen Uzuri, feels like in 2 years.
Well, graced us with his commentary presence just yesterday for the battlegrounds that occurred in this very room. An assassin aficionado, usually on Slippy.
Yes.
I have not had the pleasure of seeing Ka play Uzuri before, so I will be very curious to see how that goes.
I'm extremely excited about this. I have been thinking, in my mind, Uzuri was the new Betsy. For the last couple of years, she just kind of you just don't talk about it. Right? you don't bring it up. She's just sort of like not good at all.
I was wondering what you meant by that. And
yeah,
so.
well, I mean, Betsy's got the log now. She's S tier, but no, I'm excited. I think I want to pay very close attention to how Ka-chan pilots this and see if maybe I was wrong about Uzuri or not. Well, so we'll see how this one pans out. But things starting out. And speaking of, I think I might need to brush up a little bit on some of these cards because I haven't seen Uzuri played in a while.
That's a knife through, which I believe is a compendium.
Okay.
A recent compendium edition.
All right, we've got knife through coming out on the chain. Stealth, if you hit with a dagger, this combat chain, it gets go again. So you can flick your dagger. Very cool. Looks like that may not be the case here as Uzuri is activated. For those of you who have never seen Uzuri, which is likely to be the case at this point in Flesh and Blood, Uzuri allows you to banish a card face down and then reveal it after the reaction step comes through. When you do so, you can put a stealth card on the bottom of your library and swap it out with the card in hand. In this case, Troy is able to react defense reaction and cover up that damage as Ka-chan ends the turn, arsenals, and passes.
Notably there, Troy reacting with his inertia trap in response to the Uzuri activation. The reason you do that, for those folks who may not be as familiar with Uzuri, is because typically one of the Uzuri's favorite cards to swap in is Command and Conquer. So if Troy had waited until after the switch had the Uzuri ability had resolved, he would not have been able to play his inertia trap from his hand.
Yes, it looks like Troy Simpson has, at the very least, remembered his Uzuri tech and knows the timing to deploy those defense reactions. Very important, as you mentioned, in case that card is Command and Conquer. Here we see Troy attacking with the Hunter's Clave. Ka-chan says no blocks as Troy then reacts with Flick Knives, marking with the other Hunter's Clave, likely just trying to clear up that dagger slot as a take the point comes down, pumping this other Clave up to 5. Right, because of the mark. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so effective play here by Troy. That's as frequently what Marios are going to want to do on their first play is do that, get that first flick going, open up that slot for their Graphene Calicera, as well as, of course, get that very, very important mark effectuated here.
Turn ends. A 4 is rolled, and the Arachne...
Redback,
thank you. Redback comes out. This one says you may discard an assassin card and give an attack +3 and go again if it has stealth.
Ka, the commensurate assassin expert, will be very familiar of. I find myself in the position where you roll and I'm like, which one is that again? Ka will know the second
of
the
course.
number is rolled.
Ka-chan opening things up with an enlightened strike. 5, go again, the mode chosen.
Oh, interesting, Michael. An immediate Mask of Deceit commitment by Troy here. You have to wonder. It signals, yes, he will be going for the immediate Calicera creation at instant speed.
Makes sense. Cleared out that arm slot and is ready to roll, getting the Calicera online as soon as possible. Blocking out the Enlightened Strike with an Inertia Trap, not active, because that one is looking for power greater than base.
And interestingly, we've already seen 2 inertia traps from Troy here.
Yeah.
Troy will have access to those should he draw an under the trap door on future turns. But I doubt there's another one. That would be the end of it for those in deck. Just something to keep in mind if Troy is able, or at some point rolls a 6 for the Arachne Hero ability and transforms into Trapdoor.
Ka now representing a pervasive prognosis, and Troy blocking 4, presuming perhaps a shred, but in this case, Ka-chan using the Uzuri hero power reveals
the Uzuri power card, Shakedown.
Yes.
If you've ever been hit by a Shakedown, I got to tell you, Michael, you think, why don't more people play this hero?
It's such a good card. It's kind of like a pseudo command and conquer style. If you've activated an attack reaction, which the Uzuri hero power is, when it hits, it will force I believe it's a banish, because that tends to be the assassin.
Right.
Let's see, choose red, yellow, or blue. They reveal their hand and banish a card of the chosen color. It sounds like Ka likely chose red, as Kiss of Death is the chosen card to be banished, leaving Troy with only one card left in hand after the exchange, in the form of the
Mark of the Black Widow.
Thank you, Mark of the Black Widow.
It's I imagine you're almost always going to be choosing red into Marionette, unless you're going to try to high roll into a Codex of Frailty or something. So. Right. Pretty easy choice for Ka there, but it is an interesting selection into a lot of decks on the Uzuri side. Which color is ideal into it rewards matchup knowledge.
Absolutely. Troy now activating Arachne Orb Weaver, discarding the last card in hand to create that Graphene Calycera, and thanks to the other piece of text on here, gets to swing for free because Graphene Calycera cost one less to activate. Ooh, gets to also put a scar tissue on top. So not a bad 2-card play here. Coming in for 7 and conferring a mark as Ka-chan. Looks like he does have some D-Reacts. May opt to respond now that all of the information is on the table.
Yeah, extremely clean play for Troy here. Gets a Calycera, swings for free, presents some damage, and then importantly keeps Ka marked for the next turn. So exactly the sort of gameplay paths that you want to be taking on the Mario side.
The Frailty Trap is getting quite a bit of value here, as the Graphene Calycera does have Go Again.
Exactly, and so this should take the Calycera down to 6, unless I'm mistaken.
Oh,
down to 5.
So just over blocking a little bit here, but might as well use those reactions as they are available. Was marked, so it sort of doesn't prevent the mark. Still stays marked here, but does prevent all of the damage.
Yeah, and Ka may be seeing Troy play 2 of the same trap and say, yeah, I can do that too.
Sure.
Gotta wonder if, admittedly, I've been less familiar with Uzuri,
yes.
Uzuri lists as of late, but have to wonder if Ka's also going to be playing under the trapdoor, and those traps in Graveyard will be relevant. Ka following up with a Tunic activation and pitching a Sigil of Solace for another shakedown. This is a potent on-hit, Michael, as we mentioned just a second ago. Naming red into Arachne Marionette is going to be good. Notably, though, the shakedown text not active yet, because you have to have had activated an attack reaction, I believe, in order to turn that on. So I don't know if Troy was just respecting the potentiality of Afflict Knives there.
I think so.
But nonetheless, covering it up.
Yeah, just might as well prevent the damage there. I think this is quite the mid-range battle. Both players very aware of the danger of going low against an assassin, very much respecting their life totals and playing very defensively. Right. Mark of the Black Widow coming down here now. 4 damage because of the mark and the Arachne Marionette hero power. If this hits, it will gain Go Again as well. 1 card in hand means there's potential for reaction as Ka-chan lines up the blocks.
Yeah, I have to imagine this will be no defense reactions immediately available in Ka's hand here. Unless there's one in Arsenal, this will be a difficult block, so maybe Ka just going to take the damage. Looks like that is the case.
Yeah, takes the hit, accepts the punishment there, and goes for banishing out the Orb Weaver Spinneret.
Follow-up here from Troy is just a Calycera for 1, presumably using the Tunic activation there. Ka must like this hand. I think we see a Command and Conquer with a Shred and a Sigil of Solace, so understandable. Not the best blocking hand if you have a Sigil of Solace in hand.
And just couldn't really afford to put, say, a card and 1 piece of armor in front because of the potential to get blown out. Really, it looks like he wanted to keep the full grip so that he can get full value out of it as the Command and Conquer comes down, and we know he has the Sigil of Solace to back it up.
I will say, it seems as if Ka has done a good job of presenting disruption in each of his turns that he's had so far. Nevertheless, hard not to see the gulf in life between the two heroes even still. Troy's likely going to need to give this 2 cards, if assuming the hand isn't unreasonably busted or just doesn't block well or something, forgiving those 2 possibilities. But nonetheless, has to be happy to just send 2 cards and have such a life gulf.
Wow. Troy also accepting his fate here and losing a Tarantula Toxin. Huh.
And that's a power card in this matchup, I would imagine, Michael, because Uzuri is, as you mentioned, very much a mid-range defensive sort of deck. One that you would imagine Tarantula Toxin would be at its strongest.
We're not gonna lie, I'm a little bit shocked to see Troy not try to block that out. I'm sure the hand explains the problem, and as I see here, is this a 2-block? Pain in the backside?
It is, yeah.
Likely too many 2 blocks is my guess, and just sort of deciding to fold it. But now the life totals are evened up, and we see Kassai here respecting the pain in the backside on hit and putting a 3-block in front of it. Real quick, I just wanted to comment. One of the things I've heard Uzuri described as in relation to why we don't see her played very much is she's described as very fair.
Yeah.
Very 2-card 6-y. You're not going above rate. And at least last turn, it seemed like we were seeing the way that was unfolding, just kind of slowly falling behind, as Arachne Marionette is not known to be fair. Yeah. Very above rate on certain cards and turns. But of course, Kassai evening that out a little bit.
Yeah, and that's a really astute point, Michael. Ka doing what I refer to as very ethical flesh and blood thus far, sending nice 2-card hands, presenting disruption, and I think showing just sort of that maybe in a lot of metas isn't good enough when the heroes, I mean, if, again, no spoilers here, but if you watch the ending of The Calling, it was last night for me, I don't know what time zone, dear listener, you are on, but you can sort of see just the unparalleled highs of this Mario hero.
Absolutely. As Ka here blocking out 4 of the 5, taking 1.
Staying marked, of course, because he was on it was a Hunter's Clave swing, and Troy doing a really excellent job of keeping Ka marked at the end of each of these turns, despite pushing damage. And as you astutely pointed out, Troy's hand had 3 2-blocks in it, so maybe signaling why there was an unwillingness.
I think it's the only reason, the only way you could explain that choice. And Ka now playing face up has the E-Strike, the Shred, and the Leave No Witness. Troy deciding to stay off of Arsenal just in case he can't block this out effectively. And I am seeing another very ethical flesh and blood hand, if you ask me.
Extremely ethical. I mean, you know Arsenal here for Troy, so a couple ways to play this hand. I imagine what Ka might do is just send an E-Strike for full power.
Yeah, just a nice 2-card 7.
Right. Of course, Troy's going to get an extra card on defense here, assuming he has more than 2 traps in his deck, which is a fair assumption, I think.
Yeah.
So maybe that's looking a little bit less appetizing, but doesn't feel too great to send a Leave No Witnesses into an empty Arsenal.
Yeah. I have to agree with you there. Troy did not ban. Oh, there it is. Okay. Did banish a card face down. Now, that does not guarantee that it's a trap. For those of you who don't know, you are allowed to pick a non-trap card. You just can't defend with it.
Yeah, I mean, I believe you have to pick a card.
Do you?
A card.
It's not a may. When you may search your deck.
Oh, man, maybe it is a may. Okay.
If it's a trap, you may play.
I see.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
So you don't have to search your deck, but if you do search your deck, you must choose a card, I believe, is the way that I would read that.
Yeah, I guess I'm too used to Mario just profiting off of me to know that it was a may. But yeah, I mean, I think Ka's hand here, I mean, of course, Ka's the expert on everything assassin, so we'll have to see. And no, choosing to prioritize sending the Leave No Witnesses, maybe for some silver generation.
Could be that. I can see the argument to get that silver online if and when available. Being able to recur even 1 single point of block throughout the game could be meaningful, as well as, of course, the reaction, Uzuri Shakedown, rather, can be activated and turned on with not only the Uzuri hero power, but with cards like the Black Tech Whisper.
No, that's an astute point, Michael. So maybe Ka, of course, leave no witnesses, Arsenal Disruption becomes a lot less good whenever it's face up, but nonetheless, have to imagine Troy will just cover this with whatever trap was gotten from a deck. Oh, not the case.
Oh.
Interesting. Okay, so
may have faked us out there, not pulled a trap.
Yeah, I mean, because Ka's pretty face up here, so the turn will end, minus a flick potentiality, which Ka declines to do. So maybe Troy just taking that as an opportunity to get something less ideal out of the deck. If he does do that, it helps you thin. It helps you shuffle in your pitch stack as well.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly what we witnessed as the Hunter's Clave now starting the combat chain off.
Yeah, and Ka, of course, already marked, so pardoning a potential attack reaction on the dagger, which there was none. Pretty meager offensive output for at least in Mario terms.
Yeah. Yeah, Troy sitting here, 30 plays 26, has held just an ever so slight life lead this entire game. Seems to just be inching his way into that driver's seat with these really annoying and overrate attacks in the form of daggers and hunter's claves.
Well, it looks like Troy's just playing with Kodachis at the moment, but you have to wonder if there will be another scar tissue or something here to keep Ka marked at the to finish this one off. Of course, Troy. It's not as if Troy will be able to utilize the mark to transform into a different agent of chaos. At the end of this, he will simply return to the brood. Nevertheless, very important to keep that mark. So, Ka gesturing towards the Black Tech Whispers, getting the block in on the equipment on the dagger that doesn't punish him.
I'm a little surprised to see that. I suppose it makes sense if Ka wants to use the activated ability there. But I like not being marked going into my opponent's turn. So assuming there was no attack reaction, which there was.
Yeah. Well, clearly Ka just knew.
Yes. He's the assassin player. Yeah. Soul reading, like you're gonna play that card. I'm gonna get to have my cake and eat it too, as getting the block value on those Black Tech Whispers. And now it seems like Ka may be positioned to use them this turn. We will have to wait and see how things pan out.
Yeah, very curious to see how this goes. I don't think of, again, my Uzuri expectations are a little bit outdated, admittedly. I don't think of Uzuri as a hero that typically wants to keep 4 cards.
Right.
Ka here, without spoiling anything, I do see some chain extenders in there, so we'll have to see what Ka can do with this full grip.
Starting things off, pitching to the
Spider's Bite.
Spider's Bite thing. But my brain was saying Kiss of Death. I was like, that's not Kiss of Death. Spider's Bite.
Bites and kisses are pretty similar, I guess.
One of the best daggers, in my opinion, in the game of Flesh and Blood. Not one that Arachne Marionette uses, but the ability to turn all of your attack action cards into 2 and 1 blocks. Very, very powerful. As the dagger does connect, Troy now priced into not blocking with attack action cards, presumably. And following things up with a pick up the point. 3 go again.
Yeah, getting back that nerve scalpel that Ka had flicked. So Troy's blocking ability is going to be incredibly hampered here, as both Spider's Bite and Nerve Scalpel are active. Yeah. So this will be reduced by the Spider's Bite. So this is going to connect, and maybe a heads up play by Troy here, because presumably Ka is doing this because there is some disruption coming, something a little bit more, some on hit that Ka is going to try to force through.
Wow, 2 daggers swung.
Yeah.
I guess just kind of emptying the hand. We know that the last card in hand is that Codex of Frailty, so don't want to discard that blue. May as well just get the 1 extra value.
Yeah, and Ka has 2 Nerve Scalpel triggers that have not resolved yet. So if Troy were to block with a reaction, it would be pretty pitiful. Of course, the choice for Ka is going to be a Command and Conquer, so to the extent that Troy was disincentivized to block with the defense reaction, that has now become impossible.
Yeah, good point there. Maybe would have preferred a Spider's Bite swing to end that chain, knowing that.
Yeah, That you, yeah.
Oh.
Well, the optionality would have been to swing with the nerve scalpel first, flick the spider's bite, and then buy that back with.
Right.
But I mean, either way, I think just a heads up by Troy to have blocked with the leave no early to sort of eat up that spider's bite.
No, that's
effect.
that's a very, very good point. I don't know why I thought you could swing with it twice.
Yeah,
Maybe
well,
I should have said flick the spider's bite instead of the nerve scalpel would have been potentially astute, as you had mentioned.
Yeah, well, to your credit, I mean, Ka did swing a dagger twice this turn.
I will just comment right now that very impressed with Troy's knowledge into the Uzuri matchup. Seems to have, despite me not seeing the deck in 2 years, not forgotten in the slightest the correct way to play, especially around things like Spider's Bite. So a lot of credit.
Presumably Troy has been shaken down his fair share, as I certainly have.
Well, I think that's one of the differences between some of the top players in this game and me is that they play more flesh and blood and against more niche matchups than I think I get to play when I'm queuing into Talishar, and the only 3 heroes I see are Acilio, Guardian in general, and who else am I facing on Talishar? It really just feels like everyone's playing Acilio these days. Yeah, can't blame them either. Very fun hero to play.
And you're always playing Betsy.
Yes, I am.
So this is coming in for 0 currently.
Yes.
So Troy either forgot the frailty was there, which I don't think is the case, or has an attack reaction.
Could be that. No, Troy's sort of laughing a little bit, but maybe as a bit of a bluff.
A little hard to tell. Yeah, it looks like there was no reaction there. So Troy may be just forgetting about the frailty token.
That happens.
I have been there.
Just after I was complimenting him, too.
This is a tough game, Michael.
It is.
It's a tough game.
It's one thing to know what your opponent is up to. It is another to spy the board state frailty off in the upper left-hand corner.
And, we've spent a lot of time talking about how Ka, it seems like, is playing the sort of more fair, and that's sort of a euphemism for less strong, I think, sometimes.
Right. It is. 2-card 6 is just not what it used to be.
We say that. Ka's looking pretty good at the moment. Has the life lead, has all of the tempo. We see another one of his power cards in the form of Codex of Frailty in the hand.
Yeah, and, despite sort of not having that Spider's Bite active, did get the Command and Conquer to connect and utilize the ability there.
Ka with one of my favorite Uzuri playlines, the classic bread and butter of Uzuri: isolate, 1, dominate, no go again or anything, and presumably, that's just it. That's all it's going to be, right, Michael?
Yeah,
just 1 dominate.
That's all. No, really, really strong card does sort of prevent the D-react from hand.
And if you can't block with 2 into Uzuri, it's oftentimes not worth even blocking with 1. Troy may be noticing just prioritizing keeping the grip and hoping whatever disruption this isn't terrible. And it is a death touch. Really
important here that the text on here says assassin, because we got to keep the chain going. 3 cards still in hand, and the death touch can gain go again if it hits, thanks to the Black Tech Whispers.
I got to tell you, one of the reasons I sort of, you really sort of become infatuated with the way certain players play the game. Ka's play on Slippy had just had so much what I would call sauce in it.
Yes.
In the last year, when he really made his bones in the AG New England circuit, showing a little bit some of that juice here too with the Uzuri gameplay thus far. I'm really liking Ka's stylings.
Yeah, no, the last couple turns, Ka's taken the lead. We see 1 defense reaction now coming out. Looks like Troy did not have the second one needed to cover this up, and maybe regretting not putting a card in front of this. Could have potentially blown Ka out, unless is able to go find another D-react. So had 2 in hand, and Ka head to the sky, realizes that this means that yes, in fact, I did get blown out after all.
Yeah. And I will say that was probably the Michael Murray curse there.
Yeah.
The moment we said Ka was ahead. Excellent play by Troy there. If that had been a Command and Conquer, Troy would have been incredibly punished for that line. But reading the tea leaves, seeing through, saying, I've seen at least 1 Command and Conquer thus far. I think it's probably another one.
Yeah, I think it was really face up that it had to be an assassin attack. just knowing that the boots were sitting there on the table,
Yeah.
that there were still 3 cards in hand, you have to ask yourself the question, how does the chain continue? And the only answers that I can think of are, what's the one that banishes a 1 cost from your graveyard and gains +1 and go again?
Looking for a scrap.
Thank you. Looking for a scrap. That is actually one of my favorite cards to extend chains with in Uzuri. Kind of a niche pick that you can surprise people with. Say, oh, surprise, I can do Twinning Blade stuff in this deck. But it was not that. And in fact, Troy was able to kind of... Ooh, I'm sorry. I got a little off topic there because it's really important to note that we just got full Tarantula Toxin value. Speaking of things that are not fair, as Ka-chan is blocked with the trap, and then was it before the trap or after? Did you happen to catch that?
I believe it was after. I think, I believe it was after. And Ka, unable to block, it doesn't seem as if Ka's hand converts incredibly well. I don't recall what's in Arsenal for Ka here. I mean, another reason too, you might think, going back to Ka's last turn, that the deck like Uzuri doesn't have an abundance of extenders either. So it's possible, if you cannot use your hand defensively, and Ka had full tempo last turn, that you will have to suffer an effective intellect penalty.
Yeah.
You have to wonder if that's what's going to happen this turn for Ka, depending on what is in that arsenal.
Yeah, you really need to be able to defend correctly. Oh, yikes. Pitching 2 reds to just swing a Nerve Scalpel, and 2 good ones at that, tells me that, we are not converting the hand very effectively.
Yeah, and that's sort of the trouble of playing the sort of fair mid-range game here. And Cost Sequencing clearly wanted those leave no and that shakedown out of the hand.
Yeah.
Signaling a potential codex in Arsenal. Is it?
Yep.
And it's a codex. So still pretty clean play here. I mean, if Troy doesn't have a defense reaction, never mind. It's going to be a death touch. So
I
nice
like
value.
this.
Yeah, of course. With the nice 1 card 6+.
Very unlikely for Troy to be able to effectively defend against this due to both daggers being live.
Yeah, and if you're Troy, I mean, the plus side is this is an Arsenal disruption. So what you're choosing is going to be part of your hand, quote unquote. So the upside, Troy can just take this and say, send me the bill, and then send back a 4-card hand that was to some extent selected for.
Yes. The frailty has to be really annoying to deal with, though.
Yeah, because you have to assume that most Marios are going to be wanting to swing at least 1 dagger, probably multiple in a given turn when given the full 4-card hand. And the Troy's, I should note, selection here limited by the text of Codex of Frailty to an attack reaction. My bet would be Mark of the Black Widow. I'm not sure if we've seen a Kiss of Death yet for Troy.
Mark of the Black Widow is, in fact, the choice.
I don't think Troy is discarded yet. It's a up 6 and run. So, and it looks like we have a judge call on the floor. While we wait for the judge to resolve whatever this issue is, Michael, what are your thoughts on Uzuri so far?
I'm hopefully optimistic. Even after getting blown out by the Tarantula Toxin, which I'm assuming happened, if he defended with a card and then got that card shredded and +3, that's the blowout.
Yeah.
If it was me not paying enough attention and in fact the D-React came after, then that would explain why the life totals are a little bit closer than I would expect after a blowout Tarantula Toxin turn. For those who were paying attention at home, I'm sure you know the answer to that. But it's a close race right now, and this 6 damage potentially conferring a Blood Rot on hit, 8 damage swing with life totals within 3 points of each other. It's looking pretty good for Uzuri. I mean, it feels 50-50 at this point. It seems like we are still just back and forth, and it really is going to come down to the wire as far as I can tell.
Looks like our judge call has been resolved now, and Ka just going to go ahead and send that touch gotten from the Codex of Frailty.
Troy takes it, accepts his comeuppance here. 12 is the life total, but of course a blood. Oh no, a second frailty.
Yep. So I kind of like that. I mean, guaranteeing a minimum of 1 value there, saying to the extent you were going to send multiple daggers, this is now the same amount as a value as a blood rot pox, and importantly on defense as opposed to offense.
Yeah. Playing out that cut from the same cloth, no reactions in hand means no mark. This may matter, as Arachne is known to like a marking the opponent.
Yeah, and would be curious to know what Ka randomly pondered into there. The rest of the hand would otherwise, I would imagine, play itself, which is block with the 3 blue cards and end on a Codex of Frailty. Can't really do that as is, or not efficiently do that as is.
Pitching to swing that Hunter's Clave, only 3 damage on the chain, and I am already very much a fan of the choice of Frailty here. That's such a clean number to block.
I wonder if Ka gives us, us 2 cards. Yeah. Pretty low impact cards in hand. This shields an attack reaction that would have otherwise left Ka marked. You want to prevent that mark, as to the extent Mario is face up or close to face up, you do want to be depriving Mario of those marks.
Now I've got a bit of a technical question that maybe you can help answer. Does Frailty affect the damage from flick knives?
No.
Okay.
Ooh, and a Savor Bloodshed fall. So Ka, I think, showing some wisdom there. That extra Frailty, getting the 2, and importantly, stopping the mark, making it so it exactly the pump from what is it?
The cut from the same
cloth. From the same cloth. Thank you. Was able to be blocked with just 1 card, could be, or cleanly with 2 if Troy had an attack reaction. And now here just able to a flick here would take this up to 4.
It's true.
So maybe Ka willing to concede the draw.
But I mean, I sort of don't care at all about that.
About the draw?
Well, so the mark comes through the draw, and I guess it has go again as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, but also importantly, Troy no longer has any Hunter's Claves.
Yes.
So maybe Ka saying, if you're willing to lose your Hunter's Clave, I'll let you get this extra card in point of damage. And last card randomly drawn off the top, pain in the backside, which will not threaten a mark because there's currently no Hunter's Clave in play.
Yeah.
And actually, there is a Greffing Calister, so this will still come in for 4 if unblocked.
Yeah.
Last card for Troy is the Mark of the Black Widow, which was a Codex of Frailtied into.
Yeah.
No mark for Ka, so that would just be for pitiful 1 damage. Have to imagine that's going to stay parked in the arsenal.
Yeah, not the time to deploy that, in my opinion, despite having that go again. Ka tanking a little bit. I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe considering blocking, despite not preventing the on-hit.
Yeah, so Ka can't block this with the card in hand, which is a Codex of Frailty.
Well, not all the way is the point, but
yeah. I mean, but I don't know. Maybe considering this is a 4 attack that you can block with just 3. Yeah. So it's maybe Ka. I'm not saying this would be wise necessarily, but considering blocking with the Codex plus the Tunic or something, or maybe just filtering with the Crown of Providence. But there are quite a few decision points here.
Do you know what is in the arsenal?
I don't. It was randomly pondered into, so Ka didn't get any selection on it either. And here, sure enough,
Ka takes the hit there. For his sake, wow. Troy sending the 1 damage. And it looks like that may have been another sort of mistake there. This puts the 3 down, which makes me think that probably the math in his head was assuming it would be 3.
Yeah. Comes
in for only 1. So those frailties getting 3 points of value each.
Yeah, incredible. Now, arguably, they shouldn't have gotten the last 2 points.
True.
But nevertheless, really strong play for God. And randomly, the random draw is the surgical extraction, which will be nicely paid for by the Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, that's a really annoying card to deal with when you are out of blocking armor / not willing to part with either flick knives or Tunic. It's always such a when Tunic's sitting on 2, that's when I'm like, I need the resource.
Yeah,
I don't want to block with this.
Yeah. And sometimes you don't even need the resource on the next turn, but it's so painful to do that. Yeah, so Troy, in the absence of a defense reaction, will not be able to cover this with 1 card. So we'll have to sort of make the judgment call of whether it's worth giving up 2 cards or taking 4 and letting Ka get selection on which to sort of Thoughtseize away from him.
Yeah, really, really powerful on hit there.
And you have to forgive, I guess, there have been a couple of plays that maybe you would say were, as an observer, might be mistakes at a high level. These assassins, playing against an assassin I think, requires you to use a lot of brain power.
Yes.
Playing as an assassin requires you to use a lot of brain power. So you have to give it to these 2 players for really having to be very considerate of every decision.
No, their brains are storming, overclocked, running on all cylinders, surely.
I will say, to Ka's credit, and Troy making the decision here to just block with 2 cards, I'm going to just flick the Spider's Bite, seemingly for value here.
Yep. It's time to clear up that hand slot, if you will. Important to note that it will not reduce the defense value retroactively. Its effect only applies when the card is defended with. So if it's already been defended with, no longer applies. As then Troy starts the chain off with an Orb Weaver Spinneret, getting that second Graphene Calycera into play, and thanks to the Tunic that he did not block with, has the 1 resource to swing it.
I think Troy has already used, either blocked or had destroyed, at least 2 Tarantula Toxins.
Yes.
So if you're Ka, you have to feel like it's a little bit safer to block with this. Of course, Ka does have an Under the Trapdoor in hand, so we'll have some optionality should Troy get up to some buffing tricks here.
Yeah, and if that's the case, I really kind of wish he just didn't put the blocking card down. I don't know. Maybe he's just at the life total where he sort of can't afford not to.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't work out there, but I kind of like that by Ka just because we've already seen 2.
Right.
We're pretty deep into the game at this point, so maybe you could say that Troy was due for
the
the
odds
other one.
go down as as they're played, but then they go back up as the game goes on and you get through more of the deck.
Yeah. And importantly for Ka, though, we know that those are over.
Yes.
We're past Tarantula Toxin.
And he is still alive, so that's a nice place to be. And look at this, kind of soul read his own top 4 cards here as he cleared out the hand slot just in time for Lobotomy to come out. Because when this card attacks, you can go grab an Orbitoclast from your inventory. And after you played the Lobotomy, if you have an Orbitoclast, it will turn off the hero text. Kind of like a little mini... I thought I knew the name of the card that does that, but I forgot. Erase Face. There we go. Oh,
no, you're thinking of Humble.
Swapped out. Oh, Humble. Thank you. Surgical. They should switch the names of those because Erase Face feels anyway. Surgical Extraction swapped out here, so Troy not putting any blocking cards out means he will likely succumb to that on-hit effect as the Orbitoclast is promptly flicked, clearing up that hand slot once again.
Here's a bit of trivia for you, Michael.
Yes.
Do you know which hero has Orbitoclast as their signature weapon?
Orbitoclast.
Well, you think on that. Well, Ka tanks on this Thoughtseize or this surgical extraction target. Got a Codex of Inertia, Up Sticks and Run, Pain in the Backside, and Stains of the Redback. Almost said Shrouds of the Redback.
It's not Arachne Huntsman, is it?
It is not Arachne Huntsman. It is Arachne Slipped Through the Cracks.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I wouldn't have guessed that.
I wouldn't have guessed it either.
Wow. All right. 6 plays 3 as we go back to Troy Simpson's turn. Was forced to banish out a card there.
Yeah, and it was what was it was a Codex?
Yes.
Wait, there was I thought there was a Codex of Inertia in hand.
Maybe that as well. Choosing Ka has the choice when the card is which card is banished. So Pain at the Backside now getting blocked out with a Lobotomy, so no on hit conferred there, as Up Sticks and Run is now played as Stains of the Redback is pitched. 5 damage coming through, but very importantly, full information here. No cards left in hand or arsenal means Ka has pick of the litter on how to block this out.
Yeah, and Ka here choosing, I think, between giving 2 cards to this or just 1 and maybe the Crown of Providence. If Ka keeps 2 cards, we'll be able to just send E-Strike. Looks poised to block with 2, which I do think is probably right here.
Yeah, I do like that. I mean, I can see an argument either way.
Because Ka's 1 card hand is just sending Lobotomy, and then you're getting another Orbitoclast, being able to flick. So it's effectively
it's a good point.
1 card 4. So not bad at all.
Yeah.
One of which is evasive. So importantly, I mean, either way, I guess either way, if Ka keeps 2 cards here and just sends an E-Strike, that will force a card from hand from Troy in a way that sending just Lobotomy wouldn't. Of course, then Ka would be priced into giving the Crown of Providence or going down to 1, which would not be good. So,
I can see an argument for both. I do like, at this point, with only 6 life, flicking is guaranteed damage, and that is really, really nice. Being able to keep the equipment piece for another turn, I really couldn't fault him either way. I think in terms of value, you're kind of you do need to strip cards by playing that E-Strike though, and it does look like Ka-chan opts for the Crown play.
Oh,
bottomed the E-Strike, or no?
No, kept the E-Strike, but drew into a Command and Conquer, which would be good if Troy had an arsenal, but Troy does not. So I think more likely just send the E-Strike for 7, demand a card from hand. Yeah,
makes sense. That breakpoint is quite annoying at this point in the game.
Notably, Troy couldn't give up just armor here, even if he wanted to, because that would only block 2, and then would leave Troy dead to a flick.
Yes.
So a real card. This will cost Troy. Not to disrespect Flick Knives and Tunic.
At the least. Likely, I would imagine going to give up 2 here.
2 cards?
Unless, of course, they're all 2 blocks, in which case may just decide to take a little bit more damage. The nice thing about Uzuri compared to Arachne Marionette is that the attack reactions are far fewer. The ceiling that you have to play around is far lower in terms of predicting the amount of burst damage in the reaction step that can be conferred. So another kind of quote-unquote fair axis that Uzuri plays on compared to Arachne Marionette.
Yeah, and Ka at 3 here, which is obviously dangerous against attack reactions on deck. But as I mentioned earlier, Michael, no tarantula toxins to worry about. So the damage is, you're not, Ka's not going to be placed in this sort of terminal end game where it doesn't really matter how he blocks. He's just cooked. Yeah. So it's got that going for him at the very least. I haven't seen very many defense reactions from Ka in this game. One thing is noticeable. And I associate Uzuri as a deck that is wanting to play them. So I wonder if this is a sort of, if maybe my presumptions about what Uzuri tends to look like are wrong, or at least outdated, or if Ka is playing a sort of more offensive-oriented brew, which would be very COD-like.
Yes. No, it is felt at the very least you could call it mid-rangey. Definitely not overly defensive, at least not into this matchup. Yeah, I haven't seen, really, I guess it's just been Frailty Trap, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
No
other, no sink belows.
No fates, no shelters.
Troy thumbing his graveyard there, that signals one thing to me when somebody's thinking about what to block.
Looks like a Codex of Frailty to me.
And giving to 2 blues in hand from Troy, not the offensively potent hand you would want when your opponent's at 3 and you have the tempo.
Tunic ticks up here as Troy goes into his turn, playing out, conferring a mark here.
This was a brutal hand for Troy. and ending on the Codex, seeing that, and Ka, loves to just prove me wrong at every turn, as immediately drew up 2 Shelter from the Storms. We'll see the graveyard here. Yeah, there were no D-Reacts in there. Well, I wasn't wrong, Michael.
This is yeah. It's a good time to get the 4 block. Absolutely good time to get it, because now you get to 1 card block this. Leave no witness.
Yeah, it's a ponder, isn't it? Oh, very, very nice ponder. Like a frog and an orb of some kind under it.
You just discard the other leave no, right?
Oh,
I'm sorry, Shelter. Right?
I was too entranced by the ponder token.
It's a good ponder token.
I did. I haven't got a chance to glimpse at Ka's other 2 offensive cards. I think it depends what those do.
I didn't. Whether you can go wide or not. There's nothing wrong, by the way, with pocketing D-React this late in the game. Absolute, insurance against getting blown out, especially against a deck like Arachne Marionette. But of course, another way to gain some insurance is to put on the pressure and make sure they can't keep cards.
What about discarding the Knife Through, getting a CNC, or I guess that works too, and
the resources, does.
Pitching the I think that's a Shred, covering this with one of the Shelters, and then just arsenaling the other one. Of course, Death Touch is also very strong. So
does have the Tunic to sort of deploy this.
Yeah, so actually this is more heads up by Ka. Ka is going to go here basically a head jab in the form of Knife Through into Death Touch for 6.
That's really good.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
why
still
Ka's
gets to pocket the Shelter.
Yeah. So this is why Ka has the sort of confidence to be playing Uzuri, and I have the confidence to be in the commentator brew.
Troy really needs to draw up a lot of 3 blocks here.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this, but to note again, Troy, if you watch this in the future, that was a brutal hand.
Yeah.
When you have full tempo.
Yes. You
don't imagine. I mean, marionettes these days, I think, are playing more blues than I was accustomed to previously, but you don't expect to draw 3 in a single hand. And there is the aforementioned Knife Through. 3 go again.
Now Troy's hoping to draw a similar hand texture to last turn. Just a bunch of 3 blocks is ideal here.
Yeah, so Troy will have to... This is vanilla damage. So, I mean, I guess Ka's not face up. So, Troy doesn't know what that last card is, so maybe wanting to respect a potential attack reaction. But this is... what I'm saying is this signals to me that Troy is going to want to block this second Death Touch, because if you were inclined to block, you would be more incentivized to be blocking the Death Touch that was face up from the Codex of Frailty.
Absolutely.
So we are in the sort of the point in the game where these players are playing pretty quickly. The first few turns of this game, and now we tank on every decision. Yeah,
6 minutes left. Hopefully enough time to get through the final stages of this game. Troy trying to figure out how he wants to block out 5 damage. You have to imagine he's not going to take any of it, because a Blood Rot at this stage in the game would be really, really annoying to deal with.
Yeah, you would need one of those blues he drew up, Troy drew up last turn to do so. Of course, you would just block that here.
Yeah.
So with that here. Yeah, Troy's game plan going to be very much informed by the texture of this hand, obviously. I wonder if Troy, the pause here is making me think if maybe Troy regrets blocking this Knife Through.
Could be.
And instead wish that Incision had been saved for this very potent Death Touch on hit.
Well, I don't know if his hand contains any D-Reacts, but if it does, that Nerve Scalpel has got to be a real thorn in his side.
Right, because that closes off the potentiality of the Tunic, which... did Troy miss that Tunic last turn? I think so.
And we see under the trap door being blocked with instead of used on a trap for obvious reasons, as we just mentioned.
Yeah, so really, maybe Troy not expecting that, as you noted there, Michael. 2 cards left in hand, 1 in arsenal for Troy.
Is he thinking about taking the damage? Or
yeah, I don't think Troy's committed to this block. Oh, no, the damage went through. So there's a Blood Rot Pox. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, this is some strange sequencing now here. Maybe Troy just verbally saying, oh no, maybe just reading what the Blood Rot Pox was. So it hadn't been said yet.
Asking to be handed a Blood Rot to see how much damage it does.
Yeah, so maybe Troy. So Troy here just blocking enough damage to survive through a Blood Rot, which signals to me that Troy is going for the kill this turn.
Yeah, and I think it's probably reached the point in the game where you have to do that. Now, however, I'm very afraid of a lobotomy because one more flick and you're done. Assuming for now that he's going to take the 2 damage at the end of the turn from that Blood Rot. And we happen to know that Ka is very insulated against assassin shenanigans with that shelter in the arsenal.
But Ka not choosing the Blood Rot Pox, choosing a frailty instead with the Death Touch on it. This is the second time we've seen Ka prioritize the defensive capabilities of a frailty over the offensive capabilities of a Blood Rot Pox. With your opponent at 3, it may seem strange to do that, but Ka here richly rewarded doing this last turn.
Yeah.
And that looks to be the 3rd Shelter from the Storm in hand for Ka. So I believe has one in arsenal still, a Shelter from the Storm.
Ooh, the Isolate Shred CNC combo is quite scary.
Quite potent. So no cards in hand for Troy. Oh, no, that card is in hand. He played the Cover from the Same Cloth from Arsenal. So
could potentially be a 10, reaction. So we actually know that Troy is Arachne. The
Black Widow.
Black Widow. Thank you. So this is almost it's guaranteed to be 10 if Troy uses the card in hand for the hero ability.
But Ka is a very clean 10 block here in the form of a 3 block, either the Shred or the Isolate, and the 2 defense reactions, and going to be able to follow up with a Command and Conquer.
Yeah, very, very clean. But I wish it was a Blood Rot last turn.
Interesting.
I not a big fan of the frailty in this spot, and I don't know. It felt like just a little bit cute there.
So this is only blocking 2.
Yeah.
So interesting. I wonder if Ka plays both shelters, which I believe. Yes. Oh, that will go up to 10.
Yeah, it'll go up to 10. Yeah.
This is just some basic arithmetic.
So he's looking for that Isolate CNC kill.
Yeah. Oh, and it's not. Oh, it is 3. Oh, he's marked, so it'll go up to 11.
Okay. Well, he'll still survive here.
Will he?
No,
so this will block
because
10?
he can flick.
No, he'll survive at... No, yeah, you're right. So he'll take 1 physical from Kiss of Death, 1 from the Kiss of Death trigger, and then if Troy flicks, which Troy is very much incentivized to do so, Troy will have exact lethal.
That's game.
I think I think the up the point.
Yeah, pick up the point.
I think it checks on resolution. So the fact that Ka would have been unmarked, I don't think would have affected the total buff there.
Yeah. Wow. So getting exact lethal there at the very end, the final Calistro flicked, means that unfortunately for those Uzuri fans at home, myself included, Uzuri falls in round 1 to the Arachne Marionette. But I gotta give credit where credit is due. That was a very close game.
Yeah.
And obviously, decided not to play around, wanted to keep the kill shot in hand, and I think it makes a lot of sense. It's very face up that it's a +3, so getting that surprise +4 at the end, it was kind of felt like, and I think that was the last copy of Push the Point 2 in hand, so it was just the perfect answer, and got there.
Yeah, Troy, I think expertly navigating that end state. You're sort of a little bit of a juke there, knowing Ka was going to expect the 3 buff from Black Widow.
Yep.
Of course, the on hit that Black Widow gives does not matter when the on hit is death. So very well played by Troy. In what it became a very intense sort of every point mattered mid-range battle between those 2 assassins.
And I also want to give a lot of credit to Ka. I said I didn't like the choice of frailty, but knowing that he had the kill shot lined up with the Isolate and the CNC into exactly 3 life, I think it was a very brilliant choice, able to bring the power of that dagger down by 1, which very well could have been the difference maker, but just he had the +4 instead of the +3.
Yeah. And maybe actually would have been rewarded by doing the bad math block that I had suggested just before.
Yeah, would have been.
Better lucky than good is what I say.
Well, we move on. And are we doing an interview here? No interviews, so we're going to take a quick break before we head into round 2. Don't go anywhere. More Flesh and Blood after this. We just bore witness to an assassin showdown with an unfamiliar face. Uzuri Switchblade making the scene, but unfortunately just falling in the final moments. Slight miscalculation, +3 instead of +4, and it was enough to get the job done as Arachne Marionette comes out the victor. But it was a much closer match than I was really expecting. Before we get on to our next match, though, we've got a metagame breakdown for y'all. And it looks like it's a pretty standard loadout at the top here, seeing -IO, however, coming out in spades. Not considered to be best deck in format in general, but seems like people believe it might be at this particular event, followed up short behind with Arachne Marionette, another common face. A lot of Asilios making the room, and 2 Arachne Huntsman. Also, one of the assassins that's been kind of showing up in recent metas. What else are you seeing and eyeing here, Patrick?
Well, I'm telling you what I'm not seeing, which is Syndra, a deck that I would expect to see a little bit more of. But I'm always happy to see my personal favorite hero in this meta, -IO, the most represented deck in the room. Huntsman, no doubt in the hands of Elyse Symmes, who just won, or that might be Symmes, apologies if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, who just won the Battlegrounds in this very room against a very similar pool of competition yesterday. Just one Gravy Bones in the room, a deck that I also think is one of the best in the meta. And then, of course, we have some of the stragglers there at the very end. We do have your recently favorite hero there with just one in the room.
Yeah.
That's, I would imagine, your favorite hero in the room, Betsy, skin in the game.
Betsy is interesting. I still give favorite hero to Puffin. Really, really enjoy Puffin's play style. I've been experimenting a lot. I think, for me, Puffin is more solved than Betsy, so I'm doing deck construction and figuring out, am I fatigue, am I aggro on Betsy? So it's been a fun puzzle to solve. But man, for me, it's just the play lines of Puffin are so fun, the mid-range style. But it sounds like we are ready to go on down to the feature match. And you just said it a minute ago. Elyse Symmes, or Symmes, again, apologies. Maybe we can get some confirmation from our producer on that pronunciation, against Connor Bryant. Two absolute powerhouses. And as you had also just mentioned, Elyse is coming off the back of winning the entire thing yesterday. A battleground with 75 players. Took the whole thing down on Arcane Huntsman, and looks to do it again the very next day, bringing the same 80, I would have to assume, back to the tournament, this time paired up against Connor Bryant on Dash.io.
Connor Bryant, one of the very best Dash.io players, I would say, playing Flesh and Blood today. You'd put him up there with Sam Sutherland in my personal rankings. This is a tough matchup for Dash.io. That at least that's what the high level. And Elyse, with exactly what you don't want to see on turn 0 if you're going second as Dash.io, the coercive tendency, Michael. That's going to be a lot of deck damage. In addition to the 2 that Connor is committed to the combat chain, we're going to see at least 1 more.
Yeah, 3 now getting looked at, 1 being banished. And if a contract is satisfied, we'll give go again to that Leave No Witness. So despite sort of blocking out here and protecting the life total, we happen to know that Arcane Huntsman cares a little bit less about life in general and a little bit more about deck damage. So dealing a lot of that early on and taking one of the premier setup pieces in that Pulse Wave
Plasma mainline.
Thank you. Plasma mainline. Why did you groan there? Can you explain that to us?
That is awful for Connor. Not to get ahead of the curve here. Plasma mainline is typically just a one of because it's a little bit too clunky to play multiple of. And it is your best anti-fatigue card probably in the deck, especially if you were on the maximum velocity variant like Connor is. Maybe you'd be happier to see that than, for example, getting your Teklo Pounders hunted. But nevertheless, brutal first turn for Connor thus far.
Yeah. Connor now starting things off. First turn of the game where damage can stick with a Fast and Furious 3. Go again, banishing a red 0 to 60. Another thing that we will want to pay attention to in this game is whether reds or blues are hitting the banish zone off of boost.
Yeah, Connor is an interesting decision. He's going to follow this up with a Spark. He has exactly 4 resources in hand currently. You don't really want to go up higher than that by using Teklo Foundry Heart. He could just Spark for X equals 2 and get a Teklo Pounder, and that looks like what the plan is here. Connor going to need to be very, very deliberate about his anti-fatigue package, given that he no longer has a Plasma mainline in deck.
Yeah. Good setup turn here, though, in my humble opinion, as that Teklo Pounder represents 6 extra damage across all 3 of its counters, and they get to be stored for a later turn for these big burst attacks.
Connor's, I was so blown away by Connor losing his Plasma mainline turn 0. Notably, Connor, in the equipment suite, has chosen to bring Achilles Accelerator, which is usually what you would prefer over a blocking card into fatigue matchups, but does have Cogworks Tinkerings as opposed to like a Goliath Gauntlet or something that would be offensive in this matchup. And it's hard to say whether that, what is sort of objectively correct to do here, because Arcane does have on hints you want to be respecting, mostly Arsenal Disruption and your Eradicate type cards, which are just gonna make you get fatigued very quickly.
Yep. As Elyse now starts the combat off with Annihilate the Armed. 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal means there may be a reaction off the back of this.
I do spy a maximum velocity in Connor's hand. And I did see a wealth of 0 cost. So I think, assuming no disruption, Connor will be able to get off of his first maximum velocity in this turn.
Yeah. Coercive tendencies now coming out as the card in hand means this attack will very likely get go again.
It's a 0 to 60 that is banished by the coercive tendency there. So at least keep able to convert this hand. Did have to pitch the Shelter from the Storm. So gonna have to wonder if there's a follow-up here.
If it happens to be a Codex of Frailty, that would be quite strong.
Mm-hmm. If one thing is positive for Connor, that's a lot of 0 to 60s that are now out of his deck.
Yes.
So at least hasn't found a hunter or hunted yet. 0 to 60, one of the sort of better cards to be grabbing out of deck.
Yeah. And it looks like Elyse did not have a follow-up, so that go again basically doing nothing there, just banishing a few more cards, as Connor now gets to keep a full grip, as well as the Teklo Pounder starting things off with a blue 0 to 60, but +2 means it's cosplaying as a red. Elyse blocks that one out cleanly with the Shelter. Sprocket Rocket now coming through 3 damage on the chain. Go again. And this is the second boost card as well. There also is a Pulse Wave Harpoon in that arsenal, meaning we get to see 3 chains here.
Maybe not at its best in this matchup here, into a hero that wants to block you anyway.
Yeah.
And has a lot of reactions. Oh, but here, no, that's good. Hitting the... Gonna hit the end of the trapdoor here. So Elyse is, if Connor happens to have an attack reaction, a boom grenade on top of his deck, this will be quite a punish for Elyse. But no, Elyse gonna attack for that and block with the Greven boots.
Mm-hmm. Nope, just the good old-fashioned 4 into 3 into 4 into 10.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice and typical and on rate.
Yeah, exactly. Max V coming out here. Elyse going ahead and committing that. Is that the Fate for Scene or the Sink Below?
That is the Fate for Scene.
Okay, Fate for Scene here. I should have guessed because it looks like a fortune cookie.
And Elyse here notably going to be able to arsenal that first hunter or hunted of the game. It will be very important to see which card she's able to banish should that card resolve.
Yeah, that is such an important part of this matchup. Stripping out power cards from the deck. If you are able to hit a banger, you can do a lot of damage.
Connor does have, I think I saw a backup protocol red on top of the deck.
Okay.
That does give him access to a maximum velocity while he has a twin drive in hand. So maybe thinking about, sort of going for, I'd have to double check the resources available in hand, but it's possible we could be seeing a second max V here.
That would be a lot of damage. Yeah. Say that much.
So notably, that max V would cost effectively 4. 2 to activate backup protocol red 2 itself. So again, it would have to be a pretty blue-rich hand for Connor to do this. But
even if he is able to grab it, I just want to comment that he's on 4 cards at the moment. And when you are trying to punch over the top of someone who is looking to fatigue you, well, it doesn't look like Connor agrees with my philosophy here. But I was going to say you may want to conserve that for the 5 card hand.
This signals to me that Connor's going for max V this turn, because you wouldn't do this unless you had to.
Double boost.
I guess there could be a Pulse Wave Harpoon or something, but unlikely.
Yeah, does have the extra blue in hand. Also has the Teklo Foundry Heart to gain an extra resource. Hunter or Hunted, though, deployed.
Hopefully, if this hits a zipper hit or a 0 to 60, it will be disastrous.
Ooh, that's a big hit. Getting the Cerebellum Processor, I think it's a big hit, right?
I mean, you'd prefer to have them.
Okay.
I think I am somebody, I do think Cerebellum Processor, it is good in the Max V list specifically because it can give you that sort of optionality. I do think it is sort of generally weaker into Fatigue because drawing that card will take out a card from your deck.
Okay.
And you typically prefer to be using those extra action points on your pistol shots because you find that you end the game and you're like, I have these 4 extra
I see. Okay.
Symbiosis shot counters I never used.
Well, thanks for explaining that. I assumed that the extra card draw was part of the way that you would have turns go above rate. But as you mentioned, I mean, looks like we're going plenty above rate here without the Cerebellum Processor. So,
and Connor's face up now.
Yes.
His hand is he's going to be able to get off max V here by sending one more 0-cost boost attack, and then unfortunately pitching to Teklo Foundry Heart to be able to follow it up with a maximum velocity.
Elyse just going ahead and blocking with what she can, and likely going to simply accept the 10, maybe throw one more card.
Yeah, so it seems like things are going well for Connor here thus far. Again, relatively little deck damage to have gotten off these 2 maximum velocities. I do think a little bit fortunate to not have run into any real disruption on Elyse's side. Again, we will have to see how much it's costing him to not have access to that. Because if he still had Plasma Mainline in his deck, he would have grabbed that off of Teklo Pounder.
Okay.
That being said, Elyse has taken quite a bit of damage, down to taking 9 points of damage, which is not nothing, into a deck that's just completely blocking. And Connor hasn't seen a single Boom Grenade. So still a lot of upside left in deck.
31 life. I will say, though, Elyse really blocked well last turn, was able to not only utilize the 2 value on the boots, but then buy them back.
Yeah. One thing I do wonder about is at least just blocking, I believe, a Balance of Justice just on vanilla damage. You have to wonder if that's not a card you'd prefer to have saved just a little bit longer in case a Boom Grenade is active in the future.
Sure.
It's one thing to be tracking, but at least, won in this very room not very long ago, so I will not doubt her undoubted expertise.
Now blocking using the Stonewall Gauntlet is active thanks to that Teklo Pounder, so likely Elyse just getting the value while she can. Connor now breaking the chain to get rid of that pesky equipment because it would have conferred -1 to everything following it. Did not need to keep the chain alive for any other reason, it looks like.
Interesting here. I wonder if Connor will boost here, and he does. That is another max V. I believe that is the last max V. Yeah, I believe that's the last max V in deck. So if Connor is going to max V again, it will have to be from a backup Protocol Red.
Were 2 banished?
I believe he blocked with 1 on turn 0, played the second one on his turn, and then backup Protocol Red for a third. So we've seen 3, quote unquote, but this is the, So 1 in banished, 2 in graveyard, unless I'm mistaken.
Well, that's got to be a slight relief. One of the game plans now no longer in the game, outside of course, the backup protocols.
Yeah, I would say it's tough to say exactly because some of this just comes down to the way the cards fall, like it always does. But I don't think Elyse is in a bad spot at all, despite getting max V 2 turns in a row. I think it's sort of incumbent on Connor to develop those Teklo Pounders to be able to prevent this overlapping damage that really pushes you over the edge against these decks that are just blocking you out.
Codex of Frailty, Leave No Witness is the choice. Connor still has plenty of armor to block with if he so chooses. Also currently has 2 items in hand, which is kind of annoying. Has the yellow and red Boom Grenade. It looks like goes ahead and pitches the red one back into the deck to establish the Teklo core off the top.
And I know you know this, Michael. It's not great to draw a red Boom Grenade, but if you're going to draw a red Boom Grenade, playing a Teklo core off the top of your deck on the opponent's turn is one of the best things you can be doing.
Absolutely, because it essentially converts it into a yellow for the next turn to pitch twice. Yeah. So
super blue, maybe. Connor's hand, not finding I'm presuming Connor's playing 3 Teklo Pounders. I would imagine he's playing at least 2. We've only seen 1 so far, so not finding that second one yet. Really hoping to soon, or a Spark of Genius to be able to search for it. Maybe thinking about just whether to send this hand offensively or to block with some cards in hand and sort of buy time until that Teklo Pounder finds its way into his hand.
Now, there is currently Arsenal Disruption being presented and a Crown of Providence not being blocked with. I'm a little bit curious what your take is on the decision to block with 2 pieces of armor here rather than just bottoming that Arsenal card.
It could depend on whether or not Connor wants the card. Additionally, I think using blocking when it's face up into Disruption is very valuable, whereas, sometimes they'll send a Leave No Witnesses, and you don't know what sort of other tricky nonsense they have going on. So I actually like saving Crown of Providence as late as you possibly can. And in a pinch, maybe you see a Spark of Genius on top of your deck or that Teklo Pounder, and maybe you just use it for that value too.
It felt very heads up to me, and I think it's one of the things that I really enjoy about watching Connor Bryant play the game is he will make decisions where I go, in hindsight, that's really smart, but I tend to be the kind of person that'll see, oh, Arsenal Disruption, I know what I'm supposed to do. It's time to jam Crown of Providence. But looking at his hand texture, it looks a little bit middling, and I can see where he would rather save that piece for a bit of a more powerful turn.
I will say, one thing that Connor does have in his hand is a T-bone. The Max V decks do play T-bones, usually at least 3 to 6. Elyse blocked with the Balance of Justice early there, but now Balance of Justice has the sort of passive text of being a get out of T-bone free card. So maybe a heads up play there by Elyse.
Elyse really getting a lot of use out of that earlier block.
And we sort of buried the lead here, but Connor has approximately 1 million resources at his disposal. Of course, we know that one of those cards in hand is a Boom Grenade.
Right.
Wonder if this will just be developed out. Or nope, the follow-up, a Pulse Wave Harpoon. Again, not as the strongest here in this matchup, but maybe Connor just digging for an item.
Yeah, and it looks like he did find one. I think I saw Null Time Zone off the top there. Could be wrong.
Yeah. So one thing about Null Time Zone is if Connor wanted to play this to name a defense reaction, you would do this in the defense step, which is maybe what he's currently doing before. Because if you do it in the reaction step, you get the Null Time Zone can be responded to with whatever card you were hoping to name in the first place. So maybe Connor thinking about that right now. I mentioned defense reactions because that's typically what you're naming with, especially Hunter Hunted, which is a blue that, and of course, Null Time Zone stops you from pitching too. If you land a Null Time Zone into your Arachne Huntsman opponent who happen to draw 2 Hunter Hunted, they basically get time walked.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't fault Connor for really tanking on there, and that's maybe one of the reasons you play that card into Huntsman.
And it looks like we are cleaning up the chain here. Connor may be looking to dig a little bit with the Teklo Foundry Heart. No, it looks like the Dash IO activation going down to 1 resource, and we'll see if my eyes are still sharp. Indeed, they are. Null Time Zone is the card played, and the card chosen, we'll have to wait and see. An action point conferred with the Crank effect means Connor will be able to swing twice with the weapon here.
Unfortunately, only for one.
The frailty.
Because of the frailty. I think you take it because a lot of times in these fatigue matchups, you're ending with just an abundance of counters anyway.
Fair enough.
But that frailty delivering twice the value it normally would.
Yeah. If he does swing 2 weapon attacks here, Elyse will have gotten 3 value from that frailty.
One thing I neglected to mention. Elyse's overcrowded there did block for 3 because of the frailty on board, so able to completely cover up that Pulse Wave Harpoon using just a frailty. Pretty heads up stuff.
Yeah, really, really. So far, Elyse has only taken 1 turn's worth of damage, it seems.
Oh, they're doing us in stream a favor by signaling that Connor did in fact name Hunter Hunted with Null Time Zone.
It's a good choice. Elyse has already played 1 out, but knowing that it's such a power card and the fact that it's blue, Null Time Zone also prevents it from being pitched. I think it's a very astute decision to choose that card of all the options.
Yeah. Agree. Completely agree. I mean, you can make an argument that if Hunter Hunted was, you've seen 2, maybe there's 1 left in deck and you haven't seen any sync belows or something, maybe you go with those on a specific power turn. But in the dark, totally think that you can trust Connor to make the right call there. Connor, of course, newly sporting the hat of his newest team. I believe that's Team Sigil, if I'm not mistaken, formerly of the Runaways. Glad to see Connor representing his new team. We do love in the Flesh and Blood community when we have found our communities and we're representing them on the world stage.
Elyse goes ahead and passes right on back over to Connor Bryant, who just drew up another double item hand, this time Boom Grenade alongside of a Teklo Pounder. So a little bit more setup available to him if desired. 1 boost card means that we can kind of go... we can play some cards out, and of course the final card there is the BIOS update. So if there happens to be an item on the top, he can get it out for free by boosting that T-Bone. But it looks like Connor is probably just going to do a little bit of setting up if he's not playing that BIOS update to start the chain out.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard for me to see a world where Connor doesn't end this turn by playing his Teklo Pounder out.
Yeah.
the lead up to that is interesting because you do have these resources that are what essentially you have 4 floating, so you prefer not to just waste those resources, but also there's not a whole lot of purpose in pushing damage until you have the Teklo Pounder totally established, except to provide, in the rare instances when these Huntsmans can have a completely convertible hand on offense.
Yes, 6 damage now coming through. Elyse able to block 6 quite easily with 2 cards from hand, and you got to believe that Connor is probably just going to establish that Teklo Pounder and pass.
Yeah, needed to add the ceremonial balance of justice onto that block, but yeah, no, astute there. Unfortunately for Connor, can't even overpitch the boom grenade away because of the absolute wealth of resources on that from those Teklo cores. There is a bit of redundancy, I will say. And is that a Teklo Pounder in Arsenal?
Goes for the Achilles Accelerator. Okay, I like this play a lot. I was sitting here going, well, don't you just at least clear one of the boom grenades from hand? But the answer is yes, and you keep a steam counter on it. Yeah. So now Connor's set up once again for a push next turn.
One reason you wouldn't necessarily want to just get rid of the boom grenade is Connor is not really racing with Elyse at this point as much as he is with his own deck. There's only so much damage you are able to do in your deck, and red boom grenade is one of the best sources thereof.
Yeah, also has, I think, a yellow boom grenade in arsenal. So if Connor is able to establish that next turn, crank it, and then connect, we're looking at 7 extra damage coming off the top, and we've got the Teklo Pounder to help with that, as well as
some zipper hits and an expedite.
So I don't know if I love that hand.
This does not look like a hand that goes over to me. One thing you do want to do to try to beat fatigue, I do think the max V lists are a little bit worse at this than non-max V lists, is sort of develop these overlapping Teklo Pounders, and Connor just sort of hasn't had that.
Ooh, this helps a lot.
That'll change the math. So this will get, because Connor pitched a blue, this will be able to get a max V on his Vynnset.
Yep.
Whether that is convertible, I don't think so. So maybe that will not be the choice.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. This is really the turn Connor wanted those 4 floating resources from last turn.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
So this is a Plunder the Poor, I believe. I think this is searching for Fidesz the Frail.
Oh, I like this too. Does go for the Crown of Providence here, not to prevent any kind of on-hit, but to clear that pesky boom grenade from the arsenal. And now...
And that's a Fast and Furious on top of the deck. So that'll be a 0 cost for 3 or 4, depending on how it goes.
Yeah. And now all of a sudden, I do really like Connor's odds of connecting with that boom grenade.
This Fleece the Frail, reasonably likely to hit here. Oh, unfortunate for Connor. One of the cards grabbed off of the Fleece from the Course of Tendency is that last Teklo Pounder. So this is sort of it in terms of the anti-fatigue package.
Sure, but Elyse is priced into putting a boom grenade on top. Oh, no, does instead decide to grab the boom grenade and... Oh, no, still left a boom grenade on top.
Interesting. So maybe figuring that Connor to have any sort of offensive overlap here. So there's a Teklo Pounder on top of the deck.
Oh, I see. Got rid of both the boom grenades and now has the Teklo Pounder on top.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty smart, at least knowing that the boom grenades, you don't want those to be playable. You want to get rid of those.
And Connor will be sad when he sees this Teklo Pounder on top of his deck, would be my guess.
Yep.
And because, to your point, sort of priced into just attacking here with the active red boom grenade.
Absolutely. 5-card hand, though.
Yeah, and this max V is almost certain to come. The only way I think this possibly gets interrupted is if Elyse is able to play out a hunter that snipes some cards from hand.
True.
But, you not super likely.
Opens with the Expedite, coming in for 5, thanks to that Teklo Pounder, demanding at minimum a card and a piece of equipment. Those boots seem to be coming in quite clutch here as Elyse reaches for those.
And it's under the trapdoor. So is there a frailty trap in there?
I think so, right?
Yeah, so this is going to effectively block for 4 because this will, to the extent Connor was going to end on a gunshot. Of course, actually unlikely to do so because Elyse knows that there is a maximum velocity in hand. So that's more likely to be the end. But no, an extra action point generated for Connor Bryant. So
still gets the item activation here. I'm sure Elyse is glad that it's not a boom grenade, but that backup protocol red is still quite a powerhouse. Connor, actually, importantly, not cranking it.
Yeah, maybe figuring it's not worth 1 point.
Right, because of the frailty trap.
Yeah, and instead choosing to get back, have more time to buy back another maximum velocity.
And actually, looking at the hand here, no, he does have enough resources with the Tekla Foundry Heart to get that max V off.
And this Fast and Furious will only come in for 3 because Connor chose not to crank the backup protocol red. But I think reasonably heads up to do so there, just simply because the only way Connor's going to get over here is by sending max V over and over and over again, and that really increases the likelihood of doing that.
A nice turn Connor pieced together there, as this boom grenade will certainly connect. 10 is the question, along with 4 for your troubles, and Elyse only has 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, so looking at 8 damage leaking over, assuming 2/3 blocks here. And instead choosing to keep the last card and take a total of 11?
Yeah. Down to 18.
All right, Connor making headway. I was a little bit dubious when we lost the last Tekla Pounder. And of course, the Plasma mainline on turn 0, but doing an excellent job of just setting max V turn after turn after turn. Here, only going to have a 4-card hand. So again, heads up by Connor to not have used backup protocol red, if only for the optionality, maybe recognizing I have to take an off turn next turn. I get to keep my backup protocol red for the turn that I want to be buying back maximum velocity.
Yeah, and so far he's resolved 2, despite having blocked with 1 and banished 1. So just keeps looping that one in his graveyard over and over, and still now has the potential to grab it once again.
I think I do see 2 Sparks of Genius in Connor's hand, which would make sense. I think we've only seen 1 so far.
Really nice if you're looking to set up.
Yeah, so the turn could just be, if you're taking a full-on setup turn, the turn could just be block with 2 cards here, play a maximum, I don't think Connor has any more expensive items left in the deck, so it could just be to spark for a Tekla core or something and get your resources right, pass the turnover. You're, of course, conceding full tempo, but Huntsman, not exactly a deck that's known for being able to do a whole lot with that tempo.
Did you see a banish of the 3rd Tekla Pounder? Is that?
Yeah, the Tekla Pounders are gone.
Okay.
He had to, unfortunately, Connor had to banish that for at the start of his last turn. So at least, I think actually really going back to Elyse's decision on the coercive tendency, banishing the 2 boom grenades, which would have been activatable, heads up, obviously, that would have been even more damage leaking, but also forcing Connor into banishing his last Tekla Pounder. Just really everything went well there.
Right.
Yeah, this is a big decision for Connor here. You hate blocking Huntsman, but sometimes it's justified. I do think this is one of those situations where I wonder if you just simply block with, and that's what he's going to do. And I wonder if it looks like Connor's gesturing to block with 2 cards here, stop the deck damage. You're effectively trading 5 life, and especially if Connor knows there's a red on top, which may or may not be the case, you're trading 2, you would have lose 2 cards anyway.
Right.
And you would really want to be saving those Tekla Pounder counters for turns where you're going to be able to send 5-card hands.
That does make a lot of sense.
Really considering here.
The upside of boosting, though, means that you get to draw a card after playing out the Spark of Genius. But no, Connor taking the more pragmatic line of just blocking a little bit, preserving the life total, and taking what amounts to be the same amount of deck damage. And just dry casting one of these Spark of Genius, saving the other for Arsenal.
I don't hate that, just as I mentioned, because it doesn't look, he does have a Tekla core in there. Okay. Only because,
this is not really a lot of stuff left in the deck. Still has to do 18 damage.
He's got 2 turns, I think. Maybe 3, actually. 3 turns.
It's got about 12 cards is what I'm counting.
Yeah.
Grabs that Tekla core.
I don't know if Connor has the juice. This turn is going to be big. This next turn is going to be really big. I think it will depend on if Elyse has any disruption. If there is a cool breeze that goes Connor's way, I think he will be in trouble. But doing one last check of the entire deck, not hard to do when you have so few in there.
CNC could be backbreaking, as you mentioned, any form of disruption, leave no witness, Codex of Frailty. I mean, the list goes on and on. Assassin, very well positioned to disrupt, if you ask me. But Connor sort of needs to take the gamble at this point with only 12 cards-ish left in deck.
Are those all red?
I think he's got a blue. I think one of those zipper hits is a blue.
So that will be able to buy his maximum velocity.
Does also have the Tekla core.
Let's see what this is. Spider's Bite.
Easy no blocks.
Basically not going to block until you see some disruption, and that is disruption.
Yeah, surgical extraction. And with the Spider's Bite on hit, you can't just give one card and the Teklo Foundry Heart. You're going to have to give 2 if you want to prevent the banish. I guess it doesn't really matter the damage, so you just sort of accept the banish. But this card allows you to choose. The assassin player gets to choose which card gets banished. So with some intelligence and good thinking, Elyse may be able to get a little bit more done than otherwise possible if Connor had the choice.
So Connor is going to respond here. Oh, very efficient play here. Getting a boom grenade off the top and being able to activate Backer Protocol Red. Of course, getting a card taken out of hand, I don't know how feasible the normal target of maximum velocity would be. Of course, speaking about fatigue, we got a fatigue aficionado and Jason Rolfe in chat, also of Team Sigil. Always glad to have Jason in the the big chief here in chat. Always a beloved member of the wider AGE family.
Absolutely. Now, Connor deciding if he wants to give Elyse the choice to banish a card, and it looks like he says, sure, I'll take the hit. Goes down to 24. Loses a card from the top. And likely going to lose that blue there.
Yeah. So Connor can no longer max V. I don't think. Not with a heist in hand. So it would be. Let me do the math here. So it would be. Yeah. There's no way. So it would. I think maybe a price into just taking a cheap card.
Yeah, Connor can get a 0 cost and still establish the entire hand using the Teklo Foundry Heart. Because he's got 3 resources required to play, and a Teklo core giving 2 means he can start the chain with the 1 cost, Teklo Foundry Heart into the 2 cost, and get rid of. He's got 4 cards left in deck.
Yes, this is 1 turn. I don't see a way to do this, but it's possible. I mean, I think like literally in terms of damage, I think he will use that more than 18. So it's just, if
Elyse draws up like
4 Fiddler's Greens.
Yeah.
There was a bit of cheating to register an extra copy.
Sure.
So unfortunate there, as it seems. We'll see what Connor's able to cook together. But yeah, unfortunate for him, as we mentioned, basically any disruption was going to be curtains.
Yeah.
Just really hard to present the sort of overlapping damage you need to do to beat Huntsman when you don't have access to either Plasma Mainline or multiple Teklo Pounders.
Zipper hit is the play. 7 damage. Go again. Boom grenade on hit.
All right. So we'll walk 4 here. Interesting.
Frailty trap coming out.
Yep. So that's actually very powerful here because Connor, I believe, has a couple of boom grenades in there, which means the odds of a crank off the top were quite high.
Sure.
Gonna get so that frailty trap is effectively, I think, gonna block for at least 4, maybe 5.
Connor now looking through the banish, maybe wondering if his heist has any hope of connecting and getting an item out of there.
It's more than just connecting. It has to connect on the next attack because you're going to grab a boom. The only way he would win is if this heist hits, you get a boom grenade, and then you follow it up with another attack. At least with 3 blocking cards remaining, unlikely the next heist will hit, especially without, unless there's a bios update or some other way to buff to go over to a 6 block.
Does Elyse have a D-React in Arsenal?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think if she does, this game is just over if you're Connor, so you have to just play as if maybe that's not the case. And unfortunately, drawing a boom grenade there, that will not be helpful.
Not what he wants to see here at all.
18 is just a little bit too much, I think. But Connor gonna do a nice tank here. Think about any possible out. Connor has experienced tremendous success on this hero. Not just at the AG New England, in which he's in the top 16, but also on the world stage. Won a calling, in fact, on this very hero. Elyse, of course, it should be mentioned. A lot of this, when we watch fatigue matchups, especially in the Dash.io, it's really one player taking all of the game actions.
Right.
And it's easy to get buried it's easy to bury the things that the other player is doing really well. And Elyse, I think for the most part, has blocked this very well the entire game, has picked the right cards with these coercive tendencies, prioritized the right things, seems to have a clear understanding of the ways in which this might be a favored matchup for Huntsman generally, but the ways in which you can really stomp out any possible attempts to create an upset.
Yeah, Dash.io, the weakness, of course, being fatigue, thanks to boosting away your own cards on top of all of the other banishing that the Arcane does. But Connor Bryant is well known to be one of the premier Dash.io players into fatigue. I have seen many a game where Connor Bryant is able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat just because of how well he is able to navigate and build up these power turns, something that you really have to understand well if you want to do well with Dash.io, especially knowing that, everybody knows what Dash.io's weakness is. So if you are not prepared to face fatigue, I advise you to stay away from Dash as much as possible. Connor here now boosting away that null time zone with the zipper hit. No resources remaining. One card left in deck and just goes ahead and pitches for the heist. 2 boom grenades will connect here.
That's 12 damage. So Elyse will go down to 6. Connor will be able to get
frailties on the board.
There is a frailty on the board, so yeah. So Connor's not going to get there, but if there wasn't, I think would be able to get Elyse down to 2 here. But in actuality, going to only go down to 4.
Grabs.
Oh, unless there's a no resources
cards in
floating.
Deck.
Yeah, and I think this is just mostly a formality. The players playing it out because they are longtime opponents.
Shoots twice. Elyse goes down to 4. And that'll be it.
And that'll be the concession from Connor Bryant. Elyse Symmes got the win. Continuing this winning streak, you have to imagine that's at least 6 CC games in a row on for Elyse, probably more than that, depending on where the seeding was. So, again, as I mentioned, this is a matchup that is sort of incumbent on Dash.io to take all of the game actions and try to line the cards up right, at least prioritizing disruption, prioritizing which cards we're going to most sort of destroy the very delicate game plan Connor was trying to develop there.
Yeah, Elyse taking down that battleground and then just immediately turning around and taking down one of the best Dash.io players in the world, making it look easy. So congratulations to Elyse. And we've got a quick shout out to our sponsor, Grave Troll Games, here hosting this as well as the Battleground yesterday. So a big thank you to them, the official sponsor of the AGE Open Series. We also have AGE Premium, the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood. If you have not gone and checked it out yet, please do yourself and us a favor. And there is, of course, a $10 a month premium subscription that you can subscribe to, but you don't have to do that. You can just go on down and check it out. There's a lot of amazing free content, articles, lessons, and more. So go check it out. And if you like what you see, you might consider supporting us as well. As I mentioned, there is a $10 a month subscription, but the nice thing about that is if you do play in any AGE events, you also get a $10 discount to your entry fee, which essentially means that Arcane Games and Events Premium is free for those who participate in the AGE events.
And you also don't accrue any rust counters for reading the free articles.
Oh, does that also? Oh, right. Yes. Okay.
Not yet.
I thought we partnered with Talishar for a moment there. No, we do not offer rust counters, thankfully.
And you can, importantly, on AG Premium, can read if you want to succeed like Elyse. You can read who is an author we're very happy to have available on the website.
Yes, we do have many of the AGE players and pros that you see featured on camera writing articles for us. Well, I believe we're going to take a quick break, but after this, we will have round 3 up. So don't go anywhere. We got more Flesh and Blood after this.
Welcome back to the July edition of the AG New England. I'm here with our round 2 winner, Elyse Symmes. Elyse, I have to ask you, following yesterday's Battleground and now 2-0 today, do you get tired of winning on Huntsman?
No, I'm having a great time. I really like this deck. Yeah.
You're sort of an expert, in my opinion, an expert on the assassin class. And we know you've written for us mostly about Arachne or other Arachne. What is drawing you to Huntsman in this meta?
Yeah, so I wanted, like, Slippy is the more fun deck, but Marionette isn't really falling off like I had hoped. So presenting Slippy into that field, like, I think there's a lot of Marionette at this one. Not great. You just kind of throw away some life for giving them text. But Huntsman has like a really good Mario matchup with the Frailty Trap spam. So that feels pretty comfy. Yeah.
And do you feel like the Huntsman position has changed in this new meta, I guess post Victor, post Prism format?
Yeah, for sure. Both of those matchups were really bad. Victor, you just can't go long into him because he'll print a bunch of money and blow you up. And Prism, you have to play a bunch of poppers to make it a functional matchup, and it's still bad. So having both of them rotate is great, and Remembrance going is like kind of a mixed bag, but I'm on board. That card was annoying, so just cut out that bit.
Yeah, so you're getting you sort of got on ahead of what I was going to ask you about, which is Remembrance is now gone, which is I always wonder for the fatigue decks, do you view that as like a sort of a tool out of your quiver or a weapon that has prospered against you? Is it a net benefit or a net loss for your deck?
It depends on the matchup. Against other fatigue decks, like it used to be that you could Remembrance Codex and Surgicals back and just force them to give you all of their cards forever. And that was like your end game. That's no longer an option, so you have to like pitch your Surgicals and Codexes and like care about where they are. It just makes the game more deliberate. And Hunter or Hunted doesn't get randomly stuffed by literally anyone. Like it's just like Acilio and Gravy, like you know who can get you. So it's I like it better. It's up and down depending on the matchup, though, if it's actually good for me.
Let's talk a bit about your round 2 opponent, Connor Bryant, and his deck, Dash.io deck. What are your thoughts on that matchup going in? Do you have I mean, I know the general plan is always fatigue, and I know Dio is a deck that is among the most fatiguable. Do you for that reason, do you feel as if that is generally a favored matchup for you?
I feel pretty good about it. Like I would probably say I'm favored, but you give them a lot of agency because I'm spending most of my time blocking to not get like a free boom grenade off the top, just chipping in damage. So you have to have disruption like Codex and CNC. All of the Arsenal disruption is really good. So when they give you space, you keep them off 5 cards. And then they kind of don't get 5-card hands because they have to throw everything at you, or you can mess with their hand. Like at the end of the game, I had to throw the Surgical there to like make him care. Yeah, so I think it's fine. If they can do some silly things, but it's not trivial for them to set up in front of Huntsman, which I think is good.
Yeah, and I imagine you were very glad to see on turn 0 the Plasma mainline go away, because that's some of the, I imagine, some of the flexibility there. And of course, you did an excellent job, I thought, on the Coercive Tendency turn when you had the 2 Boom Grenades and the Techlo Core, stacking them such that Connor was, you get rid of the Boom Grenades and you force Connor into banishing the Techlo Core to be able to send damage there. So very expertly navigated there. What is... given your recent success on the hero, this is not a hero. The Huntsman is not a hero that I imagine at the top of the meta in the same way as like a Mario or an Acilio type deck. But you are proliferating in against these, at least in this meta here, and at the circuit at large for the entire year. What are your thoughts on the deck going forward? I guess in a macro view.
The deck feels really good. Like I said, post Prism and Victor and Remembrance, like all that feels great. Like I was saying, you give the opponent a lot of agency, like when they're not against every deck, but giving them space is kind of spooky. And sometimes your Arsenal disruption doesn't matter. So I think not being a proactive deck makes it so it's never going to be like top of the meta, because it's not it does nothing a real amount of the time,
Yeah.
which will kill you on occasion.
And I do wonder, given you're obviously an assassin expert, but Huntsman is very defensive, right? And we saw Kachan earlier today playing Uzuri, which I imagine is more of a defensive sort of mid-range deck. And then, of course, Slippy and Mario are aggressive. What do you think, despite those sort of disparate game plans, what do you think is drawing you to the assassin class at large?
I really like being able to play in reactions. I don't like just like put my cards on the table and let them do their thing. I want to have a say throughout the process. Yeah, so like having the under the trapdoors and all the D-reacts in Huntsman lets me have like defensive agency, and you still have like cuts and shreds to get them on at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's that though, like being able to interact throughout the turn, I guess.
Yeah. And did you think about bringing? I mean, I know you just experienced tremendous success on Huntsman, but did any part of you think about also bringing Uzuri or also bringing one of the other Arachnes to this event today?
Yeah, I was looking at Uzuri. I saw at least 3-0 Uzuri at Shinjuku. I haven't looked at it since to see how that went, but hopefully it was great. I don't know. Yeah, but I think Uzuri can do a similar thing to Huntsman. Probably not better, but it's cool. I like it.
How do you, given that you were doing these now longer tournaments with this hero who I imagine has these game plans that are going very long, speaking of, this will be the last question I ask you to give you some time to prepare for your next round. What are your sort of tips for keeping like sort of your mental acuity, given that you're playing every matchup and generally, maybe not this Dio game, but generally they're going pretty close to time every time?
Yeah. I don't know. I drink water a lot, which I think is good. I heard that like chess players lose a bunch of water weight, and like that's kind of adjacent to think a lot. So like staying hydrated is good, and moving on from the last game I think is good. Like not fixating on like I'll review later, but when I'm going to like round 3, I don't put round 2 behind me. Let it go. Yeah, I think that's it.
Excellent tips. And Elyse, I'll give you some time to hydrate. I thank you for your time. We hope to see you doing well and maybe in top 8 later today.
All right. Thank you.
Everybody else, we'll be right back.
We're coming off the back of an Elyse Symmes victory. 2-0 now on Arcane Huntsman, but not just today. She's still on a tear after taking down the entire battleground yesterday. That's 75 players fallen to the wayside, and Elyse Symmes continues with her rampage to victory. We have a top 16 leaderboard to discuss, though, right now. Kassai was on your screen for round one, currently sitting in first place. Elyse Symmes second place, and both of these players really making a name for themselves in the top 16 here. We also saw Bryant on screen fall to Elyse Symmes, sitting there in 9th place. And any other names that we have seen so far?
Not today, but not yet today. We will see number 11, Nick Reuter, shortly. And of course, just many familiar names on this list. Jesse Harper, number 8. Justin Gottlieb won last month at number 12. One of my personal favorites, Daniel Flavin, at number 13. Have to note how far ahead Kassai is of the group. Maybe the sort of confidence that imbues you to be able to bring Uzuri to
Sure.
to
Now,
the
I have
vet.
to imagine these 87 points did not come off of the back of Uzuri alone, although I am very much looking forward to the potential to see one. You know, falling in round one is not ideal if you want to make it into the top 8, but there is such a thing as a submarine, and so we will see if perhaps we have the likes of Kassai able to pull that one off. But we have a game coming up. We'll see if the players are ready to go. Just another minute, so while we've got a little more yapping to do.
Yeah, as mentioned, this will be Nick Reuter, our sort of local Vynnset player here in AG New England circuit. Has been playing Vynnset for about 2 years now, I believe. Going up against a Kassai. This is a matchup that we did just see occur at the calling in Shinjuku. In the top 8 was, I believe, Brody Spurlock, and I cannot remember his opponent's name. Apologies for that. But very close game, and I do think this is a close game, given Vynnset's abilities to sort of line up these almost incomparable hands. But at the same time, Kassai, one of the reasons Kassai is so dangerous is because of the adaptability, the offensive capability, and the ability to pivot to fatigue, which is very good into Vynnset.
Well, it sounds like the players are ready, so we will see which form this Kassai decides to take and maybe have to pivot sometime in the middle of the game as Max Escaler, I don't know how to pronounce that. Apologies, Max. I'll call you Max for now until we can verify that. Against Nick Reuter, a very well-known name, as we mentioned earlier, number 11 in our top 16 standings, and also top 8'd a event recently, a battleground. Oh, top 8'd the battleground yesterday. So doing very well for himself in recent battles. Now sits across the table from Max on Kassai, as Max going first starts things off with probably some kind of go again source. Yes, it is a Spoils of War. A little bit surprised to see this coming out on turn 0 because, of course, this is one of the cards that you would really like to connect if possible. I do see what I think is a Blood Follows Blade in the hand, though. See if Nick decides to commit 2 cards to this.
Maybe one reason to attack here for Max is no blue in the hand. At least lets you filter for the blue. But I agree with you. A little bit tough to be losing. Spoils of War, of course, keeping in hand the Blood Follows Blade, a very important card in this matchup because specifically of the development of allies, which is a little bit difficult for Vynnset to deal with.
Max now pitching away that Blood Follows Blade.
I guess just saying, if you're going to give me some cards, I'm not going to let you filter. Maybe just keep the one card. Here, Nick does have the optionality to just take the damage. Oh, actually, I think this is heads up, right? Oh, that's not an attack action. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say this would leak 1, then Nick would have the Colt turned on, but not the case.
Yep, Nick just doing his diligence, making sure to block out, not allow any of those copper to be made. Max pocketing, I believe it was a Fate Foreseen. Was it a defense reaction of some kind? Now things passing back over to Nick for the first real turn of the game. We'll call it turn 1. And I didn't catch what he drew up, but he will have to banish something to start things off.
He at least has a Coal to banish. Kept that in hand, clearly prioritizing that in this matchup.
Makes sense.
The rest of the hand was perfectly good, so be interesting to see. No early Malefic incantations from Nick Reuter. Definitely one of the cards you want to see as early as possible. Instead choosing to banish the Eloquent Eulogy over the Coal.
Yeah, Eloquent Eulogy, such a powerful card. The ability to play that one off the back of only a single rune chant makes it very, very flexible here.
Feasting Carcass, the follow-up.
This one gives go again to a red card. You get to choose which one, and it looks like he is giving it to Cole. So just going ahead and doing, this almost feels like a... What do you? I was gonna say like a Winter's Bite cosplay here.
Yeah, fair enough. Unfortunately for Nick, this call does have go again. I don't see a way for him to be able to actually utilize that action point post go again. Is Eloquent Eulogy? Oh, that is a 1 cost.
Yeah,
that is a 1 cost.
Yeah, he is able to establish the Eloquent Eulogy here, and also is banishing another card from hand. So really, this is a setup turn. Not super efficient in terms of damage conferred, but is somewhat disruptive and also able to banish that second card in this form of widespread ruin.
Yeah, so Nick will end the turn with a Eloquence token, but not importantly a rune chant. So to extend any... he will need to have a hand that independently can create those 2 rune chants to be able to send widespread ruin next turn.
Max does deploy that Fate Foreseen, taking 1 damage, as you mentioned, from that rune chant.
Didn't get a glimpse of Max's hand here, but not blocking very much at all. I mean, losing a card to the Cull, had the D-React, I guess, in Arsenal, so was priced into blocking.
I mean, he blocked everything he could other than that one rune chant.
Oh.
I wonder if maybe he should have blocked the rune chant with a card, but no, draw swords is a pretty darn good reason not to do that. Also backed up with a Blood on Her Hands. No copper yet to speak of, so may just arsenal that for later, try to pitch it away to greens. We'll see how he goes about this. Does not have a source of go again here in this hand, so may just try to swing a tall saber and move on to the next turn.
There is a source of go again, but not the cost to pay it, which is the name is going to escape me now, but it's effectively Blade Runner Yellow.
Blood on her hands.
Oh, is that blood on her hands?
Yeah,
I thought it was the. Sorry. I
know what you're talking about. Run through.
Yeah, that sounds right.
No, blood on her hands, and Nick now just showing what he's kind of planning for now. A bit of setup once again, or rather blocking out to enable some setup as the Malefic Incantation is the last card left in hand. Wants to preserve that life total and keep putting pieces out on the board to try to... Oh, no, I'm sorry. He's Vynnset. He's not allowed to do that. He has to banish it and go next.
Yeah, would have liked to keep that one, I think, but... Instead, prioritizing just preserving some life on the offensive end as he slowly accrues these rune chants that he needs to be able to start his offensive turn. Go ahead.
I do want to point out, though, that Max has no copper, and putting blood on our hands into Arsenal with no copper, if he's not able to generate any soon, that is a very, very clunked up Arsenal for the next couple turns.
It's possible that I was correct and that is a run through in Arsenal. If so... That will, that makes a little bit more sense. But
it's true. I was pretty sure. We'll just have to wait and see. But for now, there is a copper generating source on the field, and Max would really like for this to connect if it is in fact a blood on her hands in Arsenal, because, well, of obvious reasons. 4 damage coming across. Go again, and the question of how would you like to block?
Another thing Max would really like is a blue.
Yes.
Then he would have been able to convert this entire hand. Because I think it's an unsheathed and a Blade Runner in hand. So I'm going to have to pitch a red here if Max intends to send a second swing, which I think seems likely based on keeping the... What is up with me today?
Probably the fact that we had to wake up at 4:30 in the morning.
Nuts.
If I had
a peek
to guess.
Behind the curtain. Yeah.
Yes, it is early here in Southern California for us. Max establishing that Blade Flurry here.
Blade Flurry. I kept saying Blade Runner, but I meant Blade Flurry this whole time.
Yes, pumping up to 6 and getting those 2 copper tokens. So could potentially... No go again. Sorry, there is go again. So could conceivably establish the blood on her hands now if he so chose. But no, goes ahead and pitches, and seeing as he got the first one through, maybe he can get the second one through. It's also coming in for 4, and Nick just showed that he didn't want to block 1 for 4.
Yeah. Nick doesn't have an incredibly clean way to block this. No defense reaction to speak of in hand. Have to wonder if instead he'll choose to just keep the hand and start the offensive, sort of big offensive turns here. Nope. Instead, just going to block with a Deathly Wail, pump up Max's swing to 5.
Okay, just getting rid of what I would say is probably a redundant card in the hand, getting the value while he can. But Max gets another 2 copper. 4 now sitting on the board. All of a sudden, that pocket of blood on her hands seems very, very good, if that is indeed what it is.
And Nick's Tunic being live does make sense now that not needing to pitch this turn. We'll banish Deathly Wail, create that second rune chant. His banish zone is now live. And there's the Envelop in Darkness. I was originally thinking he would keep the Deathly Wail to be able to pitch that. Of course, Michael, why do that when you could just use your Fyndal Spring Tunic?
And does have the Vynnset activation, meaning there is guaranteed damage to both players. So this Deathly Wail will get 2 rune chants. Loses the Eloquence, importantly. Well, I guess not super importantly, because the non-attack action has go again on its own. So it just goes by the wayside. Nick continues the turn. 8 damage, no go again. And 2 rune chants will be made on the back. And I'm a little bit confused. Did the 3 already go through? I'm not seeing it represented on the board. There should be 3 rune chants.
I think one of the rune chants that was unblockable went through, and there are 2 that are being considered.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. So 2 currently being considered, as well as 8 physical after. Max needs to make a choice here about what his game plan is. Are we looking at fatigue? Are we looking at mid-range? Are we looking to stay aggressive?
Nick pretty far behind at this point. But this is an impressive start. Going to get this sort of rune chant chain going. Be able to tuck in an arsenal for a big overlapping turn next turn.
Yeah, Shadow Puppetry, one of the power cards in the Vynnset arsenal, both literally and figuratively.
And importantly, a go again enabler.
Yes.
So, let's see here. Max, does he have a blue in hand? I wonder how many blues Max is playing. I haven't seen very many.
Yeah, the Draw Swords version, I think, needs to play a few just to make sure you've got that 3-pitch available to draw swords.
It is tough to play Draw Swords without them. That is very true.
I believe 12 to 15 is the standard count for the Draw Swords list. So actually less than I was expecting. I suppose you can always just block with or arsenal that card if it doesn't align with a blue. And of course, the fact that you are running Grains of Blood Spill means you can pair a Draw Swords with a Vigor token if those align as well.
Of course, the relevance here of not having a blue is maybe obvious, but it's, if I'm right that there's a run through in Arsenal, it's then, that's a clean way to send both daggers and give go again.
Yeah, Max blocking
cards.
9 against 8 here with the Valiant Dynamos up makes me furl my brow slightly. I feel like that was some missed value on the table. I haven't figured out if he could cleanly convert the extra card into offense on his turn, but ends up instead going for the clean block out with just cards and then pitches to swing for 2 damage, which I think actually answers the question that I posed earlier. Would you say that this is leaning fatigue?
For that's Max's game plan?
Yes.
Potentially. I also just think, I'd have to take a closer look at Max's hand. It did not seem like something that was at least, obvious. The way to play it was obvious, or that it was especially clean. Really seemed like he needed a blue there, but
fair enough.
I guess we'll see in the coming turns as Nick establishes his first Malefic incantation of the game. So important to develop those.
3 rune chants as well means everything in that banish zone is online as the Shadow Puppetry comes out, gives go again to the next attack action card played, and it looks like it's going to be widespread ruin here. 3 rune chants on the stack. I didn't see a Vynnset activation, which is fine. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Instead, preserve some of that life and says, yeah, you can A-B all 3 of these if you want to.
Yeah, so Nick only has 1 rune chant right now, so currently won't be able to follow it up with the Deathly Wail. And of course, but Nick has the Deadwood Dirge in hand, so that's a clean answer to that problem.
Very clean indeed. Notably, running the Grimoire of not giving yourself a rune chant, but rather a Eloquence. Do you know much about the choice to bring that over the rune chant generating tome?
I have seen, only in as much as I have seen it far more popular to be playing the newest. Was it Felling Song?
It costs 1 resource and you get to make a rune chant. So kind of a get out of jail free card. This one seems to me very much more slanted towards setup and going wide.
Yeah, and maybe Nick acknowledging that this is a matchup that can very easily go to fatigue in doing so. Follow up the Deadwood Dirge as predicted. Going to be able to send the Deathly Wail to establish another couple rune chants on Nick's next turn.
And has Nick taken damage this turn? I don't believe he has.
That's a good point. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure we ever saw a Vynnset activation. Little difficult to tell
unless I missed it. Sometimes it's not physically represented and we cannot hear what the players are saying. So could be that he did in fact. Yeah, so Haunt for the fatigue matchup to be able to give go again. Makes a lot of sense, and it does look like Nick, in fact, used the Vynnset hero power as 2 rune chants are made at the end of that turn. Max now starting the turn off with a Kassai activation. Banishes 2 reds, 2 yellows in order to give on hit, make a gold to his Centauri Sabers. Has 2 blues in hand. 1 blue and a Seduce Secrets. Is that the one that I saw?
That is Seduce Secrets. Yeah, not a card that seems especially strong here. Maybe just one of those cards you play when you're trying to go up above 60 cards in deck. Hard to tell, but as our astute commentators in chat have pointed out, a matchup that the Grimoire of the Haunts
Grimoire
is quite strong in a fatigue matchup. Maybe that's what Nick's prepping for. Maybe that's what Mac's prepping for. Maybe that's where we're headed.
Well, looking at the way the resources are shaping up here, I would wager that you were probably right about the Arsenal card. It's not Blood on Her Hands. It is Run Through. Yeah. Spending that resource to give Go Again and +2 to the next Centauri Saber, as Nick is using that headpiece just to block 2. I like this since a gold is the question, and the answer is no, I don't want you to be able to get those gold. Oh, except for the final Saber, he said fine.
Yeah, it's a real cost to have used it, the Face Purgatory textlessly there. I think one of the sort of passive abilities of Face Purgatory is it stops your opponent from using too many front pumps. Kassai, a deck that plays quite a few front pumps, now Mac's going to be able to do that freely. Nick clearly, I think, was probably just trying to play around a Blood Follows Blade, would be my guess. Of course, we know Max doesn't have that, and as we say it, Max draws up another one.
Yeah. Nick now starting things out does banish a red Deathly Whale, gets that 3rd rune chant importantly, and then Beseech the Demigod coming out, choosing one of those attacks to give +3, and it is the red Deathly Whale. So this is 3 rune chants, 3 damage +6 is 9 coming out, and once again missed if he activated that Vynnset ability, but it looks like almost certainly did, as 1 rune chant is very quickly absorbed there by Max Escaler's health.
Yeah, so the Beseech the Demigod into Deathly Whale. Follow-up here is, I do see an Oblivion here. Going to be very hard to get off for Nick, given the current game state.
I can see a world where this is perhaps a Spellbound Creepers activation, or simply accepting an IP penalty. It's also an option.
Lots of potentiality. This Vynnset deck is, I think, among the most difficult to pilot in this game. Even watching it, I'm quite tired. I think one of the reasons we have seen a player of the caliber of like a Brody Spurlock taking this to really investing time in this hero is because of all of the potential there. And I think, again, a hero that really requires you to invest that time in order to maximize its full potential.
If you like winning at the game of Flesh and Blood and you have a lot of time to spend learning, practicing, and playing, choosing a high skill ceiling hero is a great way to convert that time and effort into wins.
I thought you were going to say playing Runeblade.
Playing Runeblade is a great way to win games of Flesh and Blood. You heard it here first, folks.
And just a full block here.
Yeah. Max really respecting the life total, putting the equipment in front.
Yeah, Nick likely happy to see the Blood Follows Blade being blocked with here. Not a card he wants to be able to have to deal with otherwise. I think Max maybe drew 2.
Pitching the Oblivion, to play out the Deadwood Dirge here at instant speed. I think that was...
Yeah, so good call by you, Michael.
The Spellbound Creepers.
Yeah, and I think we have... Yeah, so 2 cards left in hand for Max, 1 in Arsenal. And as I was saying, I do think that we have I thought I saw another Bloodfall's Blade in Max's hand is what I was trying to say.
Okay.
So again, I think really important for Max, especially as his life total falls precipitously lower, to be able to develop that ally that is such a thorn in Vynnset's side.
Yeah. Nick able to double dip a little bit on those Deathly Whales, not needing to break the first one in order to play the second, means he gets to end that turn with 4 rune chants, which effectively enables any rune gate attack in his deck.
The Seduce Secrets, and being able to see a Succumb to Temptation is quite valuable.
Yes.
That card loses a lot of its value once it's face up.
Very, very well said. Succumb to Temptation, of course, says that you can play it at instant speed if arcane damage has been conferred, which it has Go Again, so it's kind of a pseudo Go Again source as well. And if the attack connects, it will allow you to choose a card and banish. So really, really powerful disruption piece and extender, but it does require arcane damage to have been dealt. And so knowing that, Max is able to play around that a lot easier.
That being said, 4 is an awkward number.
Yes.
So maybe just going to be looking to block the physical, assuming Nick doesn't block with the Succumb here.
Blood on Our Hands is able to be developed here, though. 4 copper on the board means he gets to choose 4 of 6 potential modes.
Is that 4?
Yes.
I cannot read that die.
It's not that I read it, it's that I remembered it from earlier.
You're saying that straight off the dome.
Yeah, he connected with 2 and drew a card as well. So this is important for the cost of his Centauri Sabers. Puts everything on the front one, which I think makes a lot of sense. 2 counters, swing a second time, and go again.
And I think Blood in the Hand's just so, I'm not saying anything new here, but so crucial to the Kassai game plan. Otherwise playing a pretty, albeit above rate, but fair mid-range game, to have that one spiky card where you do a little bit of work and you get to do something incredibly broken. Similar, I guess, to how a lot of Lightning decks utilize Gone in a Flash. Yeah,
this card on its own, after the card being drawn, of course, is going to confer 10 damage. Nick sees that Succumb to Temptation loses a lot of its value and goes ahead and just blocks with it along with Spellbound Creepers, says, I don't think I'm going to be able to keep these around much longer anyway. Might as well convert them for their Iron Rot value.
And blocking here for in anticipation of a Blood Follows Blade, perhaps blocking exactly 4, I would imagine. Gonna be he's gonna have to give 2 cards if Nick really wants to respect it, and it is heads up. Max does have it in his hand, and maybe Nick knows that because Max blocked with another Blood Follows Blade on his last turn.
And Nick really putting a lot of respect on these attacks here, blocking out another 2 cards from hand, only 1 left with 2 damage coming through.
Max asking Nick, how much do you not want me to have?
Yeah.
This Centauri Sellsword. And because Nick, I believe that's a Runegate card in hand. I couldn't make out which.
And with 4 Rune Chants on the board, you got to think he would really like to establish that. He can always just go next turn. There's nothing wrong with playing a little bit slower.
No blood debt.
Yeah, the Rune Chants don't go away. It's not like he loses his setup. It's not Dash.io where everything's ticking down 1 turn at a time. The Steam counter is slowly losing their steam.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why we got to bring that into this. We have
no blocks though.
And there it is. Nick says, "I knew it."
Yeah,
I knew it.
Important to note though that although this does give go again, Max would have to pitch that last card in hand in order to swing with the Centauri Sellsword this turn. So while it is likely to gain some value over the rest of the course of this game, assuming it lives, not super above rate this turn.
Yeah, going to send nonetheless. Nick, it's worth noting, sequencing his blocks on this very well, starting with the Succumb, and as chat points out, the Iron Rot Jordans to prevent the first attack with the Centauri Saber.
Yeah.
Second attack, only then buffing up the Centauri Saber so as to not make that passive +1 go on both dagger swings. I'm sorry, sword swings.
Yeah,
to use the playing Fang.
Very well played there by Nick, showing us how well adapted he is to playing the game of Flesh and Blood, understands the heroes, the cards that they play, and the right way to sequence as he goes down to 14. A Centauri Sellsword left on the table for Max. Life total is just about even. 14 plays 15, and Nick coming in with a Deathly Delight into the Banish. 5 Rune Chants sitting out on the table, and just a casual 1-card 11. If my math, no, he's sending it at the Centauri Sellsword. I actually like this. Those can get so out of hand if they are allowed to stick around, especially later in the game. As you get priced into blocking, you lose your ability to clear them out. So Nick says, you know what? We'll split the damage. I'll put 5 at the Centauri Sellsword, 5 going at your face, and I'll heal 1 for my troubles.
Lucky for Max, this hand did not block exceptionally well. It had 2, I believe, a Gorge Tome and a Riches of Tropeldani in hand. So cleanly covering up all of those Rune Chants, creating a gold in the back end. The follow-up is going to be, I believe it was an Unsheathed into a blue. So just very efficient. Oh, no, sorry. It's a Gorge Tome and a blue.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you pitched the blue. It's an Unsheathed and a Gorge Tome.
Okay.
So that's Gorge Tome effectively
really good
blue
for
here.
Max. And actually, I spoke too soon, is able to cover all of the damage, which means no healing on the side of Nick. So 15 plays 14 goes back over to Max, And Gorgtome means swords are free this turn, and Unsheathed means he gets go again on the first one. So really, really efficient combination of cards here. 5 go again with just what is effectively a single card played.
1 resource from the Vigor floating. So the on hit will be his body converting Vigor into Vigor. Let's Nick. Tough to make out the hand from here. Got at least 1, I believe, a Deathly Whale. I shouldn't even try. These shadow cards are so purple and samey.
Yeah, I think I see a Machinations, the 4-cost blue Rune Gate. I can't tell which one. Does have a few non-attacks. Looks like he will consider putting those in front. The Machinations hits the chain. Was thinking about putting the Envelop in Darkness in front as well, but no, decides to put the blue Deathly Whale instead, which does pump this up, but still blocks cleanly 6 on 6.
And here it looks like they're going to break the chain to activate Kassai ability. Max here making a bet that Nick will not block this second attack, either because Nick already committed to the first attack or because he anticipates that there's a attack reaction in Max's hand, so no reason to do it anyway. Of course, we know that if Nick just blocks with a card from hand, this will not go through. So being a little bit aggressive with Kassai abilities, of course, Max is playing a lot of yellows. I thought I was watching Bolton for a second here earlier today, and so it's maybe a little bit freer to be able to activate this as often as he's doing.
Yeah, Nick is thumbing the card, turning it sideways, thinking he may want to go for the block here.
Can you tell how many gold Max has?
I can't read the die, but
Looks
I believe it's 2.
I think they're supposed to represent, like they're coins that are supposed to represent numbers. So I think it's like 3.
Oh,
yeah. And I think
actually, you know what? I think you're right.
Yeah. Don't ask me how many copper Max has though. Producer's telling me 4. I think the producer's a liar.
Yeah. Did he hit with, he must have played a second, Spillblood, right? If he's got 4 again.
You're a lot better at tracking the copper.
Well, I mean, how else do you get copper? He spent 4 on his Blood on Her Hands, so.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, we might get some intervention here.
They're gone, and he forgot to remove them, is what it sounds like.
Wow,
but
you should be a judge, Michael. You're astute.
I would do great at that, I'm sure.
You said that as if you weren't being serious, but I was dead serious.
Max does connect here. Has a Vigor to show for his troubles, just recycles the Vigor into the Vigor, and Nick goes down to 12, keeps 2 cards in hand, and we're going to take a quick break, look at our beautiful faces as the judge goes and sweeps up, does a little bit of house cleaning, and gets rid of those coppers, those pennies that got left on the ground.
I do that. I leave pennies on the ground, yeah. So what are your, I know we discussed this going into this matchup, Michael, you were inquiring about the general status of the Vynnset versus Kassai matchup. What are your takeaways so far?
It seems like it's very close. And from what we were talking about earlier, it seems like this is a very close matchup in general. And I can see why. I think that Kassai has the ability to play very defensively, very fatigue-oriented, but also has the ability to pivot on a dime or on a penny, if you will, into a very aggressive postured stance. We saw the Blood on Her Hands come out for some very efficient and aggressive damage that kind of put Nick on the back foot. And right now it seems to me like Kassai is a little bit in the driver's seat, but the life totals are very close. And I do happen to know that Vynnset does not mind in the slightest playing on the back foot either. A very mid-ranged focused hero in the ability to just banish 1 card at a time, throw these 1-card 8s out. I remember when I first saw Vynnset released, I thought, oh, for sure this is it's a defensive, it's like a Guardian cosplay. You just block with 3 cards, you banish 1, and then you play it. Block with 3 cards, you banish 1, and then you play it. And you're just doing this really, really efficient cycle. So Vynnset can play on that axis as well. So because both heroes can play on the defensive axis or the aggressive axis, what we see here is what I think we talked about earlier, which is that it just kind of pivots back and forth, and each player postures for that advantage.
Absolutely. And helpful to remember what's at stake for these players. Nick Reuter already secured in the top 16 generally, but would like to make some room near the top. Only number 11, a pittance compared to Kachan's 87 and Noah and Elyse's 75.
Yes.
But would like to secure that position. Max not established yet in the top 16s, but
William sitting at 16th place, though, 27 points. If Max is able to secure a win here while William gets no points, or Jacob for that matter, he will break into the top 16 just with a single win here. So obviously Max wants to take it all down and is positioned so far to do so, assuming things continue to go in his favor.
Of course, no small feat to win an AG event. I'll let you know when I ever get to do that.
I have not either. Then again, I think neither of us have been allowed to participate as much as we otherwise may have in the past. It's been quite some time since I've played in any AGE events, to my chagrin.
Excuses. Yeah, I mean, I think also worth noting, speaking a little bit more about this Kassai game plan into Vynnset, the adaptability that makes Kassai so powerful. I think we've seen it. There have been a couple of hands that for Max that would have been operable to very strong if there was maybe a blue in the place of a yellow, or one card just a little bit off. And we've seen at least once Max instead just turning all the cards sideways to the extent necessary and just sending 2. Pivoting towards the fatigue. And I think generally that is what makes Kassai so difficult. And probably, maybe this is too grand of a statement, maybe the best mid-range deck in the format currently.
Kassai has been showing up recently. Again, no spoilers, but certainly in the calling, we saw at least one make it to the top 8. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
At least one.
When
I
you
actually
say
don't know
like
the
that,
number. I know it's at least one. You do, I'm sure. I tried to go to bed, so I didn't really get to watch the top 8. It would have started right as I was shutting my eyes. Now, unfortunately for me, I also have a circadian rhythm that I must adhere to, so I didn't get to sleep. I should have just stayed up, to be honest with you, and kept up with the calling top 8. But since I did not, I don't have all that fresh information, which is great for those folks who are here watching this instead of catching up on the calling, which if you're doing that, why? Fair enough.
But please, maybe later.
No,
maybe
watch
now,
us. Maybe this
now
is
you,
live. That's why.
Maybe
because
now
you can
watch us.
Engage and chat and talk to us and vote and do all kinds of fun stuff that you can't do with a VOD.
Yeah, I think definitely Kassai, one of the big winners in this new metagame, at least given the limited information that we have so far.
Yes.
Again, I've mentioned this a couple times. Hard to imagine Kassai will survive very long post Mastery Pack Warrior.
I will say, though, and I just kind of want to mention in general, I've seen that in gaming, in general, Japan tends to like to walk their own path. And I really love watching the region, even in other games, other esports, because they tend to figure out their own metas, and I think they are doing so in the game of Flesh and Blood as well. So I wouldn't necessarily expect the Kassai breakout pick in Japan to be a global phenomenon, but looks like we are back and the board state has been corrected. It is still 15 plays 12, but this time no copper to be seen on the side of Max.
Yeah. See, that was a bit of a lengthy judge call there for something that you just picked up on immediately, Michael. So, if folks agree with me that Michael should be a judge, let's get a petition started. Maybe take the L1.
Looks like Nick is deciding to commit those Vexing Quill hands in order to play the widespread destruction here. 6 damage and 4 rune chance, and importantly, if any damage connects, 1 card will have to be banished from the hand of Max. So looks like he is playing out the Shelter from the Storm in order to prevent 3 of those rune chants.
Or at least 1, and then maybe pitch the blue to prevent the other ones.
Yeah, that's a way to do it.
Maybe
Prevents
not.
1. And then, yes, a blue then committed. I actually like this a lot because then he can use the remaining floating from that as well as the Valiant Dynamo paired with a card from hand.
Be able to keep a 2-card hand back on offense. Yeah, clean play there.
And Shelter from the Storm comes out of the arsenal.
This is a shelter-rich hand for Max.
He's feeling very sheltered, so no damage comes through, which means no card banished, which means that Max gets to keep just a little bit of tempo coming back into his turn.
Shelter, one of those cards that is very strong. Obviously, it's at its best against a Syndra or Mario type deck, but also very strong to Vynnset because of that sort of optionality of being able to use it as an effective blue or a defense reaction that is so good into a deck that is just presenting huge numbers and also has attack reaction speed in the form of a Succumb to Temptation.
Max pitches into a gold to draw a card, and then does so again. Now down to 2 gold, but has a 3-card hand, and one of them is a Draw Swords.
And 2 reds, it looks like.
Yeah, doesn't really have a go-again source that he can effectively use.
Yeah.
Slice and Dice, Draw Swords, and Blade Flurry. So really pretty inefficient conversion here. Was really hoping to find a go-again source, I'm sure.
So in the current hand, Draw Swords is literally unplayable.
Yes.
So it's just Blade Flurry, and what was the 3rd card?
I just said it.
Slice and Dice.
Thank you.
Which is not good.
It's just
if you
a
can't
+1
swing
on
twice.
the first swing.
Yeah, so pretty brutal.
Really inefficient.
I did see Max turn 2 cards sideways at first and pull them back as if he was going to pitch 2 reds to draw another card.
Yeah.
Looks like that might still be the plan. Fishing.
I mean, it makes sense. They are not doing anything in this hand, so...
Yeah, but they do something in the long game, which is to the
Yeah.
extent Max is playing Raisin Army, that path is now gone.
True.
Or, I don't know, significantly diminished.
Does find a go-again source, but just...
My kingdom for a go-again source.
Yeah. I mean, you can look at this as a 1-card floor. He started the turn with 2 cards, did a bunch of fancy footwork, gets to swing 2, into 2, and keep a card for Arsenal. So at the end of the day, even though that looked extremely messy, it wasn't horrible. It did pay a price in the form of 3 gold to do so, but ended up with something fairly efficient. Oh, I'm sorry. He's not keeping it for Arsenal. Why would he do that? He can use it right here. Blade Flurry getting its full value comes in for a, quote, 2-card 9. And refreshes the Valiant Dynamo. So forget it. 2-card 11. Yeah. I call that value where I'm from.
You really sold that that turn. I was initially like very.
It looked sloppy, but the numbers came out quite well.
Yeah, Nick. I've been sort of very focused on the board state here. Nick down to 8. We're getting to the point for Nick where, you're going to be needing to strip most or at least a couple of cards from Kassai every single turn before some real numbers start getting presented.
And does have the Tunic resource, thankfully, to... just wait.
Yeah, so a Mordred Tide into an Envelop in Darkness.
Oh, that's a Mordred Tide. I was like, why is he playing Cole right now? Hold on. Okay, that's good. That means he gets the extra rune chant that he needs in order to play this Deathly Whale out, and it gets the +3. So this is a pretty efficient turn as well. Did activate Vynnset, goes down to 7.
Extremely clean play here for Nick. Going to be able to end with 4 rune chants, right? So
that's a good point. Yeah, the Mordred Tide will affect not only that Envelop in Darkness, but the Deathly Whale as well. I think it will only give a +1, so it should end.
Oh,
with
you're
3.
right. Yeah, 3. Yeah, you're right.
But still, we were just confidently acknowledging this 2-card 11, and I believe this comes out to be a 3-card. Oh, I can't do the math. I don't know why I queued myself up for that. I'm not going to do it.
I can't
folks.
save
If you want to know it, you can do it yourself, because we've got 7 plays 7 as Max takes a big chunk of his life, just about half of it, half the remaining life, in order to keep just a single card.
Folks, Michael, not a mathematician. He's a aspiring flesh and blood judge.
Thank you. Oh, it was not keeping just 1 card. It was keeping 3. As you mentioned, not a mathematician. Numbers are not my forte. Max eating up the last of his gold to draw a card and float 1 resource.
Yes, and Max soaked up quite a bit of damage here.
Good one to find.
So I think this is signaling alarms should be going off for Nick here. This means this man, Max, intends to end the game.
Yeah, he's looking for lethal here. Takes some damage to send some damage as yellow Slice and Dice comes down. We know he's got the Blade Flurry. He's got 1 floating and presumably a go again source. I didn't catch it if it was there, but he seems to be. Oh wait, how does he have go again? Do you play something?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Okay.
It's escaping me now.
It's got to be the hit and run, right? The one that I see on top of his graveyard. Maybe?
That would make sense. Oh, maybe sorry. Maybe it didn't have Blink Go again.
It may not have.
He was getting ahead of himself,
Knew that it would, and so told Nick in preemption, this one's going again. Blade Flurry comes out, 5, hits the chain, 2 damage received, goes down to 5, and 7 now is the question. Nick's got to block a little bit here.
Yeah, might just be priced into folding the hand. I don't know if you... Oh, wait, but he has all these rune chants. No, of course he keeps the Deathly Well, yeah. And now it's a good time to get rid of Tunic.
I agree. No counters means very unlikely that he will get another use out of it. And if he's got some non-attacks in him, that does make for an efficient block.
Nick doing the pad nade. I know I'm blocking with this, but hang on. I'm still thinking.
Yeah, doing a little bit of tanking here. Has the Malefic Incantation as well as a Deadwood Dirge. I think both 2 blocks. So can't block a full amount.
Yeah, so this would be enough for him to survive. But basically, I think Nick is just concerned, do I want to keep his Deadwood Dirge for offense, or is the 2 in the bottom right corner worth more to me at this stage in the game? Obviously, this red Malefic Incantation is not going to see its fruit. Yeah, probably worth the 2 block in the corner. And just to 1. Not the strong suit of this commentary booth.
1 life is enough to not die, though. I used to say when I was playing Magic the Gathering, you only need 1. I still say that, but I used to too.
And sending 4 into 4, pocketing. I believe it was a Deadwood Dirge.
Yeah, I like that. That actually keeps him insulated against a dead draw, able to keep it in arsenal, and will guaranteed make at least 1 rune. I guess it's not guaranteed. Is hoping to make at least 1 rune chant, but 2 breakpoints, one in the form of Arcane, the other in the form of Physical, means that even if he forced Max to block out entirely, that would very likely mean that he gets to keep a 5-card hand. So kind of a win-win here. Able to make a rune chant, though, it looks like will be the decision. Max pitches a blue, stops 3 of it, is now tanking on the last rune chant. Doesn't have a shelter in hand like last time.
Yeah, this Fate first seen in Max's hand will cleanly cover the physical component of this. But to your point, maybe this is the reason too Nick was disincentivized to use Deathwood Dirge here. That would have just made 6 rune chants.
Right.
Easily covered up by 2 blues.
Definitely.
And just using the fridge.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. You know what?
Makes sense.
Well played. Max committing the last of his armor at a very opportune time. The very time you would like to do it is when Nick will be priced into having no rune chants and does have a Deadwood Dirge, and importantly actually has a way to create an aura that he could destroy in the form of that Grimoire, so isn't completely screwed if he's allowed to keep cards, but definitely going to be on the back foot as this turn begins, with Max pitching to that gold, drawing a card, making those sabers free.
Ooh.
And what'd you say? What'd you see?
It was a slice and dice red, which is convertible, but I currently no way to get go again on Max's side unless I'm missing something.
And I think it was a...
Yeah, no. Yeah. So just going to be 1 point of damage. Probably not worth sending here. So this is going to come in for 4, 5?
Coming in for 5, potentially 6 if an attack is blocked with no.
So it does make sense here because if Nick blocks with an attack action, this will require 3 cards.
That does make sense, as you mentioned. Just creating that breakpoint, even though Slice and Dice is only worth 1, it's actually sort of worth 3 because it forces that extra card.
Oh, but Nick does not have to block with an attack reaction. So I think a worthy gambit for Max there, losing some value, but forcing Nick's hand to a certain extent.
Yeah, no, I like the play. I like the idea. Still has 7 life to work with as well. Oh, looks like a judge,
got a judge call here. Huh, I wonder what this is about. Maybe, I don't know. We'll investigate this. Maybe some confusion about what buffs Centauri Saber. It is only attack action, so Machinations of Dominion and Feral Moon should not provide any buff to the Centauri Saber.
Maybe he's going to...
Oh, Nick wants to change. Maybe he misunderstood the amount. I see. Okay, all right. We're hearing from our producer that it may be that Nick Reuter... wants an opportunity to switch up his blocks.
Sure.
Max was face up, but then, we had gone to reactions there. So I'm sure our judge will get this nice and cleared up.
Sure.
If only we had Michael Murray on the scene to be able to.
If I was on the scene, I would be having a conversation about whether or not I would gift a free go again to that Centauri Saber. Just, you lose so much value by not having go again. I feel like as a judge, I might just say, you know what, just have the go again. It feels wrong to be not swinging the second, not swinging the second Centauri Saber. But alas, the judge is not as generous as I. As Nick goes over to his turn, banishes out the Deathly Delight, and then plays the Deadwood Dirge. I mentioned not having the extra rune chant to banish, but of course Vynnset makes one, so comes in for 5+3 and asks the question once again. Max, how would you like to block if you want to at all?
I believe the last card for Nick, maybe a widespread annihilation.
Okay.
Hard to see. As I said, I'm not good at reading.
Tough Arsenal target if it is.
Yeah, and then maybe that's just blocking with it to get it out. Was maybe what Nick was trying to do.
Oh, I see.
If allowed to.
Looks like, maybe the judge said no to that question.
Yeah.
Which I respect. I think that I like when players are held to a high caliber of play. You make a decision and you stick with it.
Well, that's that spoken for.
In Talishar, you have to ask to undo. And if you have to ask to undo in Talishar, the most casual format I know of, I say you got to ask to undo in Arcane Games Open Series as well.
Yeah. Max's hand here, interesting, does have a defense reaction, so it does have the ability to the extent you wants to completely block out this Deathly Delight, just give the Grains of Blood Spill in a defense reaction. I think the second card I saw was a Nourishing Emptiness. That does have some closing power. That will have, but I think that's a red in hand. Ooh. So maybe thinking about just trying to end the game by pitching 2 reds?
Maybe. If that's the case, though, why not just block with the 2 reds and take the 3 Arcane?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Michael.
Yeah, this feels like he's got lethal locked and loaded, but then just kind of randomly took a little bit more damage than needed.
Might need to call a judge and see if we can undo the pitch.
Wait, hold on. Timeout. No. Max reaches for the Grains of Blood Spill, says, I'm done with this, and just goes ahead and
patience for Max.
Blocks out here.
So maybe Max just going to send the Centauri Saber for 1. And
I'm okay with this. I mean, he's got time, right? He has 7 life. May just want to find a hand texture that is a little bit more able to produce the resources he needs to establish that. But you got to think, you're giving Nick a 3-card hand to work with. Sorry, 4. He's got an arsenal. This is potentially a stumble.
Yeah, but Nick doesn't have any rune chants. Nothing. No rune gate cards currently.
It's the thing about Flesh and Blood, right? It's the thing that separates the casters from the players. It's the question of when you have a game-winning or game-losing decision put in front of you, which choice do you make? And Max, he's a safe player. I can tell you that much. He doesn't like to take risks.
So Max here can just Arcane Barrier the 1 or Rune Chant and then block with 2 cards, assuming one of his last cards is a yellow.
Yeah.
That should be enough to close this out.
And it really does look like he found exactly the line he was hoping for, which is he gets to have his cake and eat it too. He doesn't need to risk anything to send this dominated 6 attack. And in fact, Nick, now off Arsenal, he can be very confident that this will end the game.
And the Nourishing Emptiness to dominate will close it out. Who said Guardians are the ones who can dominate?
Yeah, Max ended up showing us that Kassai has what it takes to take down even a seasoned veteran on Vynnset. Nick Reuter falling now in round 3. And Max showing us Kassai is well positioned even outside of Japan.
Yeah. One thing you expect from Kassai is an attack action ending the game. So really, really nice. Probably just the one of, I would guess.
Oh, yeah.
But I guess you have some banishing play around.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, maybe Max will make the top 8, and we'll have Max's deck list available for all of us to pour over very shortly.
Certainly looking well positioned so far. So before we get into that, let's give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Grave Troll Games, for hosting this wonderful event. Thank you very much to them, and a huge shout out to Katie Lamar for putting it on.
Love Grave Troll, love the community here. We obviously have a very close relationship developing with them, as seen in yesterday's Battlegrounds event. Hope to keep that one going. The relationship we're fostering in this community is very special.
Well, we've got a couple upcoming events, of course, all of which are hosted by AGE, as well as their respective local game store in July. We just hit AGE Open Series St. Louis, as well as the New England. Coming up, though, we've got July 25th. That's a Saturday. The Open Series coming back to Los Angeles at Top Deck Keep, and this is a classic constructed format. Then on August 1st, St. Louis swings back around. Fantasy Books and Games is hosting that one, and then August 15th, we head back to Los Angeles. Wow, lots of LAs back-to-back. This one also at Top Deck Keep.
Michael Murray will be there.
I will.
He will be signing autographs. He
100%.
will be answering judge calls.
Mm-hmm. I have yet to be asked for my autograph. Unfortunate.
We'll have to change that today.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break here, and then we will be back shortly with, I believe, an interview. Welcome back, folks. We just watched Kassai take down Vynnset in what was a pretty close game up until the end there. A very careful and calculated victory, ending the game on a dominated attack. Very surefire way to seal the deal. But coming up, we've got a much faster matchup for you. That's right. It's Dash.io Mirror. Daniel Flavin facing up against Connor Bryant. And no, Daniel is... Wait, is Daniel on Kassai?
No, he's on Dio.
Yeah, okay.
We got
just
a little bit of
just making sure.
Yeah, this is an indulgence for me.
Yes.
It's my favorite hero facing off in a mirror, and two of my favorite players in this circuit, Daniel Flavin with Righteous Gaming, friend of AG, with Connor Bryant, Team Sigil, friend of EG. And Daniel Flavin starting off with a stasis cell. You don't see these every day, Michael. Stasis cell, what this will do is, so when it enters, he'll target an equipment. I assume it's going to be Teklo Foundry Heart, and that'll stop Connor from being able to use it on his first turn. But Connor, with probably the single best thing you can do is Dash.io going second, which is to play a Tekla Core off the top on your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
A lot
really
of action.
Nice. Really nice start.
There.
Yeah, we'll see. And one of the things I love about an aggro mirror is we always say, oh, this will be over in 2 turns. But sometimes because both players know that the aggression is out and coming, can posture a little bit more mid-range defensive just to make sure they have the life total to play with as the game comes to a close. So not sure exactly whether or not this game will be a 1, 2, or 10 turn game, but we will have to wait and see as some defensive tools are coming out already in the form of Stasis Cell.
Oh, everything going right for Connor so far, I think. Has a boom grenade on the top, has Pulse Wave Harpoon in hand. The only thing not quite going his way is he really probably wishes that he had just maybe one more resource card because... I do think... No, actually, no. He can just send... Yeah, I know. Okay, all right. So choosing not to play the Boom Grenade in lieu of being able to keep the Pulse Wave Harpoon chain going.
I think that makes sense. Just convert the entire hand for 4/4/4.
Yeah, so alarm bells should be ringing for Daniel. Seeing a Boom Grenade just be thrown to the wayside for no reason. And this... seeing this on chain 2, Daniel just knows there's a second one coming.
And... Daniel goes ahead and shows 2 cards. I was like, wow, blocking 2 cards, that's quite the decision.
I will note this is actually relevant in this matchup. It isn't every. Daniel missed his Symbiosis shot counter when he played Stasis Cell. This is you tend in the mirror, at least I do, to take out some items to enhance your blocking ability. So it's not like a lot of other matchups where you end the game and you have a wealth of counters that you just went unused. I think you're going to want all these counters. So Daniel, a little bit punished there.
Yeah, Connor just converting 3 cards into 12 damage, which is quite efficient.
Oh, it seems he got a little bit of a homie help out there, letting him get at the late instant speed Symbiosis shot counter there.
The judge, not quite as generous as not giving go again to an otherwise non-go again source, but does allow the counter to be conferred.
Michael Murray runs a tight ship.
Now Daniel is going to have to give up a card here, assuming Connor wants to force it out of hand. I would imagine he would like to do so. 3 revealed, and 1 is now allowed to be
forced onto the combat chain as a blocking card, since 3 is also the defense on the bottom right corner.
Interesting insight into Connor's game plan here. Boosted away 2 items he very well could have played just to have present the only disruption in his deck, real disruption besides, boom grenade damage, I guess, but Impulse Wave Harpoon, and knowing in the mirror how good that card can be.
Does grab the zipper hit, and, I gotta say, I called it a 3-card 12, which is phenomenal rate for Flesh and Blood, but he actually bumps that up to a 3-card 14. Dash.io just showing us how efficient she can be on offense. I mean, especially when you've got a card like Teklo Core.
All right, so Dan Flavin going to activate Stasis Cell. This will make it so that Connor can't block with the Teklo Foundry Heart on this turn. And I believe because it is leaving the battlefield, I could be wrong about this, he also cannot activate it next turn. Is that right? Yeah. So leaves the arena. So Connor can't activate Teklo Foundry. So actually Stasis Cell, not a card I'm personally very high on, looking really, really strong here.
Yeah. Connor would have loved those extra resources last turn.
This game typically, I expect, would only go about somewhere between 4 to 6 turns. Not having access to Teklo Foundry Heart for 2 of them is very significant.
Yeah, I think it saved Daniel at least 3 life last turn.
Oh, and paired with the T-Bone, this is so annoying for Connor. Basically, forced to lose a ton of value or concede this boom grenade.
Yeah. Could potentially block with the adaptive plating, but that would lose the adaptive plating value.
Yeah, and no way you want to do that if you're presenting Cogworks Tinkerings and you just have a free item, basically, to throw in the bin. So, actually, again, very nice sequencing, I think, here from Daniel Flavin.
Yeah. Sees Connor's 3-card 14 and ends up piecing together something pretty nice for himself. Now an outpace, more annoying, can't block with armor type cards.
And Connor's playing the Max V variant in Dash.io, which means there's probably no soup up in the deck, which means blocking 4 on an outpace would require 2 cards from hand. So unlikely to have ever happened. So, I think maybe wisely just conceding that boom grenade very early on.
I think so. You can't really afford to be blocking out as Dash. And Daniel, able to even up the life totals and keep a card for Arsenal. So it looks like both players coming out to the races here as 25 plays 24, and it passes back over to Connor.
This is a hand in Connor's hand that converts a maximum velocity, I believe. And I see in Daniel's hand, there is also not a second for him, but his own maximum velocity. So we are in a bit of a mirror here.
Connor able to establish the Cerebellum processor off the top of his deck. Very important to note that he cannot activate Teklo Foundry Heart once again, as you pointed out, that Stasis Cell, keeping it locked down.
So Sprocket Rock here boosts out a backup protocol red, so this will come in for 4. Things breaking Connor's way right now. Daniel did draw up a backup protocol red, noticeably worse being drawn up in your hand than being found on top of the deck.
Connor likely doing a little bit of digging for a blue if he wants to establish the max velocity this turn.
Ooh, Daniel aggressively using his Crown of Providence here with no boom grenade. Just really doesn't want that backup protocol red to draw into. Instead, just looks like a red 0 to 60. Clean, efficient, probably the
setting
best
up
zero
for his
cost.
own max V turn.
Gonna hope to be a little bit more fortunate in finding those boom grenades at the top of the deck. Probably gonna need that given the output Connor Bryant is about to have.
Yeah, Connor has T-Bone, boom grenade, yellow, is that the color?
Of
and
the boom grenade
trebuchet.
in his hand? It looks, in Connor's hand. I didn't quite see that. So this is the Teklo Trebuchet, probably the quote-unquote newest, it's not that new anymore, but card in the Dash.io deck. Extremely annoying when a boom grenade is on the board. Not the case here, but nevertheless, a 0 for 3 blue is just what the doctor ordered.
Super, super powerful, especially when it splits up those on hits.
Connor does have an extra action point here to be using on the Cerebellum processor. Probably would love to use this Teklo Foundry Heart to be able to filter and find something a little sweeter up top.
Sure he would. Does have the option to boost one more time, though, with the T-Bone.
Breaking the chain here. So he will lose the Teklo Trebuchet value. Must really like what was on top.
Yeah, okay. Has boosted twice already this turn.
And no wonder. It's a spark of genius. So you're effectively trading in the 2 value from the Teklo Trebuchet plus the 3 or 2, I guess, from an action point.
Yeah.
Because you'd be able to just shoot the gun. So basically valuing that as 4+, and I think that's exactly right. Connor knows that he's going to be able to finish off with a maximum velocity. It's not guaranteed it will hit. Daniel still has quite a bit of equipment available to him, but a fair bet to just make Daniel commit everything he has to stop it.
Yeah. Currently 7 armor block on the field for Daniel.
See the random draw.
But Connor is going to send at least one more boost card. It looks like probably 2. So you got to think Daniel is not likely to try to attempt to stop this boom grenade from hitting.
I'm not sure. I mean, this will come in for 3. If he does, Daniel will have to give up any hope he had of using a maximum velocity next turn. So that's what's going through his head.
That's the thing is, do you give up a maximum velocity to stop this? I don't see a world in which that's correct.
Yeah, perhaps not. So, yeah, and the T-bone especially, you're right, makes things very awkward in the block. So, yeah, maybe just juice not worth the squeeze there for Connor Bryant. Connor Bryant, I believe, won't be able to quite present lethal here, but will be very close.
Yeah, no, he's got another 14 minimum coming out.
I think it will be exactly 14, but and of course,
well, he drew off the cerebellum processor.
He did to get the spark of genius. So
yes,
and then unfortunately for Connor, he's got, I believe, got a red boom grenade in hand or something like that. Going to need to pitch that to finish up with the max V, but
yeah, I think it was yellow, which it's sort of the same either way because he'll just float a resource here.
Yep, and sure enough, the maximum velocity. Daniel still has 5 block left on his equipment. That's the power of adaptive plating along with Cogworks Tinker Rings. Unfortunate for Connor Bryant, he was sort of forced to do that block out of sequence, but still has the golden cog there available to be galvanized to the adaptive plating on defense on the next turn.
Seems like as good a time as any. I mean, you could go ahead and try to commit these equipment to a future boom grenade, but sitting down at 3 life is also a scary proposition. And getting the full 5 block value here he decides he's going to save it for a potential on hit in the future or just some other need if it may arise. So Daniel dropping down all the way to 3 and has a 5 card to hand to answer back with.
The mission for Daniel here is strip a card from Connor. Connor has, assuming no chain breaks happen, which they might, 7 equipment block available to him. So that means presenting 31 for
That's a
which
lot.
here. That's a high number.
That's
Gonna
hard
need
to
some
do.
boom grenade, boom grenade to make that happen.
Does go for the Teklo Foundry Heart, banishes away Max V, which is just fine. He's digging for an item. Already has one in hand, doesn't need a second.
And still no item for Daniel. We'll hope to see one, and before he's got one more chance, assuming there's not an item on top here. Which
Zipper hit yellow, 4 damage is the question. 3 floating, didn't catch the top card, has a Max V in hand still, has a Sprocket Rocket now coming out, 3 damage, go again as he banishes another Teklo Trebuchet.
last chance, he really needs it, and
Zipper
no,
hit.
it's another zipper hit. That's one of the downsides of taking out. I don't know if Daniel did this, but I do it. Taking out a lot of your items in the Dash.io mirror it makes it a little harder to have those really potent,
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Daniel, he just hasn't seen the spark of genius that Connor found on his last turn.
I mean, to be quite honest with you, it seems like these players are basically drawing it up exactly the same, and it is currently coming down to the fact that Connor Bryant got to go second.
Yeah. I mean, I would say it's pretty significant that Connor has played a spark of genius and Daniel didn't.
True.
But otherwise, very close. Yeah. And, although Connor has been a little bit more fortunate in finding items off the top, it ultimately went past one of those just to value a Pulse Wave Harpoon, which I do think was correct. And, bit of a gross hand here for Daniel as he draws up yet another backup protocol red.
And Connor's got the second cerebellum processor now onto the field with an extra action point. So quite flexible in what he's able to do and has another maximum velocity in hand. Only has 2 boost cards at the moment, but has access to the Teklo Foundry Heart for the first time this game. So starts things off with the T-Bone, boosting that. And
any 1 cost or 0 cost will make it so this max V is online.
Daniel goes ahead and commits the armor block here.
Yeah, that's a spark of genius on top of the deck for Connor.
Okay.
So that could be drawn into. I I see no reason. I mean, I guess the reason not to do that
He
is
probably
that
wants a boost card. If he can get a zero
right.
cost boost, that's the ideal target.
Connor probably just wins
Yeah.
if he just waits until he sees a 0 cost or a 1 cost and then draws it and plays out this maximum velocity.
So he's
it's
digging.
possible if you spark, you draw into an
it.
item or something.
He wants it, yeah.
All right, goes for it.
Boom Grenade on top right now, so could theoretically establish that first, but does not choose to do so. Kind of, oh, I'm sorry. He's already established his hero power this turn, so doesn't have the option.
The only way Connor gets punished here is with I believe, like a 2-cost attack action or a non-blue item. Maybe I think
Sure.
a yellow item would be fine
Yeah.
too, because then you could just pitch to backup protocol red. So we'll have to see here.
Yep. Is able to draw a card thanks to having already boosted, and wow, gets a
always
0 cost boost card. So he is able to play that max velocity. May just decide to sit on the backup protocol for a rainy day on the off chance that Daniel is able to block this all the way out.
Yeah.
Plays that expedite. 3 go again is the question. The answer is I've got a 3-block equipment. Adaptive plating does dissolve away that cog works, or the golden cog, but now he's got another 3 to contend with and 2 items in hand. It's not looking good as that max V comes down. 10 damage on the table. 3 is blocked with, and Daniel Flavin extends the fist bump as Connor Bryant takes that W.
Yeah, tough one for Daniel there. I think sometimes the Dash.io mirror can be simplified to who sees more boom grenades and boom grenades off the top, Spark of Genius is in the hand. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. But there, I do think that the edge for Connor, I don't know necessarily if going second is always the best in Dio. Sometimes you can establish some really broken board states. But there, to your point earlier today, really able to use that tempo. Although credit to Daniel Flavin showing me the power of Stasis Cell.
I think we saw more turns played with a max V on the chain than we did without. So that just goes to show kind of the speed that the game was played at. Both players absolutely drawing it up, but of course Connor Bryant drawing it up in the order that he gets to win the game, whereas Daniel not quite, even though he had a lot of offensive potential, didn't quite make it over the line. So we're going to take a quick break and then go into an interview thanks to the speed at which these players played the game. Of course, we want to thank our sponsors, ourselves that is, Arcane Games and Events Premium. Head on over. We are the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood, and that means that we've got tons of really cool stuff if you like the game of Flesh and Blood. We've got articles, we've got backup games, we've got all kinds of other content that you can read through and watch if you head on over to our page. And of course, if you are willing to pay us a little bit of extra money, it's $10 a month to get access to everything we have to offer. And the great thing about that price point is if you are already playing in any Arcane Games and events, felt redundant, you will get a $10 discount on your entry fee, which means that you get all access to our premium content for free. So make sure to head on over to our website and check it out. Even if you don't plan on doing the premium side of it, there's a lot of really cool free content there as well. So give it a check out, and we appreciate all of the support coming our way. We also have Grave Trolled Games, the sponsor of today's event, as well as many other AGE Open Series events. So a big shout out to Grave Troll and Katie Lamar for putting this one on.
Love Grave Troll. Love AG Premium. Come on, join us. It's basically free. You're basically making money if you sign up for AG Premium.
You are making money. I mean, we are paying people quite a pretty penny for winning these events. There is prize money on the line. So getting a free entry and then winning $500 sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
I would love that. Yeah. Would love to know what that's like someday.
Yeah, probably won't be me. That being said, we're going to take a quick break before we head into an interview. Welcome back, folks. We are joined here with winner of round 3, Connor Bryant. Sorry, is it round 4? Lost track.
Round 4.
Winner of round 4. It went so fast. Lost a whole game. Coming out hot with lots of max Vs hitting the chain. Connor Bryant takes it, of course. And while this was a Dash IO mirror, so maybe you can walk us through a little bit about how you're feeling about Dash IO.
I mean, she's great. Best deck as always. I've been playing the hero for a long time. Everyone knows I love her.
Yes.
But the mirror match, there's not a lot of disruption. Like, you only really have Pulse Wave as your only real disruptive element. To play around, like, Heist. Heist is a big on-hit. But otherwise, it's like going as fast as you can, maximum output on your number, trying to rate.
Yeah.
Which I had a really hot couple turns there where I just got to do a bunch of stuff plus max V and everything. So poor Dan kind of caught these hands. But
we were talking. Oh, excuse me.
No, go ahead.
We were talking before the stream got on about just how well you drew it up. You know, kind of starting at the very beginning of the game. It was 0 to 60 into Pulse Wave, and had Dan not hit you with the stasis cell, could have even established a boom grenade on top of that. So we're looking at what ended up being a 3-card 12, or sorry, 14, including the pistol shot. Could have been up to 14, 15, 17, and maybe 2 pistol shots. So 19, 3-card 19 is what he avoided thanks to the stasis cell. So actually, I'm curious about your thoughts on that tech before we get on to turn 1 of the game.
Yeah, Stasis Cell is interesting. Dan's been playing it. Dan and I work a lot on the list. Like, we're pretty much on the same list. We shared a hotel room last night.
Cool.
So we talked about Dio and Mac stuff all the time.
Yeah.
And so he told me about it. I think it's really interesting. I mean, it jammed me up a couple times.
Yeah.
Like, not being able to activate Foundry Heart basically basically like ate a card from my hand almost. Like, it was really powerful. And it stood into a bunch of random stuff. It stood against like Cilio, either version. You can either hit their Aether Bindings gloves if they're on the spell stuff, or you can hit their Lightning Greaves if they're on Gone in a Flash.
Yeah.
So it does a lot of different things in different matchups. It's a favorite card of mine. I've always liked it. I liked it back. I played it a bunch when we were playing Dio and LL with like the system reset combo deck. You could just like hit their flexors, hit their Balance of Justice, and then just like pop off and kind of kill them. So it's definitely an interesting card. Don't worry, I have my cells in trust box back at home. But I didn't find room for it, but Dan did, and it was really good on turn 0. Like really powerful.
Yeah, I mean, if we take 19 and bring it down to 14, we can already say that it was a 1-card 5 in that sense.
Right. Yeah.
It's hard to guarantee that kind of value, I can imagine, but it certainly did what it was supposed to do. So it was really cool to see him come out with that card. And then, as you mentioned, you just drew up hot because the final card in that hand, I believe, was the max velocity, right?
Yeah,
that you got to pocket into Arsenal.
And I even got the full like sicko mode where I got to turn 0, pitch a max V to play Teclar Core, and then just draw another max V. And then I'm like, okay, pick this bad boy in Arsenal.
That's
and
right,
like
you pitched one.
Yeah, Max V with like Max V and Arsenal and Teclar Core in play is like top 5 feelings in life. I recommend it for everyone. You just feel like the world's just
having
yours.
a child, first time you've tasted cotton candy. I don't know. That's probably 7 or lower.
I would guess it's below having a kid, but and then it's probably it's like just above cotton candy.
Okay, just above. Yeah, that checks out. I don't think cotton candy's top 5. It's not like the best thing ever, but it's kind of a cool food.
Good,
like
though.
As a child, I don't know if y'all remember the first time you tried cotton candy, but I remember just being in awe of what it was. Just like, what is this magical cloud? It's delicious. As an adult, not as big of a fan.
Sense.
Yeah, it's a crazy food.
There's a really good video of a raccoon. Raccoons will wash the food.
Yes.
And so someone gave a raccoon cotton candy, and it runs over to a little bowl of water, and it puts the cotton candy in there to wash it, and then it just dissolves.
Yeah,
and
I've seen that
like
video. It's so cute and sad at the same time. There's compilations. It's like I've seen people do that to their children as well. But you got to wash your cotton candy. There's a compilation of kids just like losing their minds fairly because they just lost their cotton candy at the behest of their parents who they knew better.
Right.
But so exactly. So that kind of brought us to the end of turn 1, and then what I witnessed was just a flurry of max Vs. I know that you drew up extremely hot, but I also want to acknowledge the fact that if you didn't draw up hot, you were also looking to be taking a ton of damage, going all the way down to 5, despite sending so much towards Dan. So that was actually quite like a haymaker exchange, and I think in this case it was pretty fortunate that you got to go second.
Yeah, I will. The turn 0 Teclar Core, and then like you said, going second, being able to hurt my hands right away, and having Pulse Wave Harpoon kind of eat away. So he never got a 5-card hand like right off the bat. But yeah, I mean, if Dan dug for items, couldn't quite find any items on those couple turns where he had the big attacks. But unfortunately with Dio, sometimes that is the difference especially in a short game. It obviously like equals out more so in a long game, but in the 2 to 3 turn games, like in the aggro mirrors, if you miss on item once or twice, that's a little bit tough.
I'm actually glad you brought up this concept of a long game, because I'm sure that for the most part, people, when they hear -IO mirror, they assume that it is a short game. It's an aggro mirror. You guys are just going to be exchanging blows. But I have experience playing aggro mirrors on many different heroes, but especially on -IO. And it's kind of interesting because it can be very fast and usually is, but isn't always. How does a Dash.io mirror end up being a long game in your experience?
Sometimes it can happen where if people are really fighting over boom grenades and I've been boom grenades and they have good blocking hands, sometimes it will get where people kind of like give a card plus armor or card or two plus armor, and then like take a little bit of a setup turn and then like block a little bit more in the following turn.
Mm-hmm.
So it is possible. The armor, like in the matchup, we both have a giant fridge.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I've got plating plus my arm piece item to sack, and then Foundry Heart and Crown of Providence. So you have a ton of block from the fridge as well to like help you cover up like extra break points and all that kind of stuff. Generally, I play it where I don't try to fight over the boom grenades. I want to play it as a fast game. And then I try to save my armor for like expedites and like heists, like those kind of on hits.
Sure.
Just with the idea being that if you try to play this kind of grindy long game, you might be like, okay, I'll keep blocking a little bit, then I'll just throw back some damage, and I'll keep trying to block down the road, and then you draw like the 2-item hand, and then can't block anything. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I try not to play into that fail state as much. So
Sure.
it can go long, especially if people have like different styles of builds. But generally, it is pretty quick. But
Got you.
yeah, I kind of had the full gamut. Like round 2, I was on camera. I played against Arcane Huntsman in that 15 turn or however long many turn game, where I ran through my whole deck. And then in this one, it's 3 turns in and out. Nice and quick one.
Yeah, no, it was a good victory. Well, you are known around the world as a Dash.io player at this point, and quite a good one at that. And it brings me to a kind of a zooming out question. I'm curious about what's going on with you in general in the world of Flesh and Blood. I understand you're on a team and may even have some opinions about the direction that Flesh and Blood is currently heading.
Well, no, I think it's good. I mean, so I'm on Team Sigil. Oh, just to mention, all right, you mentioned like around the world. And so when I was in Japan, I was playing one of my matches Pro Tour Yokohama, and this Japanese guy, he's like kind of died, and he like stands up after his match is done, and he looks at my board. It was Silver Age, but I was playing original Dash, OG Dash.
Good choice.
And he looks at my board, and he goes, "Boost," and then he points at me, and he goes, "Boost Man."
Boost Man. That is an awesome nickname to have. I'm a little bit jealous of you.
And I was like, "Hell yeah!"
That's
Boost
really
Man,
cool, man.
So that's like one of my top 5.
Oh yeah,
lifetime
that's
moments.
great.
But so so Team Sigil, after Runaways broke up, Team Sigil's been great. I still love my Runaways guys. I see them all the time.
Sure.
Hang out with them, talk to them.
Awesome.
But Sigil's been good. We got a bunch of really talented European players. We got Rolf, we got Amir, Felipe from Brazil, a bunch of really talented Ouch too, a bunch of really, really good like Europeans. We got some really good Americans, Austin Reddington, Guy, Cohen, Pierre. We have Noah Begelman on there now. Just a really fun squad of guys. We got Aaron Grace, who just top 8 nationals. We got Tommy B, who just top 8 nat. So a really talented team. I'm really thankful to be able to join up with them and have had a really good time hanging out with guys.
That's a lot of people on
and
the
working
team.
with them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's awesome.
It is. Yep. I think a big group is generally good, especially with Fab, and it's how the metas have developed, where specialists get paid off so much because the game is so difficult that people that play the same deck for a long time get rewarded.
Yeah.
And so having a lot of people, like having like the one guy that's like the illusionist specialist, like me is the Dia specialist, or whatever, like it is really helpful having those resources on a team.
You kind of need like the Ocean's 11 squad so that you actually get good practice into the different matchups, and everybody, you got the demolitionist, you got the, I don't remember who else is on Ocean's 11, the locks guy.
Like exactly. Like you need the whole squad. So but so we've assembled a good crew of specialists all over the place, and just really good players in general. Like I think that the biggest thing is getting better at Fab. You can talk about it all you want and stuff, but having good, thoughtful practice where you play against really good players, discuss things with other people. One of my biggest ways that I like to practice and review is to review games. I'll play test games and then record them on my computer or whatever on OBS, and then just post it on YouTube, and then have my friends go through and like let me know, oh, on turn 5 I think you should have done this or whatever.
Sure. Yeah.
And you can like fast forward through the game, so you can review a 30-minute game in 5 or 10 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, just skip ahead,
and
look
then-
at the play patterns, and catch to see if there are any value left on the table or mistakes made.
And so anytime my friends are like, "Oh, I lost this matchup," I'm like, "Send me a VOD, send me a video of it, so we can like go through." And then you can see like, "Oh, is this a thing that's always going to happen every match, or is this a thing that happened one game?" Like,
yeah.
And so I think that VODs are one of the best testing.
I think that's one of my favorite. Like, I really enjoy casting because I get to watch a lot of Flesh and Blood, and being able to watch the games live and sort of catch what I think might be mistakes. Now, I don't have perfect information as a caster, but it is always really interesting to think about it from the player's perspective of what information they have compared to the caster's perspective. I have different information. I can see the hands of both players, and then think about it from the perspective of me as a player in the future, asking the question, what would I do if I were in this situation and I didn't have perfect information? I can sort of learn a lot from watching these games over and over about how the game is played, how different matchups are played, and kind of which things to look out for, since I don't get to practice as much as I am usually in the caster booth these days, watching over the games instead of sitting down and playing them.
Yeah, it helps me a lot too, because my friends made fun of me that I have like a goldfish memory for games. Like, I can maybe summarize like a couple turns or like key decision points, but I can't go through like turn by turn and tell you what my 4-card hand was.
Sure.
I think also playing Dio, like I did a lot of look set cards.
Yeah.
So like every turn I see 3 or 4 cards off the top of my deck, right?
Yeah.
So, but in general, I just can't ever remember. So like having like the actual like VOD and just like, I mean, okay, this was my hand on turn 2.
Yeah, sure. So you're not like a Mind Palace pitch stack, set up the OTK kind of player.
No. My like pitch stacking is like I pitch a yellow boom grenade and I go, all right, it's on bottom. I gotta remember
it'll show
like,
up at some point
when I have like 6 cards left in my
deck.
Yeah,
you'll know. So, it's like once there's just a thin stack, one of these is probably a yellow boom grenade.
Yeah,
unless that was last game.
It might, right? Exactly. It could be. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Well, I did want to just pick your brain before we go about the developments in the world of Flesh and Blood. We of course have had heroes hit Living Legend, namely Victor Goldmane is the most recent, but of course I think Prism has also hit. And then we've had some unbannings and some bannings. How are you feeling about the current meta? Dio is on the precipice of potentially hitting Living Legends soon.
Yeah, I mean, so Dio hitting Living Legend is going to be a sad for my entire household, but we'll survive. You know, there's other mechs. Like I'll survive. It'll be okay.
Okay.
But
have you looked at Puffin at all? She's my favorite deck right now.
Yeah, I played a little bit of Puffin. I played Max, Teklo. They're all fun. They're all fun. I all have cool.
Maybe
builds.
not competitive
like,
just yet, but fun.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of deck building space for all 3 of them as well, which is cool. I could also just like maybe not play mech in every tournament for forever, I guess. But I probably will play mech.
Is there something about the theme of mech that calls to you, or is it more like the aggression? Is it flavor or play style?
The aesthetic is cool. I think it's I can't quit 0 to 6. Like, it's always fun to me when people have to like work hard for their extra action points and everything. And then all my stuff is just go again. It blocks 3. Yeah. Like it's just really powerful, you know? So I think it's really just like zipper hit that I can't. Zipper hit, 0 to 60, throttle. They're all just like above rate and have go again and work every single time. So that's really what like to it. And then I love Dio's like just the ability to like churn through your deck and generate value, all that kind of stuff. That's really what has like done it with Dio and playing it for so long. But I mean, for LLs, like rest in peace, Victor. Never want to see you again. Thanks for your time here.
Patrick had the same feeling. I was a Victor main. We used to do that matchup a lot, and every time he would sit down in front of me, he was just like, "Can I just concede? I don't want to play this." And I would always tell him, "No, you have to play this. I'm sorry." And then I would beat him.
It is winnable. Yeah, it's definitely
very
winnable.
handily.
Like, the games are interesting and stuff like that. But I'm just glad to not have to deal with that
Victor
hero
was
anymore.
a nightmare. I'm aware.
And then Prism going away, that was a really cool deck that had her specialist. So I got to kind of see what my future's like being a specialist and having your deck LL. So I sent some heartfelt condolences to my friends that are Prism main. And she had I think she kind of LL'd in an interesting way where she was never the best deck, but just like accrued points over time, like won pro quests. And never really won.
Always kind of a background
even like
hero.
a calling. Right, yeah. And it was one of those decks where it's really powerful, but it's almost too hard to play, where people like we're like,
it kind of feels like the light version of Vynnset, which is very fitting considering they came out in the same set.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that those LLs, I think, have been good for the format, and the format's churned a ton, and we've seen a lot of different decks be viable as options to play, and a lot of different development. I think the recent bans and unbans were really interesting. I think the Remembrance ban was really cool. I think that was a good idea.
Yeah.
Because they've printed all these like anti-fatigue tools for different classes or different styles of tools that you want for anti-fatigue, but then getting rid of Remembrance actually like makes you have to.
Yeah. Well, now everybody has to play like Dash.io. You couldn't play it anyway because you're a mech, so you had to find sneaky, tricky class options to get over the hump when it came to fatigue, and now everybody has to.
I mean, lifetime, I probably had Remembrance presented like times ever, so I've never played against that card anyway. But no, I think that was a cool one, and then I thought the unbans were like the hitting Serenade, hitting Talk a Big Game, and then the Blue Somersault. I think that those were good choices to try to like help these heroes a little bit more on the fringe, and give them a little bit more power. So I think they've been doing good work over at LSS. I'm always a supporter.
Yeah. So, they have a very balanced meta and some exciting shifts looming over the horizon.
Yeah, and the new set, or like the Usurp the Shadow Thrones, really, really cool. I think the art for it looks insane. Like it's a really exciting vibe that's coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that. And still a lot of question marks. I don't know what to expect yet. They've really done a good job of slow rolling the suspense for this one, and for good reason, because this is the omen that they have been alluding to since the last set, and I hear it's an ill one.
Well, and hopefully we'll find out a lot this week at Vegas. I know they're going to do some announcements at the keynote and everything. So hopefully we'll get some more info about it, because I think everyone's kind of excited about it. And we just have this random demon that's in the Omen set, and it's like, what's
what
this
the
guy?
heck
What's
was
he
that?
played in?
Balgor?
Yeah, what is he? Yeah, exactly. Like, what is he gonna do? And so
Crazy.
I think that'll be
30 life
cool
young hero.
Right. Yeah. What is that even for? Like, it's not lead on stage. What are we doing here exactly? So I think
they have released young heroes that are just kind of there as flavor. There's the cosplay Emperor. One, Emperor. Oh, well, Emperor was sort of like people played Emperor. DM Armada played Emperor.
And Blitz. Yeah, and Blitz he was sweet.
Yeah, but like there's the like Scissor one. There's Shiana. There's the Bard.
Frankie?
I guess the Bard is for UPF. But yeah, there's a lot of different sort of. Oh, Yorick is the Bard. Kavdeen, the Merchant. So I don't know. It seems like my guess is he's probably just there to sit in your collection if you want. But you never know.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it'll be interesting whatever they end up doing with them. So and the vibe, the art looks insane.
Super
like
cool.
That title art with like Chain walking into the portal or whatever. Beautiful art.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for yapping with me, Connor. I think this is a good time to wrap it up, because I'm sure we've got a couple more things and people to cover after this, namely more games of Flesh and Blood. But very much appreciate you stopping by, and I hope to see you continue your tear all the way up to the top 8. So thanks once again. And for everyone else at home, we will be back shortly with more Flesh and Blood after this. Welcome back, folks. We are just rounding the corner after the end of round 4, coming in round 5 as the Dash.io mirror came to a close. The better booster, Bryant, wins. And yeah, we've got a cool match coming up next. It is Hala versus Phi. Looking very forward to that one. But before we get down to the tables, let's take another look at the meta game breakdown for the event today.
Yeah, we're going to have one of our one-ofs versus one of our two-ofs in Phi. Really excited to see Hala, a hero that I have not seen a ton of gameplay of. Seems to do things that are similar to Kassai, the other sort of, I guess she's technically not dual-wielding, but swinging twice, I guess. But playing a value sort of mid-range.
Yeah, it feels like a hybrid between Kassai and Dorinthia to me.
That's a good shout, yeah.
All right, well, the match is ready, so we're going to fly on down and see how these players are going to manage this matchup. Both of them, of course, are X1, which means this is a very important game for positioning your way into the top 8.
Mention a bit about Hala. Phi also been a real player in this, seemingly coming out of nowhere following U.S. Nationals, at least for me, in the hands of Ashlyn Slattery, most notably, at least to us, as she's done some writing for the AG premium website. So Andrew Melson here going to just start with it looks like a sharpening, right?
Yep, just trying to filter the hand, it looks like to me. Pitching away an Unsheathed, a very powerful card, but likely trying to set something up in the arsenal that's even more powerful. This is, of course, turn 0, which means at the end of the turn, Derek will get to draw back up to 4 cards. So we're just playing the game of give me some cards, let me filter, you can filter, and then we will start the game for real at the end of this turn. So Derek blocks with the truce, and I missed the other card, not super important.
I think it was a Ronin Renegade. It's only notable insofar as it's a chain starter. So the implication is that Derek has at least a second one left in hand.
But now we are off to the races. 40 plays 40 as Derek starts things off with a 4-card hand up against Andrew's 5-card hand, including that arsenal.
This is Hala's still very much new in this game. Don't have a great sense for the matchups that Hala does and does not want to see. I would imagine into Kassai, for example, would have a pretty decent Phi matchup as a deck that wants to be defensive but can't push damage. I have to imagine it's similar for Hala.
Speaking of defensive, Andrew is just snap blocking everything that hits the chain right now. Probably doesn't have the resources to convert, so he just knows everything that you throw at me, I'm going to try to defend. Finally takes 2 damage here, thinking maybe he can get a little bit more value, or could be that he was always going to block with just the 2. No. Ends up blocking with the CNC and taking 2. Very quick turn.
Yeah, curious there for Andrew not playing out the total line to cover up the 2 damage and create a flurry. Maybe just going to instead just send the Zenith Blade as a nice little 1-card 3.
3 value versus 2. I can see the argument.
Well, 2 plus flurry token. It's hard to attribute value to that sort of thing.
True.
I think, especially as this hero is still very much developing. But nonetheless, Andrew certainly has to have some pretty good knowledge of this new hero, given the 3-1 record in this field of stiff competition.
Yeah, Hala, not a hero that I have on my radar as one of the heroes to look out for in the top tables of Flesh and Blood, but of course, clearly positioned well enough to make it into the X and 1 category. See if he can continue that win streak here.
Andrew does have access to Balance of Justice, a card that, of course, is a nod towards Art of the Phoenix War in the Phi deck. I know that there are some matchups that Phis will side that out. Wouldn't think this is one of them, but we'll have to see if Andrew's able to get value off of the Balance Justice.
Derek starting things off with a Rise from the Ashes, getting the Phoenix Flame from the graveyard, and starting things out with that card as well. 3 go again, kind of a make your own Draconic starter at home type of thing, as Andrew blocks 3.
Yeah.
Yellow Edict of Steel.
And pitching the Fire That Burns Within here, a little bit less good without access to that Phoenix Flame any longer, but going to go ahead and get another Phoenix Flame back off of a Flame Call Awakening here.
Andrew once again blocking out.
Seems to be doing a lot of that with this sort of mid-range, very efficient swings of the Zenith Blade on the swing back.
Phoenix Flame number 2 hits the chain. This is 2 go again, thanks to its own text and the Tiger Stripe Shuko. Oh, that would explain, by the way, why he didn't use the flurry token generator, because Tiger Stripe Shuko makes the damage unpreventable.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to see if it was active on that case. But what is active here is this Phoenix form. Very potent, the ability to draw 3 cards. Not something that Derek's probably ever going to do if Andrew can help it.
Andrew does have the Shelter from the Storm, though, to cover that up very cleanly. Puts the Valiant Dynamo in front of the Lava Burst and takes the remaining 4 down to 32 with 2 cards left in hand.
Extremely efficient turn here for Derek, despite pitching a red to make it all happen.
Yeah, ended up being able to convert very much of his hand. Andrew able to block out almost all of it. Takes just a little bit at the tail end there in the form of the Lava Burst, but does have the red Edict of Steel to start things out. This is such an efficient card for Hala, because with only 1 single sharpen, it does create that flurry token, which means he will be able to swing Zenith Blade twice, even if it gets blocked out. So this is easily considered a 2-card 9, thanks to the refresh of those Valiant Dynamos. But can even pay into the Brave Forge Bracers for the second swing, making it 1-card, or I keep saying 1, a 2-card 10.
Yeah, incredibly efficient.
Yeah.
Probably the bread and butter play for Hala. We have seen this in Edict of Steel in the Rainbow variety, so probably playing 9 copies, Andrew, and here you can completely see why.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Super efficient way to just block out with almost all the cards in your hand, and then just send 2 of them for 5 each.
Andrew here does have Tunic live, and that's when Fi is at his most dangerous.
Starting things out here with an Oath of Loyalty, which means that he will only be allowed to play Draconic cards for the rest of the turn. 4 go again is the question.
Yeah, not really an issue for Fi in the same way as for Syndra. Syndra's a little bit greedier, I think, in terms of playing just like above rate generics. I expect Derek to be playing essentially all Draconic cards in this deck.
But Andrew's got the response. Sink Below does prevent all 4 of that damage very cleanly, as now 3 go again is the ask, using the Tunic counter to enable that and go tutor up the final Phoenix Flame from deck, which is really nice because it means that Derek will no longer draw into that. It's a pretty bad card to draw, but an excellent card to get for quote-unquote free through the form of these tutor effects.
Yeah, extremely efficient, showing the power of Tunic in this Fi deck. This very well may be, unless there's a swing of the Ember Blade, this may be a pitchless turn.
Yeah, and Andrew does opt to take that, looking like he is positioning to try to spend 3 cards on offense this turn, or could be trying to save a card for a more meaningful on-hit. Phoenix Flame, though, coming in for 1 go again. No Tiger Stripe Shuko yet, because it is the first card with power 2 or less to be played. Second one coming through right as I say it, though. Phoenix Flame number 2 coming out of the graveyard thanks to the Phi Rising Rebellion activation. And Andrew now reaching for his gloves, trying to get a little bit of blocking value out of those. And the chain is rounded out. Do you know this card?
Yeah, that's the Ember Blade.
I don't think it's Fire That Burns Within, although it looks kind of like it. A lot of the orange
Flame the Firebrand.
Thank you. And Flame the Firebrand coming out. This one is pumped up to 4 thanks to this being the 4th or greater Draconic Chain Link. It does have Go Again as well, and Andrew is taking the bill. Yeah. Going down to 24, and Derek does not utilize that Go Again, instead opting to Arsenal that card. Very likely a combo extender type of card hitting the chain there. Andrew, just has the CNC and a blue and some kind of other card for Arsenal is what it seems like to me. Really nice to be able to threaten CNC here. Very likely could have been that Derek finished the combat chain with another attack and didn't give value there. So Andrew kind of hedging that wasn't going to happen, and is rewarded for that guess.
And Derek has drawn the first copy of Are the Phoenix War. You have to wonder. Players are at, not halfway to their the ends of their life totals quite yet. But you have to wonder at what point it will be time for Derek to pop Mask of the Pouncing Lynx and send the huge sort of everything I got turn.
Yeah.
A good time to do it, maybe when you're getting a free buff anyway.
Rise from the Ashes into Rising Resentment. Spells 6 go again for 2 cards, as well as tutoring up one of those Phoenix Flames going into hand. As you mentioned, there is an Art of the Phoenix War in hand. Is that true?
I thought so.
Okay.
My
it's
art
really
reading
hard
has been
to see.
poor recently. I
Yeah.
think it's a Rising Resentment and Art of the Phoenix War.
I find the art on Draconic cards, some of them more difficult to tell apart. Just lots of orange and black in different shapes. So it is what it is. As the Phoenix Flame now hits the combat chain, 1 go again is the question. Andrew, by the way, took 5 of the 6, only giving up 1 single equipment piece. Looks like he may have pieced together a potent offensive turn, as Derek kind of just takes a middling line and goes on and passes with that arsenal. Andrew here pitches a blue Edict of Steel to play out a yellow one alongside, what is this one? I can't recall the name of that, but I believe it sharpens, which means he now has 3 counters on this Zenith Blade. So this is coming in for 6 go again with a flurry token on the board. So another swing will almost certainly be coming out of that Zenith Blade.
Yeah, this is a tough hand here for Derek. Does have 2 blues and maybe
Is this the attack again card?
That is the Beckon Steel.
Beckon Steel, okay.
Yeah, and that is yes.
So now he's coming in for 6, 12, 18 damage this turn. What a play from Andrew Melson. You thought 5 was the combo deck? This is coming out hot. Pumps it all the way up to 7 for the next 2 attacks that will be coming forth.
Very funny to describe Beckon Steel as the attack again card, but
Yeah.
I think an apt description.
Yeah.
Derek not blocking with anything unless
No.
I miss something. He does have a 2 blue hand, so maybe this would be the time to start,
Yeah, it needs to sort of get the full value out of those blues, but no, it just takes all the damage here. Down to 8. 8 plays 18, so Andrew taking a commanding lead all of a sudden and keeps 1 card for Arsenal.
Derek, you gotta assume or imagine this is going to be the Art of the Phoenix War turn.
Yes.
Given that Derek decided to keep the whole grip, getting precipitously lower here in life total.
Does still have that all-important Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, as well as the Dragon Scalar flight paths, meaning there could be a very, very wide turn up in just a moment. Andrew, sniffing it out, decides now's the time to block with the Balance of Justice, as we see the truce pitched, the Art of the Phoenix War played, and the Phoenix Flame rather discarded after Phi gets activated quite early in the chain, which is presumably why we saw so many blues kept, because I can see a world in which we can utilize one here as the Art of the Phoenix War plus Phoenix Flame payment, and then the next one to pay for Emberblade.
Yeah, a bit bittersweet for Andrew there to start off, to block with the Balanced Justice, anticipating this very play. To be right, but unfortunately, it's unfortunate to be right in that circumstance.
Now, Derek comes out with the Ignite for 3, blocked cleanly by Andrew. Follows up with a
Flame Call Awakening.
Thank you. And down to no resource. Oh, sorry. It was free thanks to the Ignite, but still has no floating resources because he already used 3 this turn.
Exactly. And again, you got to ask the question, is this the turn that Derek decides to pop Mask of the Pouncing Lynx? Not going to get a option to on this.
Yeah. I felt like if he was going to do it, he should have probably done it on the first chain link because it did connect after getting pumped up. Now we see Andrew kind of respecting it and trying to avoid allowing any more attacks to hit, committing the full fridge at this moment. And I really like the decision here to do so.
Well, Tenacity looking pretty juicy on this board, so maybe that would be the target, assuming Derek is playing it.
Does Andrew still have 3 cards in hand?
Yes. Drew an extra card off of Balance Justice. And unfortunately, for Derek drew another blue, so only able to convert into the second swing of Searing Emberblade.
And Andrew, very happy to just take the Searing Emberblade damage because you can't use the mask off of that. And it looks like Derek just missed the window, didn't anticipate being able to cover all those breakpoints, but Andrew navigating that brilliantly, still has 4 cards to work with, and one of them is an Edict of Steel Red, just one of the premier power cards in this Hala build.
Not what you want to see if you're Derek. You are starting to fall into must-block territory. I mean, I think you're in must-block territory at this point.
This is half your life. 4 damage, go again, coming through, and Derek throws 3 block in front of it. We've got a reaction, though. Andrew puts the... These Hala cards are new to me.
Oh, you're talking about a display of...
Display of conformality. I don't know. I'm trying to read it,
might
on
be like
the screen.
craftsmanship.
It's just
the exact naming
yes.
is lost on me.
I saw a C, and I just kind of went with... I tried to...
Oh, yeah, I got it.
So the target weapon attack will get +4 if the weapon has been sharpened, though. You put a +1 counter on it. So now it's coming in for... a total of 8, and then now another 4. Shouldn't it be 5? Didn't he sharpen it with the edict?
So.
Oh, he says 5. I think the die is currently misrepresenting. I saw him flash 5 with his fingers.
Mm-hmm. The players' minds are elsewhere.
Yes, and it looks like Derek takes the 2 down to 1. Andrew keeping an arsenal. If that's a D-react, he is in such a good position. Actually, it sort of doesn't matter. Yeah. He's in a good position no matter how you slice it.
It could be Eye of Ophidia, and he would be in a good position, I think.
Well said.
Derek might be in the very unfortunate... Ooh, and this is, Michael, this is one of the things that Hala is like Kassai, can get incredibly punished by Warmonger's diplomacy in a way that some other warriors perhaps would not be.
Yeah, Derek able to... hopefully claw back a little bit into this game. Warmonger's diplomacy just absolutely backbreaking if you need to start your chain off with a non-attack action. However, unlike Rangers, Andrew should have a fair bit of attack reactions in the deck, and that's a really, really scary proposition. If all we see is a naked Zenith Blade pitched out here, there's a potential that Derek will need to overblock.
And it looks like Andrew's going to pitch a Provoke here. If I see a Provoke pitched as Derek, alarm bells are ringing. Because that's one of the few cards that you can actually convert on offense through war, I would imagine. I mean, it's that and the other attack reactions that, to the extent those are available in the hand.
And it may actually be that Andrew's realizing that and choosing a different pitch card. Not sure if he's got another blue or yellow to put, but pitching 2 reds is... potentially fine as well.
So this isn't perfectly fine. Derek's going to have to block with 1 card to respect the lethal, and then I think get punished by the Provoke that is incoming.
Yep.
Derek, I mean, the Warmonger's diplomacy is exactly what you needed. You needed to essentially, not time walk, because Andrew would always be able to just send Zenith Blade, but just to buy something to steal back tempo, and he accomplished that to a certain degree. Unfortunately, at 1, we're very much in the position where Derek might have to just use his Mask of the Pouncing Link for its defensive capabilities instead of its offensive.
True. With 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal, I mean, he's in a really tough spot no matter how you slice it. But if you're asking the question, how do you play to your outs? I think the answer is you disrespect the attack reaction, especially at this life difference. If it was closer, if it was like 3-1, I could see a world where you try to respect the attack reaction and then try to claw your way back in a more honest fashion. But here, with 14 life plays 1, I don't see how you can win the game if you give more than 1 card to the block.
You definitely don't do that. I mean, well,
he's thumbing
maybe.
2.
Yeah,
it looks like he wants to respect it, and I understand the feeling.
Yeah.
I think from a play to your outs perspective, though, this feels like a mistake. And of course, we also know that.
Provoke getting pitched for another Provoke.
Okay. It's funny you mentioned that the Provoke being pitched would have been a tell, because I think Andrew realized that he could have just pitched the Provoke. Sigil of Solace.
Wow, Andrew converting, quote unquote, converting
Yeah.
the whole hand. The unsheathed
Okay.
basically was lost. So sort of an intellect penalty by overpitching, but
It's true.
very happy to see that. And I think you're right, Michael. I think you're sort of, it's easy for us to say you're supposed to just block exactly
Right.
when it's played and say, hey, if you have attack reaction, I'm dead. But in either case, Derek was going to have to give up 2 cards.
Oh, yeah.
So this was not going to be a tough
Instead
position.
gives up 3.
Instead
Andrew
gives up 3.
should be at 17 here. Looks like the life totals have lagged behind just a little bit as Derek now comes in for 4 damage. Go again. 1 card in Arsenal, a Tunic resource available, and quite a lot of life to get through still.
Yeah, it's a slow grind uphill for Derek. You have to imagine Andrew's not even going to let this. There's no world where he lets this hit, whether it's via D-React or a card from hand and Valiant Dynamos.
And now Derek's just kind of trying to pull cards from Andrew's hand.
Reaching for Valiant Dynamos, that implies to me that this Andrew's either not going to block this out or is going to.
Yeah, if he can convert 4 cards, he should try to convert 4 cards.
Well, this opens up the line for Derek to grab something off of Mask, but who knows what that even does.
I think he's got the life total to be able to weather that just fine. I think in the game of Flesh and Blood, one of the things that I've learned is that value is king until the question of can I kill my opponent becomes available. And then you're willing to take a ton of damage just to kind of force out the winning line.
Yeah, I mean...
Takes none here, though. Does have the
does
total
block it
line.
up. Total line
plus
was the perfect answer there.
Valiant Dynamo, yep. And Phoenix Flame to end the chain. Takes 1 damage down to 16.
Yeah, at that point, Mask definitely not worth it. Before that, maybe you get Fire that burns within. You can play that with your Tunic resource, ditch the Phoenix Flame, and see what you draw off the top. That's maybe more worth it, but definitely not at this point.
And now it looks like we've got the Flurry, we've got the Sharpen. I'm not sure what effect this card brings out. The Go Again appears to be available as well, though.
Derek, the hand appears to block decently well. Maybe it's a little tough to see. I mean, Fi has just riddled these 2 blocks. This is going to demand 2 cards from Derek yet again.
Could be a 3 block and a Tunic, I suppose, if he has it.
Yeah, could be.
2 floating resources is scary at this juncture.
Yeah, I suppose we're at the point, and one of them is an Art of the Phoenix War, which is hard to imagine that Derek will have the space to ever resolve that card again. But, maybe Derek is just one other Warmongers that's a little bit luckier away.
Right, yeah. A Warmongers into a hand of all non-attacks could be quite promising if it aligns that way. But here we see Derek giving up 2 cards. Andrew saying, sounds good to me. Pockets the last one, knocks over his deck for the 2nd time this game, and just puts it all back together like nothing happened and moves on. 16 plays 1 as Derek Anderson continues to try to climb out of this steep gully he's found himself in.
Oh, wow. Derek had 2 non-blocks in hand there. So if Andrew did have it, literally could not play against respect the attack reaction even if he wanted to.
Yeah. And I'm sure Andrew's got at least 1 more in the deck. Surely. And Andrew takes it. So he's prepared to convert 5 cards into offense. And this has got to get Derek shaken in his boots. You can see just a look of defeat on his face. He knows when they're willing to take the 3 damage, that's not a good sign as the last copy of Red Edict of Steel comes out, making that Flurry token, which means the Zenith Blade has Go Again and attack a 2nd time. This is 4 Go Again with 3 cards to back it up.
This can't attack again. Face up, right? Because Derek responded to the Edict of Steel with the Ripple Away, so no Flurry.
Oh, did he? Oh, I missed that. Sorry. Good looking out. No no Flurry. That's actually a big deal. So just a command and con. That is game.
An attack reaction
Derek
will do
unable to block that one out. Ninja just doesn't have enough blocking cards in the list. And this is a Hala now positioned X and 1 looking to potentially break into the top 8. That's very exciting for those Hala enjoyers out there and people who, like myself, enjoy watching new heroes break out into the top tables.
Yes, very impressive showing thus far. Fi been here for a long time. Hala been here a short time. I think Hala is showing the strength of decks that are sort of have a little bit more built-in consistency, i.e. being able to block a little bit better, and also, being able to have the adaptability more than Fi. Fi, as strong as those offensive outputs can become, you're forced to play those blues. When you draw those multiple blues, it can be really punishing.
Absolutely. Well, that concludes our second to last round of Swiss. We've got one more before we break out to top 8, so don't go anywhere, folks, because we've got a little bit more flesh and blood coming up after this.
And we're back to the July edition of the AG New England Open Series. I'm here with Andrew Melson, who we saw just absolutely take apart the competition on Hala Blade Saint of the Vow. Andrew, as somebody, and I'll raise my hand here, who is less familiar with Hala, who knows a little bit, this hero's sort of new to the game, I'm curious to know what drew you to her, what made you decide to bring her to this tournament?
So I was at the Battlegrounds yesterday, and I played Dorinthia. I really like. So I'm really prepping for Mastery Pack Warrior. It's such a phenomenal class, and it's a real shame that they haven't had their time in the sun. As far as what drew me to Hala, I'm sure you guys probably know Damian Riggins, renowned fatigue player. He posted a list in the Hala channel that is pretty good. I played a lot of fatigue Pleiades, and it has some elements of that. But also it has some of the best fatigue math in the game just because Zenith Blade is it's a huge deck damage device. So you're sending 4 into 4 a lot, refreshing your dynamos, and you're getting a lot of value out of it. Plus you have those crazy Beck and Steel turns. I think Beck and Steel might be my favorite card in the entire game. It's such a cool interaction. I'm so happy they.
Yeah, and it seems like you're playing it in every color you possibly.
Edict. I mean Beck and Steel.
Oh, sorry.
So Edict of Steel. Yeah.
Edict. Yes, I was totally thinking of Edict.
If I could play Beck and Steel in red, I really would, but I can't.
Yeah, that maybe be a little too strong. whatever that would look like.
It's already like a 6, as you saw. It's like a 7 value blue, and it's like, okay, that's fine for a blue. 7 value is where we're at, I guess.
Yeah, and you that specific turn, your Beck and Steel turn, seemed to be really the pivot point. You created a life gulf there where it really seemed impossible for sort of anything to occur that would be able to bridge the gap. But the return fire was the one card that I would think is a very strong card into Hala, which is Warmonger's Diplomacy. What's your mindset playing around that potential targeted hate piece?
You can't. It's just a terrible card into Hala. It's awful. I hate it. LSS, ban Warmonger's Diplomacy. I don't know what to tell you. The card, I am not a fan of that card. If you see Warmongers, your turn is often just send 3, and that's that.
And so you spoke a little bit about why Hala for this turn, and your reasoning makes a lot of sense. The numbers seem very good. What I think of when I see Hala, I think of the other warrior who's swinging twice and plays Valiant Dynamos in Kassai, who's really dominating this meta at large. So I wonder what leads somebody to play Hala instead of Kassai, given how impressive Kassai is doing. What led you to that specific decision?
So I don't play decks often because they're good. I play decks often because I like the deck. I do try to play the best deck that I like, but with sometimes it leads me to playing some B-tier decks, I'll be honest. I consider myself a reasonably skilled player, but I make some terrible deck building or deck choice decisions. Kassai is a very strong deck. I don't actually think she's very long for this world, so I didn't really want to learn the deck and then buy into the deck. And then she's going to LL. She's not going to last PQ season. There's no way. She might not even last the month at the rate that she's going. We have 3 in the top 8 of Shinjuku at this point. It is a very, very strong deck. But it just doesn't really appeal to me. I don't know. I think it's kind of boring, if I'm being honest. And that sounds crazy coming from someone who's like 4 into 4 every turn, but I get to play Beck and so.
Yeah, and there's some excitement in being part of this sort of one of the pioneers of this hero that hasn't had its time in the sun yet, and I'm sure maybe post Mastery Pack Warrior we will be at that point.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to get some reps in on Hala before MPW came out. I think that even right now, she's a very legitimate deck. There's some decks that are super landmine matchups, like Spellcilio. I played that in the last round. I managed to kind of high roll a little bit. I'm only on AB1 and killed them before they killed me. But it's just, she's so close to where she needs to be like an actual meta menace. But she is just a very good deck with great numbers. And if you like playing a little bit of fatigue and a little bit of damage, phenomenal.
Yeah, adaptability very strong in this game, being able to switch your game plan on a dime, so to speak.
100%.
You mentioned that you think, although you're really enjoying Hala, and I agree with you, if you're playing a hero you love, you never really lose a game. Hala's maybe at the B tier, not quite, hasn't broken through. You mentioned one potential bad matchup in Spellcilio. Congrats to you for winning through having only AB1. Seems pretty difficult.
I won the die roll. That's all that really matters.
The toe the lines maybe lined up.
They did. One sigil and one toe the line, and sometimes that's all you need.
What other decks do you think are currently gatekeeping Hala from being able to break through to that top tier?
So honestly, Kassai is a pretty tough matchup if we're being real. Once Kassai leaves, I think that Hala gets a lot of value. I've been struggling a little bit in the Huntsman matchup. I think that's probably not because the deck is bad into Huntsman, more my lack of matchup knowledge into the deck. I'm not really sure how to approach it yet. I'm trying some different things. Other than that, like those are the two real gatekeepers at the moment. Kassai being such a prevalent deck. I mean, I've been testing Hala, and you can fatigue Jarl with the deck by just send your deck damage is just so much higher than them on a regular basis. If they don't know the game plan, especially, they can't do it. So she's great into the Guardians. It's mostly just the Kassai, for being real. It's just a hard match. Right. And Huntsman. So
right. And you're on a great run right now. I believe 4-1, unless my mouth is bad.
Yes.
Looking very well positioned. I do want to give you some time to prep before the next round. But before I let you go, I want to ask, if you had one wish list for a Hala card you haven't seen yet, something that does something that the deck is currently missing right now in Mastery Pack Warrior, put it out into the world, what do you want?
So I thought a lot about this. I don't necessarily think that the deck needs more Flurry. It could use more Flurry, so any Flurry generation will take, but it's such high value that it's crazy. I'm looking forward to seeing the card that Ellie Bird is spoiling. She said it's kind of Savor Bloodshed for swords. So that might be the card I'm looking for. If it says 0 cost, sharpen a sword, your next sword attack that hits, draw a card, that would be amazing. Yeah. So we take that every day.
Yeah. Something of the power level of Savor Bloodshed does sound pretty good for just about about any.
Yeah, it does. That's a little worse than Savor Bloodshed. Let's be real. So we can up that. They could be like 0, +3, sharpen, draw a card on hit. That's like Savor Bloodshed tier, right?
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, I think so.
Warriors do.
Yeah.
All right, Andrew.
Yes.
Well, thank you for showing me. I learned a couple things here, seeing one of the early pioneers of Hala show his skills. So thank you for that, and I wish you best of luck in your next round.
Awesome. Thanks for the opportunity.
Everybody else will be right back.
Hala shows up and shows up big, taking down round 5 against Phi Rising Rebellion. Honestly, surprising me quite a bit. I haven't seen a lot of Hala, so seeing her take down such a prolific deck as Phi in such handily manner was quite the surprise, and a good one at that, if you ask me. But we've got the metagame breakdown. This is what everybody is showing up and playing with today. We just saw the one of Hala versus one of the 2 Phis. But we've got 4 Dash IOs in the room, 3 Arachne Marionette, 3 Acilio, and 2 Arachne Huntsman, all pretty well known and established. And I would even say all the way up until you see the Tough Nut, pretty par the course as far as metas go. Maybe a little bit more Dash IO in the room than you might expect. But then trailing after that, we've got a bunch of Guardians, which I think makes a lot of sense too. Tough Nut almost being a Guardian as far as he plays. We haven't really gotten to see a whole lot of the one-ofs. We did get to witness the Uzuri early on in the day. No Katsu, KO, or Max gracing the top tables, unfortunately for us and for them. But overall, pretty wide meta, as we've been seeing a lot of recently, not only in our smaller tournaments, but some of the really, really big ones too, going all the way up to callings and pro tours. Very, very open, and has been for quite some time.
Yep. And no spoilers, but we may be seeing one of those same very Guardians in just a moment.
Yes. But if you're wondering why these players are even showing up at all, we've got the answer for you right here on the screen. That's right. The winner of this tournament will go home with $400. Second place gets $200. Third through fourth get $100. And fifth through eighth get $50. But of course, that's not all they're playing for, because on the right side of your screen, we've got a column that says AGE open points. And tell me, Patrick, why do these matter?
Well, they help qualify you for the PC, the Players' Championship. Would love to get into the PC myself someday. As you mentioned, still very much earlier today, very much a live competition. 30 whole points for the winner of today. Yeah. Our 15th and 16th seeds got 27. 14th through 12th seeds all have just 30. So one win, you're right in the mix for that Players' Championship.
Absolutely. So players definitely trying to get those points as much as possible. Definitely today as well. We see Elyse Symmes sitting at 75, and she is currently the only undefeated player in the standings. We will not be watching her game coming up next, but for those of you wondering, she is locked for top 8.
You will see her in top 8. Maybe even beyond that, the way on the pace she's going.
Absolutely. We have a few sponsorships as well that we would like to take a moment and thank. The host of today, Grave Troll Games, host of not only today, but the Battleground yesterday as well. Katie Lamar, along with, I believe it was Peter and one moment, producer Justin. Okay.
And for those of you who are watching today's stream and wondering, saying, hey, this is going really well, Bryce must not be here. Bryce is Platts in chat. Hello, Bryce.
Yes. Welcome, Bryce, to the chat. Thank you for joining us from your home. I wish it was you sitting next to me and said, wait, I was supposed to shit talk him, not you. Whoops. My bad.
This is what happens when Bryce isn't here. All the rails fall off.
I'm fawning. Well, no, I'm glad to see you. Glad that you can witness this from the comforts of your own home. And of course, thank you to everybody else, Grave Troll Games, and the folks out at the venue putting on a show for you.
As well as the Battleground yesterday.
Yes. Looks like the players are ready, so we're going to head on down to the feature match area as we've got Neeraj Satav sitting 3-2 on Arachne Marionette up against Jacob Lezberg 3-2 on Jarl Vitredi. And these two players are also teammates, so you got to believe that they probably know pretty well what they're up against.
Yes, very much
Team
so.
Redline.
Team Redline, yeah. Well, this Jarl will very much not be Redline. If Neeraj is going to succeed here, hopefully he will be a little bit less Redline than usual, as, of course, Jarl will be creating frostbites to make Neeraj's life as painful as possible.
As long as Neeraj can prevent his equipment from being destroyed too early, he will be able to dodge the majority of the creation of those frostbites. Cards like Blizzard may spell the end of his go again, as far as the chain is concerned, but that is neither here nor there as everything gets kicked off with a Hunter's Clave. This one has go again and 1 damage.
Interestingly here, Neeraj pitching and exposed. This is one of the very few ways in the deck, I believe, to be able to mark uninteractively.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really important when your opponent is presenting Boots of Omnisword, as Jacob has done. So that's making me think, oh, and now a Reaper's Call to follow it up. Wow, so Neeraj absolutely has something else.
I see the top of one of his cards there, and it is an uninteractable way to give a mark. I forget the name of the card, but you'll see it in just a moment.
Neeraj trying to, I think, bait Jacob into using this Boots of Omnisword here, Michael. Yeah. Let's see, Jacob, if he's reading the tea leaves, if Jacob is reading the tea leaves, I would see 2 uninteractable ways to mark in my opponent's pitch zone and think, maybe
you got a third one.
I'm trying to get foxed here.
Yeah.
They're trying to fox me.
It sniffs that out and does accept the mark and the singular point of damage.
And just, playing it out anyway. We'll go to bottom, so maybe just doing some filtering there.
Mm-hmm.
Neeraj deciding I don't want that. Yeah, so clearly, there's Jacob, teammates with Neeraj, I would guess, has played against this Marionette before, was able to read the right moves there. And Neeraj, meanwhile, bringing quite a few blues for Arachne Marionette.
Quite a few blues and quite a few uninteractable ways to mark. Makes me wonder how much he's potentially practiced into decks that can block out the mark and make you miserable. Seems like Neeraj is built around that and is able to convert the mark early on. Jacob now sending his
Elements of Aria.
Yes, thank you. Elements of Aria. Colors of Aria?
Colors of Aria.
Yes, Colors of Aria.
I led you astray.
Colors of Aria, 7 damage, no on hits or anything to really think about or worry about. When this card is face up in any zone, it's Earth, Ice, and Lightning, which means if Neeraj had an empty equipment zone, this would be giving a frostbite just by virtue of being played, but he does not, and so it does not.
Is that how that works?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
that's one of the reasons
I've never seen that interaction.
Included. Yeah,
okay.
It's quite good when you can get the frostbite from it.
Oh wow, okay. All right, well, yeah, and yet another blue drawn up for Neeraj. How many blues is Neeraj playing? That we've seen 4 already?
Hopefully more than 4, because he will be in trouble as he might need them later in the game.
Yeah, and here, to Neeraj's, I guess, credit or for his luck, there is more. There are some reds in hand to be able to utilize offensively on this turn.
Yeah, Neeraj also lucking his way into the Orb Weaver.
Yeah.
Oh, and also has the Orb Weaver Spinneret. So this Graphene Calithra is now coming in for 7.
Yeah. Maybe not so lucky after all in that case. Had access to it. It might prefer a different
anything
sort of,
else would have been nice. I guess it's nice that it costs 1 less. That is sort of...
That is true. That is true. And it's not
efficient.
as if Inertia Trap is really going to do that much. You probably want the cards that have more offensive value. So overall, I doubt Neeraj is that displeased to get a Calithra this early.
Yeah. Jacob does commit a card to blocking. The only thing that I could think of that would make this turn more efficient would be if one of those cards is a Tarantula Toxin. Neeraj reaches for his arsenal, and it is just a Kiss of Death.
So, Kiss of Death, what's happening here? Shouldn't Jacob be unmarked? Am I missing something?
Should be unmarked, probably just failing to update the board state.
Yeah, and the players are not putting this as 4, so they know he's not. They know Jacob's not marked. Maybe just going to need to clean up the board state there a little bit.
Blocks that one out, puts 3 in front of it. Pretty confident that there are no reactions to follow. And ends the combat chain there with an arsenal. 35, plays 36, passing on over.
Need that closer, Neeraj.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I mean, Jarl is still a developing... Jarl's been around for a long time.
Yes.
Still a developing deck in this new meta in a post-Victor world where I think Jarl was to a certain extent being very much held in check by Victor.
Yeah, Victor really had a lot of Guardians unable to beat him in the one-on-one.
Yeah. My initial thoughts are this is a matchup where Jarl would really succeed into Marionette. One of the few decks maybe that can do so, given one of the reasons to play Marionette is the relatively flat matchup spread.
I can see the theory there. The one thing I will say is that although I think people tend to think of Jarl as the most defensive Guardian, he's got the ice talent, he's got all the frostbites, he can really gum up the works. He actually blocks worse than a lot of the other Guardians because he has a bunch of elemental cards. It is very possible for him to draw up 2 blocks and even no blocks in the hand. So I will say that sometimes the Assassin may be able to line it up to be able to get the on-hits a little bit better into Jarl. But it just depends on how it's drawn up and also how the Jarl decides to build. It's always up to the player whether they include those 2 blocks or not.
Yeah, one of the reasons Jarl is so powerful is just that optionality in the deck building choice. You're not quite exactly sure what it is.
It is such a wide open card pool. Here we see Neeraj sending the Kiss of Death for 7, but then activating... Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, discarding the Reaper's Call to mark, and this confers +1 to the... to the point. Now 12 damage coming through. Jacob responds with the Earth...
Rootbound Carapace.
Thank you. Rootbound Carapace.
With the Decompose, so that'll be 4.
Reaction. Yes, Earthbound Carapace is able to decompose, so gets +1 on that. So 7 blocks 12.
And it looks like Jacob has more to do here. Neeraj, 1 card left in hand, so maybe giving some thought to holding that back for potential follow-up.
I wonder if this is a Boots turn here. Is currently blocking 11 to Neeraj's 12. Using the Boots would block 2. I'm not saying it's the right choice,
which
but it's a
boots are you
consideration.
talking about?
The Boots of Ominous Word.
Ominous Word? Okay. Yeah, that's true. I think you probably hold that to prevent a mark here. And at the very least, the positive for Jacob is the mark is going away.
Yes. So it takes 2 points of damage at the end of that, and then Leave No Witness comes through. Another 1 over the top as Jacob gives 3 to his 4, dropping down to 30.
Of course, the Flicked Kiss of Death, 2 damage there. And generating 1 silver off the top from the Enlightened Strike being banished by Leave No Witnesses.
See if Neeraj goes and grabs that silver. I don't see it represented. May have forgotten the trigger.
Yeah. Or maybe just thinks, I have no use for that. I've seen Marionettes pitch to their silver, right? Especially when you're playing as many blues as Neeraj. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him.
Jacob just Arsenal passes, and now it's back to Neeraj full tempo as a pain in the backside hits the combat chain.
Pain in the backside, very powerful card in this deck in that it demands a block. A little bit less good into a deck like Jarl that is more than happy to be blocking with multiple cards in hand per turn.
Yeah. The thing I love about that card is I feel so confident that no reactions are going to hit it. As I say that, the shred comes down.
It's the Michael Murray blessing.
Yeah.
So this would be 2 leaking over, effectively 2, with a mark. Hard to attribute a discrete value to that, but you have to imagine Neeraj is very pleased with the way this turn is transpiring.
Yeah. Has Jacob down to 27 already. And another Leave No Witness hits the combat chain.
It's going to be, yeah. So this is you know, Jacob not likely to let this hit, so relatively safe to follow into the mark. I think Neeraj, you know, he's sort of pleased either way, either be with the Arsenal Disruption or to be able to transform into an Agent of Chaos at the end of this turn.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if Jacob has the hand texture to convert a 4-card hand. He briefly reached for the Crown of Providence, but I don't think he can really turn 4 cards into much.
Yeah. It's got the, what is that, Earthbloom Life? That's the name of that one. And then I believe it's an Elemental Strike and a Crumble to Eternity. So the Elemental Strike, what does that cost? 3?
Yeah.
3? So yeah, not...
Wait, no, Elemental Strike is 0, but you have to banish a card. So it's kind of like a pseudo E-Strike. So it's a 2-card play, but it costs 0. Looks like we've got a judge call.
Maybe they're trying to figure out how much an Elemental Strike costs as well.
I can't quite tell. Yeah. I'm not sure exactly what they're talking about, but regardless, we will hopefully get that resolved soon and back down to the gameplay. What I'm seeing right now, though, is a pretty even match, which I think I was expecting given the fact that these two are teammates. I know personally when I am teammates with somebody, I tend to tech to beat them. I'm always playing them. I want to beat them. I find that like a good example of that is actually our producer, Justin, likes to play Illusionist, and I tend to tech as hard as I can as a Guardian player against that, even though typically it would be a matchup that you may just decide to ship it and say, it's a bad matchup, dodge it in the tournament, otherwise you lose. You know, it's a pretty fair thing to try to dodge. You can just say, I don't think I'm going to face any Ziggies, and you're very likely right. But on our Tuesday nights, I am very sure I will face a Ziggy, and so you bet your butt that I've got all the aura destruction that I can possibly fit in my Guardian sideboard.
There's actually a lot of insight here for me being there on Tuesday.
Yes,
your sideboard's pretty good. I think this is an interesting. I mean, it's always tough to run into a teammate in a win-and-in as this matchup is. I'm not sure if we mentioned that at the top. This is a win-and-in matchup for these players. 3-2 each. We think.
It is possible that it's a win and bubble out. It does always just depend on the way that the tiebreakers land and the who wins and who loses in the other games. But it sure smelled like a win-and-in, and we liked the way the matchup looked, so we are airing this one. But... yes, 2 teammates means one will not make it in no matter what, because one of these players will have to, well, it could be a both don't make it in, but yes, one.
So it seems as if our producer is telling us that the judge call was based on the silver that we had mentioned previously being missed. I believe we are close to a resolution there.
Yeah, we will see how the judge decides to resolve this. Felt like a mistrigger to me, but of course, it's up to the judge and the players, mostly the judge, on how to resolve it. Love to have high-level flesh and blood gameplay, so however it goes, we will surely be all right.
Might be a VAR situation.
Could be.
You're a World Cup person?
Yeah.
No?
And it looks like the silver was resolved there.
A little bit of take-backsies being employed.
I would say that sometimes the judge does leave it up to the opponent and say, well, he missed the trigger. How do you feel? And being the good teammate could have said, I would like for him to get the silver. I want to play the highest possible level game, and I want him to have the resources that he worked so hard to get, as the Leave No Witness is blocked out fully, right?
Blocked out fully, yeah. 2-card block.
2-card block, great.
And the roll into probably the scariest of the Agents of Chaos for Arachne Marionette.
On hit, banish a card from hand. And Jacob just establishes the Crumble to Eternity. Does choose the Tunic as the target, puts a -1 counter on that, and boy, would he love to blow that one up.
Yeah, very important for Jacob to try to create an exposed armor spot. to be able to generate those frostbites that are going to slow down a deck like Mario that would love to play with these very lean offensive, mostly red hands.
Jacob also has 2 defense reactions in hand, which is really nicely timed to pair up with the Arachne Black Widow. As you mentioned, one of the most potent forms of Arachne transformation because it targets the hand, but Jacob has what I would assume is enough reactions to counteract any kind of explosive shenanigans to go over the top to guarantee that hit.
And Neeraj actually did crack the silver to draw a card. It was, in fact, relevant. The friendly take backsies from the teammate, always coming in clutch. Of course, Michael wouldn't do that. He's too busy teching his sideboard pieces for you.
How did he have the one? Oh, did he activate the tunic? Okay,
yes,
great.
Activated tunic.
I was like, that's not a gold, that's a silver. You should have none floating after that.
This should be for 2, I think, but I expect the players will very quickly realize that.
Graphene Calycera, I believe for 1 because he's transformed.
You were right. I forgot he was transformed. The judge call's throwing me off.
Coming in for 1 go again with the potential 2 on hit. Discard. Yes, I am killing it with the judge calls. Discard a card from hand, pump this up, and confer a banish. But Jacob sitting on 2 defense reactions probably says, prove to me that you've got more than 1 reaction here, because otherwise I'm just going to block this out after the reaction step.
Yeah, this is interesting for Neeraj if Jacob goes for this.
Ooh, I like this too, just kind of really hampering the ability to play reactions on the Graphene Calycera. No, decides not to risk the shield. There's a potential for a shred effect to destroy the temper equipment after it blocks. So instead decides to block with the arm piece.
And so it looked like a discard to Black Widow. So this should go up to 4.
Yeah, discard plus a shred.
Ooh, okay. And that, I believe the gauntlets have temper, unless I'm mistaken.
They do, so that means they will be destroyed when the combat chain closes.
Yeah, so this is 4 versus 0, I believe.
Yes, exactly. So D-React is very efficient at covering this up. I think I just saw a Tarantula Toxin.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Tarantula Toxin, though, so the Tarantula Toxin will...
No, I think he'll get through.
7 minus 1. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. So Neeraj just had it all, I guess, for Jacob, who probably felt pretty comfortable blocking 2 into 6 into 10.
Absolutely.
Maybe not the case.
Yep, and you can see it. Jacob's just like, that's the one card I couldn't play around. Does still have the Boots of Ominous Award. I don't think it's quite enough to cover, but if it is, that would be nice. Currently, it is 7 damage on the combat chain with only a singular block value, which means Jacob would need to block an additional 6 to prevent this, but he's got 4 plus 1 in the form of the boots. Man, sure would be nice if he could find 1 more point just to stop that banish on hit.
Yeah, well, I don't know what's in I guess we know Jacob's arsenal. I'm forgetting what it is now because it predated the judge call. But.
Yeah, did pocket something, so I have to assume it's a red. It would also have to assume it's not a D-React, considering his pained expression. And it looks like rather than try to prevent any more, Jacob's just going to take the damage here, drops down to 21, and banishes the Oaken Old as Neeraj continues the turn with a pick up the point.
Yeah, unfortunately, don't have the spare resource to get back one of those Hunter's Claves to the extent Neeraj would want that. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Calycera is still around, so not. Sometimes you get a little confused when they're on the combat chain. But so just a head jab. Worst things you can do.
Yep, just a little head jab. And now Jacob, I bet he wishes he committed this earlier. It would have died, assuming Neeraj pitched to still play the shred. It would have destroyed the shield at the end of the turn. But it sure would have hampered some of the reaction potential.
That's a good point, Michael. Probably the sweetest shred target in Stalagmite, so that's maybe why Jacob didn't commit it so early. Maybe knowing Neeraj's deck, you could probably expect some shred effect in any Marionette list, but maybe knowing Neeraj's list a little bit better than that even.
Jacob, though, has kept a 3-card hand along with a Crumble to Eternity. It is a Command and Conquer. I do like the pairing here.
Yep.
This is going to have Dominate thanks to that Crumble. Is that true? Does Crumble affect It's not represented with dice. Maybe
I
they're
believe
looking for it.
I thought it does. I thought it was any the next
I
attack.
thought so too. And it
Maybe
looks like
it could be
Neeraj is
Guardian
just
attack.
taking it all. There's the dominate dice. Going down to 26, getting rid of that arsenal. It was a D-react, so couldn't have, no Sigil of Solace shenanigans.
The two teammates laughing about that one. Gotcha.
And now Jacob able to pocket a D-react, insulate himself just a little bit, as Neeraj has a 4-card hand and a 6 life lead going into turn 6.
Gosh, Neeraj has another shred in hand. He's packed to the gills in shreds, which is, maybe this is an excellent meta call. I mean, it's an excellent card into Jarl, who has 3 equipment that very much do not want to face a shred.
Yeah, absolutely. The temper equipment are particularly vulnerable because they will get destroyed as long as their defense reads 0 at the end of the turn, regardless of how many -1 counters are on them. As pick up the point connects, and Jacob drops down to 17. Pain in the backside follows that one up. Another 3 go again, 2 cards in hand. And as you mentioned, one of them is a shred, which can target this pain in the backside, which sounds like a real pain in the backside to me.
I am not a Jarl player. One thing I've heard from the more experienced Jarl players among us, and Jacob doing a little laugh there as finally notices the shred, becomes privy to the shred, is when to use this stalagmite block. Because it looked pretty sweet to me there, the optionality there. But I expect somebody of Jacob's know-how on this deck to know the appropriate time. And I think maybe we will see the point in which it is most breaking for Neeraj for that to have resolved.
Jacob does have the response, though, has the Root-bound Carapace to cover that up, and the Earth cards to boot to gain a little bit of extra blocking value. Not that it matters here. We're over-blocking on this, but it's nice to get those into the banish to turn on potential future.
Well, no, there's no gain. I think you would be doing it
Once
solely
you've got 2 in there, you're good.
to cover up, just in case there was another shred or another, something to get over the top.
To.
Yeah, except to get rid of Earth cards for future decomposes, but Jacob probably just figuring it's worth it. Pushing 2 reds for this command and conquer.
Yeah, that's not really what you like to see, but you do what you got in the game of Flesh and Blood. You can't always draw it up efficient.
And Neeraj was able to just take the command and conquer to the dome on the last turn and send quite a nice offensive onslaught. Maybe we'll be in the same sort of mood here, depending on the texture of the hand.
Is tanking just a little bit. I see a lot of blues once again, which in my mind means snap block, but Neeraj may need to ensure that he's got the mark that he needs to do the shenanigans that he wants.
Yeah, one of them is a Reaper's Call, so we'll be able to uninteractively mark Jacob, even if presumably Neeraj may at some point choose to pitch one of those blues to a Hunter's Clave to do that for him.
Really tanking on this.
Yeah, I mean it's. I mean, I didn't notice what he put in. Neeraj put into Arsenal. It could be a card worthy of protecting.
Could be another D-react that he's just like, I don't need these, and thinking about giving it up because his game plan is not currently to out mid-range.
Interesting to know in these Jarl matchups between Command and Conquer and Plowender, which increasingly more Jarl lists are playing that, and I guess that's a reason not to decompose separately. Your arsenal is very much always under threat, and Plowender a little bit more scary way because you have no choice in the matter. So, it's maybe something to keep in mind, when choosing between setting up a big turn versus just getting your value now.
Yeah, and I think I saw a Tarantula Toxin in Neeraj's hand, which to me says set up a big turn means keep an extra card, even if it costs you 6 life to do so. Just wants to ensure getting that Tarantula Toxin paired up with as many other cards as possible.
Here, leading with the Savor Bloodshed. So Neeraj does, pitching the Reaper's Call. So I don't know if there's another way to mark in hand for Neeraj. I would assume so.
This would be a great use of the Boots of Ominous Word if Jacob is able to fully block this out and prevent the on-mark effect.
Well, the on-mark would be uninteractable. If he had it. I don't think Neeraj has it. We just saw his hand, actually. But I meant like a Reaper's Call where you would discard it as opposed to a flick. You can't flick the Hunter's Clave.
Exactly. Mark and then draw the card, just replace it.
But seeing Neeraj's hand, it looks clear that his plan is use Tarantula Toxin if this gets blocked, or I guess even if it doesn't. Oh, and a juicy target for the Tarantula Toxin, which will be followed up by a Codex.
Well, the Tarantula Toxin only gets one mode active on the Hunter's Clave because this card does not have stealth. It is an assassin attack, which makes the shred effect. I'm sorry, only the +3 effect, so cannot do the shred effect.
You are exactly correct, Michael. Could follow up. No, there will be no mark conferred here, so absent use of the Tarantula Toxin. And sure enough, Neeraj kind of priced into using it there.
Yeah.
Assuming you don't want to just pass with a Codex in your arsenal, which, as we've already mentioned, not exactly a safe proposition.
Jacob falling down to 15 does get marked, which means the next time a dagger hits, Neeraj will draw a card, but it's possible. I think Jacob can stop that from happening. 2 currently on the combat chain. Neeraj holding 1 card back, but Jacob has the Boots of Ominous Ward if Neeraj decides to use that Flick Knives to attempt a card draw. And other than that, just has to pray the last card isn't an attack reaction. Could get a little bit blown out if it is, but Jacob's got a decision. Wow, I didn't know a draw dice
I've never
existed.
seen that.
That's a first for me.
That's something that had to have been created in response to Safer Bloodshed.
Yeah, our judge probably just hand carved it, whittled it from plastic.
Yeah, maybe this is meant for the fatigue mirrors that people thought were coming today.
And we see a block of the Boots of Ominous Ward, as well as the Stalagmite. Really good use of that Stalagmite because there are no floating resources. So that means you can be pretty darn sure there won't be a reaction, including but not limited to Flick Knives.
Yeah, so Jacob, effectively, I mean, losing the boots there is a little bit. Maybe with full information available, Jacob would have preferred to just have blocked with the Stalagmite. But nonetheless, like, the Stalagmite effectively being traded for that Codex of Frailty, at least on this turn.
Yeah.
Number 5, that's the
Tarantula.
Tarantula. Yes, thank you. You would think it having spider's legs would be enough hint for me, but apparently not.
And look at that, ends up being able to dodge the Codex entirely because it hit the arsenal, and Plow Under is now forcing that out.
And I do think this is a big part of Jarl's game plan, is using Stalagmite on a turn where you think you can force your opponent into arsenaling a card, and then following it up with Arsenal Disruption.
Yeah. Jacob really starting to claw his way back into the game. Fell behind quite a bit early. I think the life valley was 10 at one point, but now Neeraj actually has 1 less life than Jacob.
Jacob in the lead.
Yeah, still has the 4-card hand, so tempo firmly in the favor of Neeraj, but he's got to convert that tempo into damage. Otherwise, he doesn't get to say that he's ahead in the game anymore. Cut from the same cloth coming out to start the chain, which means he gets a full look at the hand, and it is an Oakenold and 2 Earth cards and a Macho Grande. So nothing terribly threatening and no reactions, so no mark, although Jacob is already marked.
Yeah, this is a pretty... If I'm looking at these cards in Neeraj's hand, right, this is a pretty devastating offensive turn with a Tunic up. And Jacob has to be kicking himself that there's no longer any access to Stalagmite.
Yeah, now seeing the double Saver Bloodshed, the mark is already on. Yeah. There's 13 damage currently on the chain, and thanks to the Arachne Tarantula, we know for a fact that this card is at least worth +3. The last one in hand. It is guaranteed to be a reaction. He can also flick knives in the reaction step, draw 2 cards, and Jacob no longer has access to the Boots of Ominous Ward to prevent that. So this is a very, very terrifying attack.
This is what you're doing to your teammates, right, Michael?
Of course. I'm always drawing 2 cards Look at the way Neeraj is staring him down, just like, yeah, I got you, buddy. He's feeling pretty darn good about himself in this spot.
Yeah, so if there's any upside for Jacob, it's that if Neeraj wants to give this go again... Oh, it does have
Yeah,
go
it's
again.
got go again
Yeah,
'cause
because
he's
he's marked. Yeah, never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
This is a tough spot for Jacob.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what do? You just
I guess you could give the Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree and your 2 non-attack actions in hand. Those will block very well.
yeah. I mean, I feel like you just do all of that. No, I guess you're
No, those don't. This is only blocking 7.
right.
So this will be 6 leaking over at least.
Yeah, flicks the knife,
So that'll be 2 damage.
and I like that he's doing this before the
Oh,
like
yeah.
he's doing it in reactions. That way, in case he draws more reactions, just play him right here, right now.
Yeah. Doesn't look like he did, but that's a heads-up play to your
Not
point.
a scar tissue. No.
I think that was already in hand.
No. Okay, maybe I don't
It
know.
was, yeah. So
IDK.
but importantly, Neeraj did draw a Codex of Frailty.
Okay.
Not
that
a
is
bad card to
important.
resolve.
Well, so he can use the tarantula to discard one of those. He can play the
Scar tissue, and then he can codex. This is devastating.
Yeah. Jacob, I wonder, maybe wishing that he had blocked with those non-attack actions in
Yeah.
hand.
No, I have to agree with you there.
Yeah, we're going to need a bigger die.
Yeah. Where's the 20 damage die? No, sorry, it's
Yeah.
just going up to 19. Yep.
Oh, that this does. You think maybe Jacob didn't
Oh, is he
realize?
just dead?
Yeah, this is lethal on 3, 6, 7. Not lethal on board, but this will be down to
Yeah,
4.
he's in trouble.
And no, actually 3 after the tarantula trigger. Yeah, and then tarantula
Oh, yeah.
reaction on top. This is lethal, I think.
Okay.
We'll have to see.
Did he not? Well, it looks like he took the damage. I don't know why Neeraj has not activated the tarantula ability.
Well, Neeraj does have a follow-up, so
Just-
maybe just thinking about that,
Yeah.
getting a little more ahead of himself. Yep.
Yeah. It's because this is worth more as
Codex.
a +4.
Yep. Undoubtedly going to be getting a Kiss of Death, which should be not closing out the game in fact, but close.
I mean, Jacob's got the embodiment of Earth, so he's got 2 4 blocks in hand, effectively. So this Kiss of Death will be coming in for 7.
You're right. But on hit, the game ends.
Yeah.
So going to have to block with both cards in hand and the Crown of Providence to survive.
No, just
Oh,
the
right.
2
Yeah.
cards.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
You're right about the embodiments. I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to wonder if Jacob wishes maybe one of those had been utilized earlier. Tough to say. This was going to
Yeah.
be a difficult turn for Jacob no matter what.
Mhm.
And that's the power of Arachne Marionettes. No deck really, besides Acilio, matches the sort of level of just when it's rolling, it's rolling.
Says the Dio main.
All right. And Jacob forced to just pass here.
Yeah. Jacob needs Neeraj to draw one of those all blue hands like we saw early in the game. Does not look like that is the case, although I thought I saw a frailty trap. Or not frailty, inertia, maybe.
Oh, and Jacob, shake of the head,
Yeah.
says, I needed to dodge one of these.
Yeah. Cut from the same cloth means +4, and I get to see all the cards in hand, see if I'm up against a D-React or not. Neeraj knows that he's not, which means he can feel pretty confident that his attacks are either going to need to be overblocked for respect or potentially just dead too. So
Is that a
Jacob has a very tough question ahead. 5 damage on the Graphene Calycera. How much are you going to block with no reactions in hand?
And interesting, that's a surgical extraction in
Yeah.
pitch zone. Not a card you typically see in Marinette, maybe signaling how many blues are in this list, or I don't know, maybe just a
Sure.
particular card that Neeraj has a particular affinity for.
Well, it really seems to me like Neeraj has cooked up his own version of Arachne, and it seems like it's quite well suited to face down the likes of Jarl. I know before we started this match, we were both kind of feeling like this may have been Jarl favored, but we see that Neeraj has a very different take on the matchup than we expected, and has cooked up a list that can stand toe-to-toe with the Ice Guardian.
Jacob and Neeraj being in the classic classic mode of playing a game against your friend, and you have all the tempo, you're having a good time while your friend is a little bit in what I would call the torture chamber.
Oh, yeah. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. You can't really afford to respect a reaction, but you're up against an assassin. So, like, you really think he doesn't have a reaction? Jacob goes digging for his own reaction, praying that he finds a D-react on top, as this 6 damage gets pumped up to 9. Oh, call it 13.
Yep.
And Jacob nods slowly, did not, in fact, find the D-react. It was an Oak and Old off the top. And that will very likely spell doom for Jacob as he reaches across the table, moves the die for some reason, heals up 1 point of life, goes up to 5, 4, 3, 2, 0.
And
that's the game. Congratulations to Neeraj. Absolute masterclass, if you ask me, on how to go over the top. Drawing 2 cards seems to be the name of the game. If you can do it, you should.
Yeah. I would love to maybe someday draw 2 cards. Maybe we if surely if Mario can, then Hala should be able to,
Hey,
right?
I thought they banned Art of War. What's going on here?
Yeah, excellent play from Neeraj. I think upsetting my own expectations about how I thought this game would go. And it wasn't as if there was no disruption being presented from Jarl.
Yeah.
Maybe not in the form of disruption plus pummel, which is maybe the strongest thing you can be doing, but it just didn't quite seem like the disruption. It would seem maybe too fair for the game that Neeraj was prepared to play.
Yeah, there were just a couple blowout turns where Neeraj was really able to juke out some D-reacts and still get over the top and confer all those juicy on hits that he really needs in order to convert all the value that his deck has to offer. And do so he did, taking down his teammate, Jarl, and potentially, we'll have to wait and see, making it into the top 8. So I think we're going to take a little break here. We'll first thank our sponsor, of course, Grave Troll Games, for putting on such an amazing event, not just today, but yesterday at the Battleground. They've rented out a venue to house all of our lovely local and people coming in from afar players for our weekend of Flesh and Blood event. So huge shout out to Grave Troll Games and Katie Lamar for sponsoring this event and putting on such a wonderful show and venue for us. We also wanted to give a shout out to ourselves, not because we're conceited, but because we really do believe that this is, or we're trying to make it, the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood. And if you're asking yourself, what does that mean? It means that we have articles written by professional Flesh and Blood players, people that have won championships, top 8'd callings, and even attended and done well and placed at world showdowns across the world. We've got all kinds of articles, videos, and more. So if you'd like to learn more about how to play Flesh and Blood at the competitive level, head on down to www.age.events and check out what we have to offer. And do consider supporting us as well with a $10 a month subscription. You can get access to everything our website has to offer, as well as a $10 discount to all AGE events.
Love it. Love checking the AG Premium website to see what new articles they have cooking from different players. I mentioned earlier Ashton Slattery's Phi article.
We got
Great
Colin Erickson. We got
Who?
so many names. I don't know that kid. Good point.
Awesome to learn from the best and read the written word, and something that I in this space, others have done it as well. But it's just always such a pleasure to read about this game that we all love and think about every day. At least
Absolutely.
I do.
Well, with that, we're going to cut to a break. And after this, we've got top 8. So don't go anywhere, because top 8 is the best part of Flesh and Blood coming up after this. Welcome back, folks. We are coming off the tail end of a bit of a clobbering. Jarl Vitrady falls to the Arachne Marionette, who did, in fact, make it into the top 8. Speaking of, we've got the brackets here for you, and it looks like the Neeraj, wrong assassin currently being represented, slipped in at 8th place. So it's Elyse, Symmes versus Neeraj, Satav, the assassin off in the 1st versus 8th seed battle. We've got Andrew Melson making it in on Hala up against Max Escaler. So we've got the assassin battle in the top of the bracket, and in the middle of the bracket, the Warriors face off. We've got Nick Reuter making it in 3rd place on Vynnset Iron Maiden, as well as Connor Bryant on Dash.io. And although one Jarl fell, one also made it in. And what do you know? This is quite the mirror match. Of course, we only have one of each hero, so super cool spread, but all of the brackets happen to have the same classes paired into each other than the Vynnset and the Dash.io. So that's a pretty cool coincidence as Jarl faces down Ricardo Rua on Valda.
Yeah. Definitely seems like a bit of an uphill battle for Neeraj into just the way Elyse has been playing.
Oh, yeah. Elyse has been killing it. She has currently dropped 1 game out of 2 tournaments.
Exactly. And as Andrew Melson, when we spoke earlier today, also said one of the decks he was hoping to avoid was Kassai.
Yes.
So that has to be something. Andrew has to feel like maybe a little bit behind in that matchup. I must admit, I'm less versed in the dynamics of Jarl versus Valda. We'll be excited to hear about who goes through with that one. As it happens, though, we will be covering the only non-mirror match, so to speak.
Yep, we taking a look at the Vynnset versus Dash.io matchup, and you got to believe that this one is going to be a little bit of, well, one side is very aggressive and the other side is very disruptive. So Vynnset very likely trying to leverage that disruption to keep the Dash.io from exploding her face in a single turn. But also has a lot of damage to speak of as well. Vynnset not necessarily known for being a slow deck, just a bit more of a setup-oriented style of aggression.
Yeah, in my experience, these matchups are very close. As you mentioned, Vynnset, very disruptive, also can be quite aggressive, but has some adaptability into dash, can race, can try to fatigue, has access to Face Purgatory, which tends to be a very strong card when playing against the maximum velocity build of Dash.io.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We see Nick Reuter choosing to go first because he is the higher seed, which allows him the choice. And in doing so, gets quite the setup. 2 rune chants created, one by banishing that Deathly Wail to the hero power, one from playing out the Funeral Moon, and of course also establishing that Malefic Incantation means Nick's really off to the races, getting to set up quite a powerful board to start things off. But of course, Connor not also getting quite a nice setup, being able to establish a boom grenade off the top on Nick's turn. So both players getting quite a sprint out the gate, if you will.
Yeah, and Connor doing a very good job of finding these items early on in the game here, as I believe that is a Techlo core we peeked up off the top. Dash.io activation for that one. Connor does have a BIOS update in hand, choosing to instead hold that for later. Maybe we'll find a second item on this turn.
Yeah, likely has the resources that he already needs for the turn, so you might as well just pitch and use that floating rather than committing the BIOS update. Could lock into another item, as you had mentioned as well. 5 now on the combat chain as the red zipper hits and boosts away a yellow zipper hit.
Yeah, it's always BIOS update, a little bit of a scary card in this matchup, just because when you play BIOS update, you're essentially saying, okay, face purgatory me.
Yeah.
You're offering quite a bit of value there. Minimum, you're likely going to be coming in for 6, I guess, maybe 5 if you're sending a blue, but typically that will prompt the face purgatory activation from all except the most patient of Vynnset players.
Nick does commit a piece of equipment, maybe fearing that boom grenade, despite knowing that the Dash.io hero power has already been utilized. I guess rather just getting... Oh, there's already a boom grenade on the field. Excuse me. So definitely fearing the boom grenade since it's very much there and present. Nick blocking out efficiently and does enable him to not get that exploded in his face. Instead, Connor Bryant just ends the turn with an arsenal and a counter on the Symbiosis shot as it passes over to Nick with a 2-card hand and a 1 in arsenal.
Yeah, pretty clean turn for Connor overall. Of course,
just a setup turn.
Yeah, Nick able to, and Connor very happy to see maximum velocity there. Nick going to have a pretty strong turn in his own right. Going to be able to send this Deathly Wail and I believe threaten a Succumb to Temptation in hand.
Yeah, Succumb, really, really nice card. One of the premier disruption pieces, not only because it can banish a card from hand, but because you get to choose which card you banish from hand. So Connor, currently staring down the barrel of 9 damage, would have to give up 3 cards or at least some armor and some cards if he were to even have a hope of stopping this. Unlikely to want to do so, though, because he doesn't yet know that the card is in the hand of Nick.
You could, and Connor, see if you're really afraid of this and don't want to give up a card from him, you could take the rune chance and then just give all of the equipment to covering this Deathly Wail.
But you'd sort of have to know that it was coming. And right now, Connor has a max V in hand, so you got to think he doesn't want to commit any cards from hand to block, but instead it will have to give one up, and it's up to Nick to choose which one. Currently looks like he could get a max V sort of stuck in hand if he chooses the resource card, which might be a nice way to go about this.
I don't know, but then that would be the choice if Connor didn't have a Techlo core, perhaps. But I think with the Techlo core, probably enough flexibility there. I think it's probably safest for Nick to take the max V and just limit the cap on Connor's turn. But
I'm with you 100%. Forgot about the Techlo core.
Nick may be just trying to see if he can string, because if Connor doesn't have a boost card in Arsenal, which we know he does not, then it actually is probably the most efficient to just take maybe this red T-bone, force, or even this red zipper hit, force Connor into finding a way to find a third boost card. But
Connor
that's a little bit risky.
Does actually have enough resources to just boost the 3 cards in hand and then end on the max V. That's a 3 resource play, and he's got the yellow plus the Techlo Foundry Heart. So Nick decides to rip that max V out of the hand, and I think that was a very astute decision. Follows up with the Flail of Agony, 1 damage conferred, and it looks like Connor doesn't want to allow the rune chant to come through on that. Decides to give up a 2-block piece of armor to prevent it.
Yeah, and noticeably here again, but I do think if Nick had taken a boost card there, it would have been hard for Connor to actually get off the max V because there would only be 2 boost cards.
True.
In him,
He had the resources, but not the boost.
Right, but
Good
even
point.
then, just keep it in arsenal, I guess. Keep it around.
Yeah.
Maybe just don't want to worry about it.
T-Bone, though, coming out 0 for 3, and Nick says, I will give you some armor. Seems like, oh, well, he's forced into giving 1 piece, so I guess you might as well give both.
Yeah, cover the potential boom grenade off the top.
Yeah.
And it did Connor find a boom grenade? Not
No.
quite.
But still a pretty good piece at that. I don't love overlapping the Teklo cores. You don't typically need 4 resources, although there are there are hands that do need that.
I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Michael. Connor just found the best possible card on top of his deck.
Could it be the 2-cost item?
Yes, Teklo Pounder.
The one, the only. Yeah, Teklo Pounder. Thank you. Blanked on the name there.
Yes.
Not the Plasma mainline.
Yeah, exactly what you want to be doing
Oh, yeah.
into this. I would guess Connor probably not playing Plasma mainline just because that can be a huge liability when Vynnset is sending too much pressure.
Of
But
course.
this is basically exactly what you would have wanted if you were Connor Bryant.
That's like a 1-card 9 on the BIOS update if you add it all up.
Yeah, exactly.
Super efficient. Nick, though, has a nice answer, at least, able to put 7 in front of it and create a rune chant for his troubles. 1 damage conferred.
So Nick's setup, Connor's set up, as some have said, assembling Exodia over here between the 2 Teklo cores and the Teklo Pounder. You got to think if Connor just sees a Max V in some card selection, and sure enough, well, that will not do. 3 items for Connor on the new hand here.
And a Max V.
And a Max V.
Horrible pairing.
Quite clunky.
Malefic ticks down, another rune chant made for his troubles, and Nick sends a eloquent eulogy.
Yeah. Null time zone specifically looking pretty terrible here. Would almost wish this were just about any other card in the deck. Because if that's a boost card, then Connor can reasonably get off a Max V here between the I think he has a boost card in Arsenal, the backup protocol red, and then that 3rd boost. But as it stands, that null time zone is a rock in his pants.
Yeah, he can't block with it. He would really like to just convert it to a little bit of life here, if possible. Instead, I guess he can. He can AB3 with it. So not as bad as I had thought for a moment there, but does end up taking at least 1 damage, which means an Eloquence token will be created off the back of this. And another Succumb to Temptation means not only does Connor have to take a little bit of damage and deal with the clunky hand, but Nick gets to tear it apart once again. And it feels like Max V's the choice here again. Not that you can use it this turn, but what are you doing with the other cards?
Yeah, I think Nick knows that Connor's Arsenal is a boost card. So I think, maybe just knows you will definitely not be getting Max V this turn.
Right.
So just saying, okay, well, send your other card, and you can try to Max V me next turn if you'd like. Of course, that and that second 2 turns from now, Connor will have still access to 1 of those Teklo cores. So very possible. So again, taking the less risk-averse path there, Nick, may get rewarded, and it so far is comfortably ahead in the life race.
Yeah. 12-point life lead right now for Nick Reuter, and Connor still has not been able to piece together a meaningful turn.
Yeah, I think one of the strengths for Connor is, as we saw in this last turn, those blue items that in a lot of matchups will just be complete duds in your hand can at least be turned into essential block threes by you pitching to Arcane Barrier. So at the very least, that's what the null time zone was able to accomplish.
Connor playing out that boom grenade, has 4 floating resources and commits the yellow 0 to 60, boosting away Max V, which is probably fine. You don't necessarily need all of them in the game to connect, and you certainly don't want to have 2 in your hand at the same time. Only card left in hand is a Max V, and this 0 to 60 is coming in for 5. Go again.
I wonder if Nick is giving thought to Face Purgatory here. You'd probably be giving up a little bit of extra block, but you'd be trading it for what you know to be a Max V.
That's a good point. I actually really like that in this spot. Get rid of that Max V. Just do not give Connor Bryant the explosive potential
Yeah, and Connor will have, as I mentioned, 2 resources available via Techlo Core.
Does he have the non-attack? He has the I'm blanking on the name. The overpower one.
Yeah,
Machinations. Machinations hits the combat chain along with a yellow deathly whale, and bye goes the Max V. Is that all 3 copies, or are we just seen 2 so far? They're both showing for a moment.
Yeah, I can't quite recall.
Looks like
Connor
we are
just
using
digging for an item there.
Yep, digging for anything.
A little bit risky for Connor just because this matchup can sometimes go into fatigue, and when you're getting fatigued as Dash.io, you grow to regret every single Techlo Foundry Heart activation.
Sure.
But here, I think maybe far enough back in life that being like, hey, I need something to break my way here.
Yeah, and another,
heartbreaking to have 3 items follow the top card.
Once again. Nick Reuter just, and there's a call. I mean, a silver lining. At least this is a hand that can't block, so you might as well trade a card for a card.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just being banished. No, but now it's being played. Thanks to the Eloquence, it has go again, and he activates the Vynnset ability, meaning the next rune chant that is activated will be unpreventable.
Yeah, so to your point, 3 of these cards in Connor's hand not doing a whole lot of work.
No.
This is actually quite unfortunate for Connor, as there will be 2 turns with an active Techlo Core, maybe even 3, where Connor is unable to use those excess resources.
Yep. And now we're seeing the Eloquent Eulogy banished to the Cole. It's a symmetrical effect if both players have taken damage, which they have, and now Nick is enabled to play that card from banish using the Rune Gate instead of needing to pay a resource, which is pretty convenient when you don't want to pitch a card. And here it's now coming in 1 Arcane from the Rune Chant, which is, importantly, unpreventable. Important if there are any kinds of, I don't know, succumb to a temptation type effects. I don't know if there are, but
I don't know if Nick paid into the Vynnset ability.
He did. I witnessed that somehow, and I'm blanking how I knew. But the Crown of Providence now getting blocked, trying to fix the hand desperately, in my opinion, is Connor Bryant.
Yep, and just taking 2, not being succumbed for the 3rd time in this game. So Connor, happy to get a little bit of space here.
Oh, I knew he took the damage because the Cole hit himself. Or does it always hit himself?
No, the Cole got go again from the
does.
Eloquence. It wasn't played as an instant.
Right. Okay.
So,
well, Eloquence getting created once again thanks to the Eloquent Eulogy connecting with some rune, with some arcane damage. I guess physical as well.
So it's not quite a max V turn, but Connor is going to get a real turn here with at least 2 boosts. Going to hope for the best in playing out this Cerebellum processor that there will be an action point, excess action point at some point to be used. Fast and Furious coming in for 6 because of the Techlo Pounder buff and the Crank.
Does have a pretty nice card to draw if he opts to do so. Doesn't have the action point to continue the turn at the moment.
Yeah, interesting, Nick here deciding to just. I think that's the the defense reaction that creates a rune chant.
What? He just drew into it, or he bottomed it?
He bottomed it. So
Got you.
crafting a more
Reduced
offensive, reduced rune
getting
chant. Thank
bottomed,
you.
Yep.
Yeah, reducing his own defensive capabilities in
Sure.
anticipation of a better offensive.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking at Connor just holding scraps.
Oh, wow.
And does actually activate the Cerebellum processor, gains the action point thanks to the boots, and really reaching deep into the barrel to try to piece together a little bit of offense here. But 17 plays 28 means he is 11 life behind and only has 2 more cards to work with. One of them's pretty darn good, though.
And no, Connor not going to have access to Arcane Barrier for the rest of the game.
True.
That is significant. When you lose, and I'm not saying this wasn't worth it. I mean, Spark of Genius is an excellent card. But now, unfortunately, Connor is at the point where if Connor does draw some of those items into hand that don't otherwise convert, there's really nothing you can do with them. And additionally, Vynnset can very quickly put Connor into a terminal game state with those rune chants.
And does actually get to establish another Cerebellum processor before even playing out that
Spark of Genius.
Spark of Genius, because which is huge because he gains an extra action point on top of being able to tutor for that item. So has a lot to work with. All of a sudden, I was kind of scoffing at his meager 2 cards. He's just turned that into quite a few more.
Yeah, I think Spark of Genius here making a case for why it's one of the most powerful cards currently legal and Classic constructed. Hopefully it stays that way. As it just... getting a guaranteed value of an item and then recycling itself is just... The value of that is one of the few ways Connor is hopefully going to be able to claw... hopefully for Connor, going to be able to claw back into this game.
Yeah, and if he likes the top of his deck, he can just go ahead and draw that right here, right now. Has the action point to support it, thanks to cranking that Cerebellum processor at instant speed.
Yeah, I would say we're at the point where if Connor can probably maximum velocity if he so chooses.
Yeah, if he has the resources to support it.
It would cost 4 essentially, but still 1 more extra action point, so a draw can happen. I believe we have a 1 cost and a 0 cost boost card in hand. So
he's boosted once this turn?
Once this turn,
okay.
Yeah. So I believe Connor just needs a blue off the top to do that. Now, unfortunately for Connor, he's already used to... Oh, wait, no. Okay. I see.
Hand.
There's a blue. So
he needs a boost card off the top to be able to pull this off.
He needs a boost card. He needs a boost, not just a boost card that costs 0.
Okay. Because Tekla Foundry Heart has already been activated.
Right. And before that reason, Connor was only going to get 1 more chance to dig a card deeper into the deck through the boost of Pulse Wave Harpoon. So Connor may be weighing whether it's better to just send a different card with backup Protocol Red, and play out a Tekla core, maybe arsenaling the Pulse Wave Harpoon, or maybe just getting something like a zipper hit. Instead, choosing to draw. Let's see what it is. And it is a 0 cost boost attack. Okay. So maximum velocity is online.
I think he was debating looking for a better version, the yellow only coming in for 3, but that's fine. He loses a single point of value compared to the optimal version, which would have been a red 0 to 60. Nick just goes ahead and takes it down to 25.
I've also been in the position where, not choosing to get the maximum velocity here. Instead, choosing to prioritize Pulse Wave Harpoon and diminish some of the offensive capabilities of Nick Reuter.
Interesting.
So let's think about it. Let's do the math here. So Connor is essentially sacrificing 5 points of, not 5, because now he'll get to follow up with a symbiosis shot. So effectively 3 points of damage for the ability to force a block.
Huh.
It's an interesting call. Not one that you would necessarily do unless you were very practiced with this deck. And and actually this maybe worked out for the best, because Connor would have been blown out by that call had he searched for the maximum velocity.
No, that ended up netting him more damage than he otherwise would have been able to get. So nice soul read, I suppose, from Connor Bryant as he takes Nick Reuter down to 23. And Nick's just got a pass. So that life valley is suddenly a lot thinner.
Not quite passing, but just only the Flail of Agony. Right. So going to force a block. And while Connor doesn't have any equipment that's convenient to block with, just the adaptive plating, which you'd prefer to get 3 from.
Yeah, especially when you have so many items that are about to tick down and run out. You can just block with it next turn for much more value.
Maybe still tanking on this, Connor, thinking if it's worth it to sacrifice the 2 points of value for one rune chant.
Looking at the side of Nick, he doesn't have, he only has the 1 equipment that can create a rune chant. So keeping him off of rune chants is actually keeping him off of Deathly Wail, which is really, really important, as that is one of the premier cards in the deck that you would choose to banish.
Connor leading off with T-Bone here. I couldn't quite make out Connor's hand. Not sure if there's a blue in there to be pitched to this heist. If so, if that zipper hit is blue, I wonder if this heist is presenting an on hit, i.e. if there are any items in the banish zone to be able to fetch up.
I don't recall if he's banished any just at the moment.
I want to say, I can't remember if this was the last game we saw with Connor or not. Yeah. I thought maybe he had, but it could be the case that he has not. Because if you were going to use heist, you might think that you want to do it on the Tekla Pounder buff. So maybe just digging for some item to be banished.
Nick blocking with a battle-worn piece of equipment means 0 damage is actually blocked as the T-Bone does its full 3. Connor then activates the Teklo Foundry Heart, going digging presumably for an item because, man, it would be nice to be able to draw up something.
Yep.
BIOS update, though, coming out 8 damage on this heist.
Yeah, Nick may be happy there to not see another Teklo core
Yes.
be put into play essentially for free.
Looking through, there is a
we do
boom
have
grenade,
boom grenade.
yellow. So there is an on-hit, a meaningful on-hit from the heist. And 2 floating means if there were an item on top, Connor could conceivably play that one as well. So you got to think Nick is wanting to block this out in full as long as he has the resources to do so.
Yeah, this is generally the scariest on-hit Dio can present. That isn't specifically a red boom grenade. Here and Connor choosing to draw, so maybe that's a sort of play that you do if you're a little bit less worried about fatigue and more worried about keeping up in a damage race.
And at 16 plays 17, Nick's got a 1-card hand. It seems like these players are now back to being neck and neck. So despite quite a few, I would say, ugly draws early in the game, Connor Bryant has found a way to claw back into this game.
Did you happen to notice what Connor arsenaled?
I didn't get to see it. And, well, okay, it flashed on screen, and it looked like a Teklo Pounder, and I really don't think that's what it was.
That's what I thought it was, too.
Really?
And it wouldn't make it look like it.
Why would you want that in your arsenal? I would
Except
swing
to
gun if
maybe
that were the
get
case.
it out of your hand is the only thing I can think of. Or maybe to,
Maybe.
Vynnset is a hero that oftentimes, not every time, but can struggle to convert full hands. So this does open the path for Connor to just completely block out and then play out a Teklo Pounder to hedge for fatigue in the future. Not doing that here, choosing to block instead of playing out the Expedite. Interesting choice there.
I mean, I think that plays a little bit into what you just said. Connor blocked with as much as he could, no longer has Arcane Barrier, so couldn't pitch into any rune chance, but did block out the physical damage efficiently and now has a 3-card hand to work with alongside what I guess is a Teklo Pounder. Maybe we did see it right.
Yep.
T-Bone hits the combat chain. 3 damage, go again, boosting.
It's going to be the least valuable Grasp of the Arcane of all time,
Yeah.
walking for -4. I guess -2.
Breaking the chain here, probably going digging. Really would like to establish an item here off the top if possible. Getting an extra action point along with the Symbiosis shot would go a long way. Doesn't find it, but it still has 1 more chance. As the heist comes down, boosts away the red zipper hit and 5 damage on the combat chain with another Teklo Pounder on the top is what I saw.
Hard to imagine that Nick won't block this out.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the cards to do so, and looks like Connor's just going to go ahead and, establish the Teklo Pounder, which is in fact the card that we saw.
It's still interesting to me that Connor chose to block with the Expedite instead of keeping it for his arsenal, as he would have here.
Right.
Maybe he's deciding that, he no longer has Arcane Barrier.
Yeah.
So maybe just trying to
Needs
prioritize
preserve
life
the
total.
life, yeah.
But also if a widespread, is it widespread destruction, the arsenal one? The arsenal destruction
Yes,
one?
that's the
Yeah,
one.
if that were to make show its ugly face here, then that would be a lost card in any case.
Sure. Flail of Agony now being swung with again. 1 rune chant goes through, as well as the physical. Connor deciding it's not worth giving up a card because now he is out of all forms of armor on the field as 12 plays 16, and Connor Bryant continues to command the tempo despite the life totals kind of dwindling down at an equal pace thus far.
I would love to know the deck count right now for Connor Bryant. It looks somewhere to be in the, I would guess, 30-ish.
Yeah, it looks pretty healthy to me.
Yeah.
6 damage conferred, 6 damage blocked. 6 go again.
Connor, was it Teklo Core? I'm sorry, Teklo Pounder, Null Time Zone, and a backup protocol red.
Yeah,
Not
so-
quite what you want to see in hand.
No, it does have the resources to kind of convert the backup protocol into one of the more resource hungry boost cards. Could maybe look for something like a heist.
Yeah.
Not the most efficient thing in the world, but
I mean, it'll cause blocks.
yeah, you definitely are, trying to convert the resources in hand. You already have the Tekla Pounder on board. It would be nice to be able to end with an arsenal, if possible. Breaking the chain, and look at that. Setting up once again.
Yes.
Second Tekla Pounder hits the board, and this is actually getting, I think, really scary for Nick because he's only got a 3-card hand to work with, and Connor has a whopping 10 damage sitting there just waiting to be boosted into.
Yeah, and I think what Nick is saying, or what Connor's signaling to Nick is, I do think, Connor doesn't have any AB anymore. And Nick is going to be very difficult to fatigue Connor through 2 Tekla Pounders. This is saying, Nick, it is incumbent on you to end the game as fast as possible.
Yeah, you either need to disrupt me or end the game right here, right now, or you are staring down the barrel of never getting to keep another card in your hand for the rest of the game. For at least 3 more turns is what I'm kind of anticipating, because +4 every turn, that's like drawing up a free 0 to 60 for the next 2 turns.
It's not feasible. Like, unless Connor draws a complete brick, which looking at his hand, that is not what just happened.
No.
It's going to be very difficult for Nick to work towards a fatigue angle. So maybe realizing that once the second Tekla Pounder was played, we'll have to see how Nick changes his game plan accordingly.
And Connor just takes it all. 5 plays 17. You'd think, looking at these life totals, that Nick just found his window, but I do believe it's probably the other way around, as Connor Bryant got to keep a full grip with 2 Tekla Pounders primed and ready, and a card that can tutor him anything his heart desires as he plays out that backup protocol red, cranking it, and boosts the Fast and Furious, coming in for 3 plus 2 plus... Oh, I'm sorry.
Interesting.
4 plus 4?
Interesting here. Connor choosing to use the Fast and Furious counter on his backup protocol red instead of playing it on the boom grenade that's at the top of his deck. For those who maybe do not know, you have the optionality to hold priority on this Fast and Furious trigger, activate the DO ability, crank the item on top, and put the counter back on that thing.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's thinking he'll probably connect with it. And instead of doing that, he may just be hedging into a resource-heavy hand next turn. The nice thing about keeping the backup protocol around is if you get blue flooded, you can still do something with the blues as the red boom grenade hits the table. Nick reads it, pumps his fist, thankful that he had the foresight to block out completely.
Yeah.
But he's not out of the woods yet. There are more cards about to hit the combat chain, and he's got 2 cards left in hand. No more armor block. So he's got to pray that no more than 6 damage comes out for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, and he hasn't seen Spark yet. That's going to be very hard to keep this boom grenade from hitting through a Spark of Genius and an active backup protocol red.
Yeah. Looking at the fan of cards here, my estimate would be that's about 19.
Yeah, so actually, Nick, not that far away.
Yeah.
Again, I do think it's still going to be difficult to pivot there at 17 with 2 Tekla Pounders still with counters on them, but not impossible.
Connor opts to grab the Cerebellum Processor, which makes a ton of sense when he's got 2 resources and 2 action points to work with.
We'll have to see there the draw off of Spark of Genius. How much more damage? And it looks to be a Tekla Trebuchet 3000 based on the draw, which is
I'm a fan of 0-cost boost cards that deal 1 and create a breakpoint when I've got a boom grenade on the field.
I wonder if Connor's thinking about I was wrong.
Outpace.
It was an outpace. Even better, probably.
Yeah, he's got, I think it's an outpace and a yellow zipper hit, right?
Yes.
So out of resources available, still has access to the Tekla Foundry Heart if he so chooses, also has access to drawing a card. So right now, Connor just making sure he plays the rest of this turn outright. He needs to make sure that this boom grenade connects.
Yeah, and this is big because if Connor's not able to Well, Nick's going to have a decision. The decision for Nick is going to be, do I even bother blocking? Can Connor send enough damage to put me in a real threat? Or do I keep what I have, assuming I can send more than 5 and start forcing some blocks?
If we pretend for a moment that Connor does not have a draw, which he does, and only plays his hand out, he has 2 4-power breakpoints, which is not possible for Nick to stop, which means that we can expect a minimum of 12 damage to come across. That would put Nick at a tie of 5 life to 5 life with 3 cards left in hand. Now, can Connor find another 5 damage off the top is the real question. Yeah. Could also couple it. I'm sorry, I didn't count the symbiosis shot. So tack another 2 onto that. So we're actually staring down the barrel of 14. And Connor really just needs to find another 3 to threaten lethal and force a card out of hand. Does go for the draw. I didn't catch what it was.
Yeah. Whatever it is,
Zipper
it's
hit.
null time zone maybe? Yeah. So just the blue to utilize backup protocol red. I think this is going to theoretically could allow a maximum velocity if Connor's willing to use Teklo Foundry Heart. Very risky proposition, but that's so there's so there's a D-react. So now Connor will be threatening potentially 4 into 10, 14, 18. So this is lethal damage being threatened.
Wow.
If the Teklo Foundry Heart is activated and a max V sent.
Yeah, I think he can still do it, seeing as it's a blue in hand, and he's boosted now 3 times. Does connect with the boom grenade, putting Nick down to. Has he touched his life yet? He's sitting at 12.
Yeah, that should have been 5 leaking over. He
so
was at 17.
Was at 17.
So.
Okay, so he's sitting at 12, which means that Connor does not threaten lethal with a max V in this spot.
Yeah, this is tough for Connor because just saying goodbye to 2 cards, is that worth? What would you trade it for? I guess the opposite would be Heist. Heist you couldn't play either. It would be Zipper hit red probably. You would keep 1 more card in deck that way, but you would be trading 5 damage. I think you just send it here and hope that with your, I think what will be essentially Connor's last hand, he'll be able to send the 2 damage he needs to win.
And Nick is nodding the nod of this is about to hurt. You can see a slight grimace as if it were physical pain he were about to experience.
As somebody who's been in this scenario, it is physical pain.
Yes, 10 is a lot of damage, a fourth of his entire starting life total, but currently about 80% of his current life total, as 12 will dwindle down to 2.
I don't know how many items Connor has. He's boosted out a couple of them, which is actually good in this spot because you want to be drawing a hand that fully converts. Because if Connor's able to draw a hand that fully converts, it's going to be very hard for Nick to stop Connor from leaking over 2 damage.
Right, you are, but Dash.io is capable of bricking and bricking hard, so that will be the out that Nick is crossing his fingers and hoping that Connor hits. We do know that Connor's deck is looking quite thin. The question is how thin, and it's very thin. He needs for there to be threats in this hand.
Spark of Genius, useful maybe here. So you could boost once, just get the
Still has 2 Teklo Pounders, which is a very, very important piece of the puzzle at the moment.
Absolutely. I think Connor put the null time zone on top when he of his pitch deck, so that will be the second card from the bottom.
Okay.
So 2 boosts, and Connor will be able to. I think Connor will be able to go boost into 2 symbiosis shots.
Sure.
That's probably going to be enough.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. The extra action point from the null time zone, even though it doesn't really do anything besides, certainly goes a long way when your opponent is at 2 life and only has 4 cards that they can block with.
And I think here that for that reason, I don't know what other items Connor has.
Mm-hmm.
Unless there are 2 items in there, it's probably not worth it to even play out the Spark of Genius.
Yeah, just pitch it probably.
Yeah, I mean, you already have a pitch outlet in the form of
Right.
Teklo Core, so I think this is essentially just going to be like losing a card. Again, I don't even know if it's necessary.
Yeah, the 2 Teklo Pounders are just doing so much work here as this 3 gets turned into 7.
Yeah, so this is going to demand 2 cards, take Nick down to 1. 1, basically the same as 2 for symbiosis shot purposes, but not for pulse wave harpoon purposes.
Yeah, he'll have to commit both cards here, and Even with nothing left in deck, he would be able to end the game with a Symbiosis shot, but he decides I'd rather shoot twice, and that will be the game as Connor Bryant takes down Nick Reuter and moves on to the semifinals.
Yes. Connor Bryant showing exactly why he has been able to navigate Dash.io to the levels of success he has, working through the disruption. He got succumbed to temptations 2 of his first 3 turns, I believe. Persisting through that, establishing Teklo Pounders to be able to push through what eventually became a pivot to fatigue, and that's why this game is so dynamic, this Vynnset Dio game. Shout out to Nick Reuter, who always performs very well on his hero of choice in Vynnset.
Yeah, and shout out to Connor for showing us exactly how to pilot Dash.io against relentless disruption and mountains of damage. It seemed for a long time like he was facing down the barrel of a deck that was just pummeling him over and over and over, but managed to piece together a little bit of setup and then a lot, and ended up flipping the script and turning it around to take the victory. So congratulations to him for moving on to the semis.
And we'll be waiting on word to see who else from our other quarterfinals matches is making it into the top 8. The top 4. I don't think we have any of those results quite yet, though, Michael.
No, I look to me, if I had to guess, like all 3 other matches were very likely to go long. Warrior mirrors don't tend to be the quickest. Guardian mirrors even less so. And anytime you've got an Arachne Huntsman, you know it's going to be a long game. So despite this being actually quite a grind fest, and we saw even the end of Connor Bryant's deck got through the whole thing this game, still the fastest match in the quarters. So we're going to take a little bit of a break while we wait for the rest of the matches to conclude, and then we'll see what we've got in store for you after that. So don't go anywhere. We've got the semifinals coming up. Welcome back, folks. We are joined here by Katie Lamar, owner of Grave Troll Games and frequent guest star at AGE. This is my first time meeting you in person, so I'm very excited. I've seen many a Bryce Platt's interview with you from the corner of our studio. But seeing as this is my first time talking to you in person, I just want to dig right in and learn about who you are personally, and also how has your weekend been in Flesh and Blood? You've been putting on a lot of tournaments for us.
Oh, yeah. So I am Katie. I am a retired semi-professional Magic the Gathering player. I played a lot of graveyard decks. I played Magic for about a decade, seriously. And then finally when Hasbro was like 7 sets a year, like all that, I was like, I'm done, I'm out.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm going to go try this Flesh and Blood thing. I've heard a lot about it.
Sure.
And basically after that, there was like no looking back. I was a casual collector and like Monarch kind of skipped out in Uprising. And my first set that I actually started playing in was Hunted. And that's just kind of been the story after that.
Yeah, I believe you do a Flesh and Blood and Pokemon store, and you kind of skip the Magic the Gathering. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much at this point, that is like where the store ended up routing itself. So we focus a lot on that. We do a lot of other small card games as well.
Cool.
So it's kind of like other smaller things. Like we do like Weiss Schwartz, Sorcery,
Nice.
Digimon Gundam, that kind of stuff as well.
Sorcery was a fun one. I got to play that a couple times. That one tickles the sort of board presence that a lot of TCGs don't get to do, the two-dimensional grid style.
Yeah, I enjoy like the more hands-on chess element of it, of like where you put your sights and where you like summon your guys, essentially.
I'm
I've
not
only
gonna
played a
lie.
handful of
I
games,
have
but
been
it's great.
envisioning, excuse me, I've been envisioning a Flesh and Blood PvE style that actually goes onto a board. I don't know if it'll ever release like that, but personally, I play a lot of like D&D and these board state kind of games, and I've been cooking up, whether or not it ever shows up in the public, but in my own mind, a version that uses a board and actually plays Flesh and Blood and two little characters that fight. So maybe that'll show up at one point.
I was gonna say, when we know more about the next set, we could even do like Chain Through Iathriel and like, I don't know, apparently he's gonna fight in Balgor or whatever.
Right.
And it's like, we could just, that could be like a whole thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I love all the different games, especially Flesh and Blood, but all the other card games, I'm a huge nerd at heart, and it sounds like, of course, you are as well. You've been hosting the, not just today's event, but the Battleground yesterday. I believe Elyse Symmes was the winner of that, but how has it been? So much Flesh and Blood going on for you this weekend.
It's been very overwhelming. Truth be told, this is the first time I've ever done an event on this scale.
Really?
You know, running like running 1Ks at the store, like that kind of stuff. It's like bread and butter at this point. It's like you throw it up, you yell at all of them, hey, make sure you sign up. But coordinating at this level between like all of them, the venue staff, you know, like the judge staff, you guys, it's like there's so much like writing on it. And like really my last 2 weeks leading up to this event, I couldn't do anything that was not related to this one. Like the store kind of like almost grinded to a halt. Like that's how intensive the process is to do something on this scale as one person.
No, I mean, I'm very aware. I personally haven't needed to organize anything, but I've been here on the AGE team for quite a while, and I know all the hard work that Justin puts into putting on events, both remote and in person. He's been renting out conventions multiple times in his Flesh and Blood event career, and well, I think that just means that we all know how much you must have put into this, and thank you so much for hosting not just one but two events back to back at this venue. Very cool, and I'm sure difficult and challenging, all wrapped into one bundle.
It's been really rewarding though, like at the end of the day, honestly. Like they've all been like very happy with the event, which is like mostly what I care about. I just want to make sure that they, you know, can game and have fun and like, you know, everything goes off without a hitch.
Yeah.
But that like really comes down to, again, like guys like you, the venue staff has been wonderful. The judge staff for the weekend's been phenomenal. You know, it takes like the village kind of thing to make everything happen. And I really feel like this is like what happens when you have the whole village.
Absolutely. I think the community aspect is the thing that keeps me coming back, even when I'm so tired and don't want to sometimes. I've been casting for a long time, and, you know, sometimes you just show up and it's one of those days you kind of wish you got to stay home. But so far, every time I have showed up, despite how tired or exhausted I might be, I always walk away feeling like I'm glad I went. I'm glad I'm still doing this, and I'm glad I'm getting pushed into these kind of not necessarily comfort zones, pushed out of the comfort zone, but getting rewarded in doing so as we see the community grow and the people that really enjoy being able to participate walk away with smiles on their faces.
For sure. I mean, you guys have been doing like Sanjuku all weekend too, like on top of this as well.
Yeah.
So like kudos to you guys.
I don't get to take any credit for that. This is actually my first day on call, but Justin here,
okay.
He's been producing for like 72 hours straight, and I'm sure he is exhausted.
Yeah, Justin needs a nap, I think, more than most of us.
Yes. Well, we won't let him do that. I'm going to make sure that after this, we go out for drinks and party.
Oh, God. Don't forget to
Probably
wake Bryce up.
Yeah, no, we're going to actually bring it all over to Bryce's house, wake up the kid.
Beautiful.
Bring Oliver. This is Justin's kid. Both of them have babies, very cute ones at that.
Aww.
Yes.
I was going to say, that man can't sleep. If Justin can't sleep, Bryce can't sleep.
Sleep is for the weak and those who don't produce flesh and blood events.
Exactly. That's why Bryce is sleeping.
Oh, wow. Got him. Zing. Yeah. Well, is there anything else going on in the life of Katie Lamar that you want to talk about?
I mean, in terms of like the storefront, like we're finally expanding. Probably sometime this week, our website will be fully up and operational. And then the first real big priority is after that is getting TCG player rolling as well. So soon we'll have like all the singles up on there. I'm
Very
debating
cool.
if it's going to be website or TCG player only, but we're like moving in that direction.
Sure.
And then there's like a lot more as well going on because we're also expanding. There's a downstairs room like where my building is because I'm like inside a building. And that room is actually going to turn into our live streaming services. So probably like our
Whoa.
PQs and RTNs, things like that. We'll probably be doing that too because there's just like an unbelievable amount of talent in this room. And I
Tell
just
me about
remember
it.
yesterday, like walking through like the top 10 tables, I like walked away and I was like, this is like a blood pit up here. I was like,
Yeah.
it's every big name that I know in the area. Like Noah Bagelman, Elyse Symmes, Connor Bryant, like
Oh, yeah.
big name after big name. And it's just like, I'm glad I'm watching and not sitting here.
No, the people that we're casting here at this very small, I believe, 35-person AGE tournament has at least 5 names that I would not be surprised if any one of them were able to take down a world tournament in the next couple of years.
Oh, God, yeah. I just said to Elyse before I came over here, I was like, are you trying to defend your crown for the weekend? So, it'd be awesome to see her like ride the whole way there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's only dropped a 1 match the entire weekend.
She's dropped 3, actually. She was 5-2 yesterday, and she lost the last round today, if I remember correctly. But
Did
I mean,
she
she's
lose
winning
the
the
last
ones.
round? Oh, okay.
I think.
Justin, quick.
I think it was Kassai. I think she lost to Max. I'm not 100% sure though.
Okay. Well, regardless, she is crushing it and still live. As far as I know, actually, don't know if we've gotten any results back. Haven't heard any whisperings from our producer, but there is a chance that you may know things I do not.
I do. I can confirm that we will be seeing Noah Bagelman, Elyse Symmes, and Connor Bryant all in the next round.
Very good. Okay, so still waiting on the Warrior match then?
I believe that one is all done.
Okay.
I was going to say. So.
All right.
Ooh.
Well,
so,
it
yeah,
sounds
looks
like we've
Elyse
got
is on
everyone.
rematch.
Cool. Well, I think we'd better wrap things up then so we can get back to the action. But for everyone at home, thanks for joining us for the interview. And thank you, Katie, for gracing us with your presence and personally for introducing yourself to me. It was great to meet you.
Likewise.
See ya.
Bye.
Coming off the back of the quarterfinals, Dash.io takes down a Vynnset in a little bit of a flip match. It looked like for a moment there that the Vynnset had it, but Connor Bryant able to claw it back and continue his race up to the top tables. Now up against Noah Bagelman, a Team Sigil teammate on the bottom side of the bracket. On the top side, we've got Elyse Symmes still hanging in there, first seed, up against Max Escaler. Kassai of the Golden Sand, but we are going to be watching Connor Bryant once again, this time facing down Noah Bagelman. Another Jarl and another Dio. We've seen both of these decks so far today, but we have not seen them facing off against each other. And I gotta say, I'm excited for this because both of these players are so good at the game of Flesh and Blood, and they are both playing a very different side of the matchup, one trying to kill, the other trying to fatigue almost certainly.
Yes, absolutely. And adding the extra layer, as you mentioned, of these being two teammates on Team Sigil, they will know each other's deck lists, presumably, or rough ideas of each other's deck lists. So we'll be curious to see. This is a matchup that I would think the Jarl will be favored in, but Connor Bryant has been tricky today on stream, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, a Dash.io that knows how to play into fatigue can be very difficult to fatigue. The way the burst comes through, it's just such a potent offensive engine despite banishing nearly half your deck through the process.
Yeah, and we'll be curious to see the loadouts each player has chosen. Jarl on, interestingly, not interesting, I suppose, but some Jarls are playing the Cornet Peak these days build, which is a little bit maybe shores up into those decks that really want to be utilizing 5-card hands to get over a fatigue strategy a little bit more, maybe signaling that Noah's list is has a little bit more offensive potency than the average sort of straight fatigue list.
Noah Bagelman starting things off with just a little bit of setup, doesn't want to allow Connor to filter, instead pitches away 2 reds to the bottom of the deck and establishes a Crumble to Eternity, putting a -1 counter on that Tekla Foundry Heart, potentially looking to blow that up early if he can manage to connect with a card like Mangle or something else that cares about -1 counters. Moves over to Connor Bryant, though, as he starts things off by boosting away a Heist to enable Go Again on this T-Bone. Also establishes a null time zone before reactions, may be able to choose a D-react to prevent any kind of defense reaction shenanigans from Noah.
And interestingly, I think Noah drawing up a frozen to death, if I'm not mistaken.
Really? He's showing the camera. Yeah, okay. So getting rid of that Teklo Foundry Heart this early in the game is devastating.
Oh, wow. And heads up from Connor.
Wow.
Naming Frozen to Death. Noah Bigum drawing up 2 Frozen to Death, if you didn't see from us getting hit in the face by the hand there.
Cannot pitch, cannot play. However, is able to block, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him block with 1 and maybe save 1 for the arsenal. It just seems like such a positive thing to be able to blow up that Teklo Foundry Heart this early in the game. And even though he can't play it from hand, he would be able to establish 1 from arsenal if he just took 1 extra turn to put it in there.
Huge value for Connor here to save what would have seemed like a clear path to Noah blowing up the Teklo Foundry Heart on turn 1. Would have been really hard to fight through that. Fortunately for Connor, doesn't look like that is going to happen, at least not immediately.
Noah definitely priced into blocking with at least 1 of them. Thankfully, null time zone allows you to do something with the cards.
Funny enough, Noah showing his hand in the way that he did, it kind of signals to Connor like, oh yeah, I got him.
Yeah. I'm sure that helped Connor feel more confident, but I'm also sure Noah waited until it was a foregone conclusion that was the declaration, as he puts a card in front and a Crown of Providence over blocking here.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, he's forced to block with an equipment, so I can't really fault him for blocking with the crown, but also blocking with the Frozen to Death has me scratching my head just a little bit.
Yeah. Maybe the case that Noah just really didn't want that card in Arsenal, wanted to make room for the Crumble to Eternity, wasn't going to be able to Frozen to Death, wasn't going to be able to develop out the card in Arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, he's being priced into blocking with 2, assuming he doesn't want to Arsenal 1 of them, which means he needs to block while he can. They will get stuck in your hand since you can't pitch them. And could just be throwing it away because it's better than it being a complete brick.
Could actually be heads up from Noah in that if Connor, you might think Connor would have sent 1 more attack this turn, and so Noah was just giving up value. But Noah was not going to have another opportunity to filter out his arsenal if he didn't overblock on the T-bone.
Yep.
I'm hearing from our producers that this Noah Begelman Jarl Betrayed list is not the sort of fatigue Pablo Pintor version that you may have seen around. This is a more aggressive oriented version of the Jarl list, playing earth cards like Sprout Strength and presumably Felling of the Crown.
Connor Bryant having a laugh as he sees the second Frozen to Death being blocked, with realizing how screwed Noah truly was. But unfortunately, Connor didn't sniff out that second copy and did allow Noah to get rid of it. Although the E-Strike would have been a nice target to bottom it as well.
So 7, I believe, dominate here.
True.
And there is the die. The die game has been on point today. Thank you to our judge for making sure we had one for. We've had dice I've never seen before in my life, Michael.
Yeah, we've got a draw die, which just is not something I've ever seen before.
Ooh, and Connor developing on Noah's turn another Teklo Core. That stalagmite is probably not going to have much to do for the next 2 turns.
No, interesting to see. I guess I like that play. It's. Again, Teklo cores overlapping, so hopefully for Connor's sake, he has something to do with 4 resources.
Yeah, seems like at least I think Connor will have the ability to get off a maximum velocity on this turn. Does have it in hand, and then I believe at least 2 other boost cards in hand. So a good time to draw the resources needed from. To see a Teklo core on top to get those resources. Very much needed.
Second 0 to 60 coming through. This one is blue, coming in for 2 damage.
And when your Dash IO opponent attacks you with a blue 0 to 60 on an otherwise empty board, the alarm bell should be going off that a maximum velocity is imminent.
100% agree with you there.
Of course, Connor going to be able to present, given that this is an offensive list from Noah Begelman, going to be able to present a little bit of disruption here that could be quite annoying depending on Noah's hand texture. And here, yep, going to be able to snipe a Winter's Bite that maybe Noah would have chosen to keep and play as a 1-card hand on his next turn. So heads up play by Connor to prioritize being able to be disruptive here.
Yeah, really nice. You definitely don't want to be blocking with 2 blocks as much as possible in a defensive list.
1-2 here. Does have a rootbound Carapace. I mean, you got to think Noah is suspecting that a maximum velocity is coming his way here. So
3 resources floating.
If that were not the case, then no reason to be blocking the full extent of this Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Mm-hmm.
But nevertheless, Noah in the tank.
Says no blocks. Goes ahead and takes it down to 38.
And as foretold, the maximum velocity and the turn. Noah doing a count maybe doesn't have the decompose in graveyard.
Yep.
It looks like that's not the case. Yeah, so only blocking 3 will take 7 damage to send down to 31.
Has 1 card in arsenal still. Very likely to just pass the turn.
Yeah, I'm sure Noah would have loved to have kept that Winter's Bite. Prevent another 4-card hand, which is sort of like a 5-card hand when you have a Teklo core established.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think of it as the Teklo core has 2 yellows, it's sort of like a 6-card hand, I guess, in that case.
I'm still amazed at Connor being able to dodge that frozen to death. Just saved his chess piece.
Extremely heads up. Yeah, as a DO player, whenever you name the right card in multi-time zone, you really feel like you're playing the game at a higher level.
Absolutely. 4 resources now as the 2 Teklo cores hit the bin, and a red zipper hit hits the chain. 5 go again, boosting away. A red sprocket rocket.
Yeah, no blocks for Noah here. And I think yet another, if you couldn't be able to tell already that this is an aggressive list, another Telltale side. Interestingly, is that a boom grenade up top?
It sure is.
Oh, so maybe just, Noah taking the damage before Connor had officially gone into reactions there. So another 3 stapled onto that.
Well,
things coming up Connor so far.
Yeah, I was gonna say if Noah was trying to fatigue, it's sure starting to look like that is off the table as he drops all the way down to nearly half his life total already in the 3rd turn of the game.
Yeah, and it seems like given the fact that there was no block on that. Okay, Connor, interestingly, going to do a Spark of Genius for 4. Going to dig up a Teklo Pounder, just to shore up in case there is a pivot to fatigue. Again, interesting that Noah would not even give 1 card to that first zipper hit. Doesn't necessarily mean Noah can convert the entire hand, but maybe meaning that there are at least Noah was at least planning to keep some cards in hand for this next turn.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think he's able to convert at least 4 of these cards, assuming the block was chosen, the lack of block was chosen before realizing that the turn is likely to end pretty soon.
Connor here weighing breaking Achilles accelerator, or
no, he still has the action point.
Oh, there was a crank. Yes. Okay, so wow,
T-bone.
Not often seen. You have to be really resource rich to be able to Spark of Genius for a Teklo Pounder in the middle of your turn and keep it going. But
yeah,
2
absolutely.
Teklo cores will do that.
Gives up the Oaken Old here. If he had the resources to be able to establish and fuse that, Connor just dodged a bullet.
Yep.
Being able to force that out.
I will be really curious to see what Noah Begelman has available to him on his next turn, because he has been aggressive and not blocking.
It wouldn't surprise me if he had a second Oaken Old and is able to fuse it, because he was holding cards back in a way that just feels like he's got something disruptive lined up for us. And there it is.
Nostradamus Murray.
I know a Guardian play when I see one. And so what he was doing is he was thinking, okay, I'll just keep this other Oaken Old for the Arsenal. Yeah, it's a bit of an IP penalty, but back-to-back Oaken Olds into Dio is pretty darn disruptive. Instead, just says, maybe Plow Wonder is good enough for the Arsenal, or Channel Lake Frigid, both of which are incredibly disruptive.
Notably, not that you would ever do this, but Connor could theoretically cover this up by giving up his Teklo Pounder. doubt that's going to be the case. Often it's good enough against Jarl to just block what you can and force them to convert a full hand on their next turn.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wondering what Noah was going for there. Maybe showing that there is a fuse.
Noah really needs to find an ice card. If he can get that and establish a Channel Lake Frigid and a Plow Under, that'll be pretty good for disruption.
Yeah, a little bit tougher for Connor to keep an arsenal here, knowing that there's a Plow Under available to Noah.
Right.
Which Noah tucks into the arsenal here.
Did he get the ice card? I didn't see.
And Connor just going to go ahead and shoot gun, otherwise passing the turn, saying, hey, if you can otherwise convert your entire hand and are willing to get rid of your... if you can otherwise convert your entire hand, feel free to Plow Under me.
Yeah, and I think Noah can.
Oh, wow, Noah took this.
Yeah, no, because he has the Channel Lake Frigid, and I think I also saw... Well, we'll see. Channel Lake Frigid, first card being played, one floating resource, and of course the frosty and difficult to overcome resource taxation.
Notably,
and then it is Plow Under and a card for Arsenal.
Notably, Teklo Pounder with a Channel Lake Frigid out still costs just 1 blue to play out.
Yeah.
So maybe, again, this is just yet another setup turn for Noah. And I think an item on top. So I think the turn is actually quite set up for Noah to, especially with this only coming in for 2, to play out a Teklo Pounder and then play out an item from the top before arsenaling that one attacking card in his hand.
You definitely don't have to do everything every single turn when your opponent's only threatening 2 damage. Didn't see the last card. If it was a second ice card, though, Noah is happy to be able to keep a Channel Lake Frigid around for a second turn. If not, that will go bye-bye. As just as you predicted, a boom grenade off the top, no crank, followed up with, drumroll please, Teklo Pounder number 2.
Yeah, so probably exactly, maybe not exactly, but a pretty great way to convert a hand that otherwise wasn't doing a whole lot offensively. Too many items gumming up the works. Might as well take a setup turn, force Noah Bagelman to do some more offense.
Yeah, I really like that from Connor Bryant. Even though you can't be efficient, it is quite efficient to put sort of future damage on the turn. And we see Noah here playing out the Winter's Bite means very unlikely that there is another ice card in hand to keep the Channel Lake Frigid around. Ooh, and a pitch of 2 reds to play that second Plow Under. So does get to rob Connor of 2 cards. But Connor, I feel like at this point, he's got the Boom Grenade in the field and 2 Teklo Pounders, is probably pretty content playing a 3-card hand.
This Plow Under notably a lot stronger than the last one because it will come in for 6, unlike 2, and that's real damage. Connor going down to 15 against Noah's aggressively slanted Jarl list here.
Life totals are now tied, but the taxation is offline.
Oh, Connor with the... It doesn't quite work as perfectly as you would like here, but Backup Protocol Red, one of the very best cards to be playing against Jarl, precisely because Coronet Peak not relevant in this matchup, but it plays around the Winter's Bite. Meaning you can pitch a blue to the Winter's Bite cost and then get a card from your graveyard.
Yeah, basically drew a card after discarding a card, completely negating the Winter's Bite.
Yeah, not so relevant here in this case, but maybe it could be an activation if Noah undoubtedly knows this. I think unlikely to play a Winter's Bite this turn with the Backup Protocol Red out.
BIOS update in hand and a 0 to 60 to pair alongside it if Connor so chooses. Could also up to Arsenal the card. I don't hate that, as it can be really, really effective to just wait until you see an item to play it out.
Yeah, and Noah looking like going to reach for this Stalagmite here. Nope. Stalagmite would cost a card, so this would, at least to the extent Connor was just going to be able to play pitchlessly for the rest of this turn, that would no longer be the case.
I think Noah is thinking about what happens if he has a blue in hand and realizing that it's just a little too efficient to crack that Backup Protocol Red with a Frostbite, instead opting to cover up this Fast and Furious completely with cards from hand, reserving the Stalagmite for a little more surefire way. And it looks like, yes, Connor does have the blue and goes for the Teklo Foundry Heart, digging for an item. Hopefully, doesn't find it, but does have the resources here to play into that backup protocol red, able to grab a 2-cost boost card if available. Zipper hit, not 2-cost, but still quite potent. Especially with a boom grenade and a BIOS update potentially coming down here.
A decision for Connor here, whether it's worth it to just use the BIOS update for its +3 value in order to try to push this boom grenade along. I think probably so.
Yeah.
I don't know necessarily if Connor wants to draw this Max V. I think Max V a little bit worse into Jarl because of Stalagmite specifically, and if Coronet Peak has presented that card as well. Not the case here. Instead, choosing not to develop the BIOS update and sending just 5. So this will demand 2 cards from Noah Bagelman, assuming no equipment is used. It does look like Connor has found yet another item on top, and it is, as I mentioned, one of the most powerful items in this matchup in backup Protocol Red. I think for that reason, you probably, I don't know if it's worth it to crank, as you normally would be a snap crank. Just because then it converts to 2 value plus the whatever it says.
I can see an argument either way, but I promise you this: whatever Connor Bryant decides to do is the correct option.
Notably, it also is if you crank it. No, actually, never mind. Sorry, I was going to say that this is a convert into another 0/4, but Tekla Foundry Heart has already been used this turn.
True. Noah reaches for. Has the sink below to pair alongside the gauntlets, which is very nice because he gets to preserve the frostbite on the stalagmite. Now Connor just sends the 2 damage on the symbiosis shot, and we'll see if he plays the item out. I think he will. It's just a question of crank or not.
Exactly, yeah. And I think here...
There's a boom grenade on top.
And it's a yellow one, so that pitches nicely into a backup protocol red. That might be a consideration for Connor.
I think that means you crank it.
And that is no, not the decision.
Yep. It was the decision. Yeah, because you just the yellow in hand, you'd much rather it be a 0 to 60 from graveyard. So just go ahead and convert that cleanly, and I like that play there from Connor.
Very clean Dio play. You would expect nothing less from Connor. Let's see what Noah has to follow it up. And very powerful follow-up.
That's a good one. Felling of the Crown, and it is online. So this is 8 damage, and you must bottom a card from hand.
Yeah, so Noah very kindly providing Connor with another outlet to get rid of one of those boom grenades.
Yes.
That he otherwise probably didn't want in his hand anyway. Of course, I'm joking. They would have been nice to pitch, but... needless to say, that's the sort of card you do want to be getting rid of.
He didn't bottom the yellow one, did he?
He had 2. I couldn't tell the colors of them. So just
I guess he's opting to crown it away rather than use the backup protocol red.
Yep, interesting choice there.
He's got the resources here. Too many blues, so wants to hopefully find some better cards to pair alongside. I think that makes a lot of sense.
So Connor's hand, it appears, was 2 blues, a yellow boom grenade, and a blue boom grenade, or at least maybe, I don't know, 2 boom grenades. I
think it was a red boom grenade and a yellow boom grenade, and he didn't really feel like playing either of them from hand.
Yeah, understandable. Was also Crown of Providence also allowed Connor to dig 1 more deep. If he had found an item off the top, that would have been a very clean trade with the backup protocol red resource.
Yes, absolutely. Instead, just touches a bunch of cards and sees the last copy of Maximum Velocity on the top of his deck, likely just going to boost that one away. Still has 2 Teklo Pounders on the field, so despite getting disrupted a bit, has a 4-card hand and what's effectively a 5th card worth of value sitting there on the field. So Noah sitting at 11 life. This feels like the turn that he needs to really get Stalagmite value if he can. I don't know that he can because Connor's pretty blue heavy in the hand. BIOS update comes down. No item off the top, although this is active for the rest of the turn, so could find one later and boost into it. This is 12 damage.
Interesting, a decision by Connor to deploy the BIOS update with no item on top. Maybe doing it as a a decision based on the fact that he doesn't want to break the chain to play, and when he plays his Pulse Wave Harpoon, in case there are any 2-blocks that Noah will show. So maybe a bit heads up there. I certainly like the play, but a little bit different than what we've been seeing from Connor thus far, which is to hold BIOS update until an item presents itself.
Yeah, I think he just is realizing that he's losing his Teklo Pounders this turn, and because Noah has a limited amount of damage that he can block each turn, we're already seeing 12. He's got a card in hand and a gunshot. He will connect with some amount of damage. So playing the BIOS update is kind of a guaranteed way for that damage to connect to the life total rather than getting blocked out.
So Noah's equipment is going to block 5 by itself. If he blocks with a non-attack action, that'll be another 4. So a non-attack. This all this equipment plus a non-attack action and an attack action would cover up all this damage, I believe.
Yeah. Gives a Frostbite over, takes an embodiment of Earth for himself.
No, just the 5.
Goes down to 4.
4.
Ooh.
Yeah. So notably, just for reference for those watching, a red boom grenade wouldn't have presented lethal there, because after damage, Noah could have tapped Boots of Omnis Ward to prevent one of the damage that leaked from that boom grenade. So it seems like signaling there that Noah was activating Boots of Omnis Ward before the combat chain broke, so 1 point of prevention will be floating.
Yep. Getting a nice 2 block out of the boots, pretty efficient use.
Okay, so interesting. Connor breaking the chain here, so not going to be able to, maybe figuring that if because Noah didn't block with any cards from hand, this would not, the Pulse Wave Harpoon wasn't reasonably going to be stealing anything.
It looks like Connor is opting just to set up a little bit more, keeping an arsenal card rather than sending it all.
Interesting. Maybe not wanting to be covered up by a non-attack action.
Maybe.
Oh, not wanting to boost Spark of Genius. That makes sense. And,
sure.
There's an Oakenold.
Yeah, maybe wishing he sent it now, because that could have forced a card out of Noah's hand, but now instead, he's getting Oakenold, double fuse, 9 dominate. That's, by the way, folks, his entire life total at the moment. Not that it'll kill him, but it'll certainly hamper his plans.
We are seeing tokens the likes of which I've never seen, Michael, today.
Yeah.
With this, I believe it says discard. Very nice, colorful for the yeah. Of course we have discard dice.
Jeez.
How did I even doubt for a second?
Yeah.
And 2 of them represent that 2 cards will need to be discarded on hit to this Oakenold.
Our in-house dice whittler working behind the scenes, working overtime to make these die for us.
Oakenold, at the very minimum, will have to be some card. At minimum, it would have to be Teklo Foundry Harp, and Connor committing to just presenting lethal on the next turn. Albeit doing it with just a 2-card hand and randomly. Very risky, given that 2 of the cards in his hand are sort of dependent on value. Cerebellum Processor is basically a dud. I mean, it pitches, I guess, so that's fine. But you don't want to end up with a hand that is just Spark of Genius and another card. That doesn't do enough.
I've got a question for you. Have you ever played Jarl?
Once, yeah.
Okay. Well, so
once.
at the end of this turn, he's going to be left with a card in hand, crumble it to eternity.
Yeah.
Do you arsenal that, or do you keep it in hand?
I think they usually decline to arsenal.
I think so too. It was kind of a little puzzle. I wanted to see what you'd say there. I think hedging that you might find another Oakenold, and of course it could be very clunky in the arsenal, basically locking you out. But it's kind of nice because it's. I guess if you want to look at more cards and potentially draw something like a D-React, declining Arsenal is, hampering that game plan. But I do tend to agree that I expect Noah to decline Arsenal and cross his fingers that he finds the 3rd copy of Oakenold. Actually, no, did he block with it already?
I think all 3 copies of Oakenold are gone.
Okay,
yeah.
So scratch that. Isn't going to be able to pair Crumble to Eternity with anything. And at this stage in the game, it may opt to arsenal it just because the other option would be that you just strand a kind of a do-nothing blue block 3 in your hand. I mean, I guess you just block with it, but...
Interesting here to just galvanizing, I guess, for value. Losing the Teklo core to do this, but still leaking 3 damage. So Connor maybe just betting that Noah's not going to have another dominated threat.
Well, I think this is almost betting that he does, because if there was another dominated threat and Connor was too low, he'd just die.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
It's hedging that, well, if Noah draws something, say blue Macho Grande, even if he plays it, I'll live. And we even see a Terra Sunder in hand. I don't know that he has a card to pair it with other than the Titan's Fist. Connor coming out with the Pulse Wave Harpoon, though. No cards left in hand means this is just a 2-card 4 likely into 2 unless an item comes off the top. Noah does have to be very careful, though, because there's a potential that there's a boom grenade. And if that connects, that would be the end of the game right here, right now. So Noah's got to think long and hard about how much to respect a single point of damage coming through.
Yeah, and I wonder, too, how much, if Connor, knowing what he knows now, wishes he had attacked with his Pulse Wave Harpoon, as you were saying last turn. Not bad to have some form of action here to make Noah do something with the cards in hand, at least one card from hand. And to your point, putting him in a bit of a torture chamber here, because if you're right, if there is not just a red boom grenade, a yellow boom grenade would also do it if just one damage leaks through. So then again, if you're Noah Bagelman and there is a boom grenade on top of Connor's deck, you are kind of in trouble anyway. Because that's just 2 more shots of the Symbiosis shot in addition to that. So
Noah getting rewarded for his disrespect, had the option to block with the chess piece just for a little bit of peace of mind, does not do so. And here we see Connor activating the Teklo Foundry Heart, trying to dig for something. And Noah Bagelman just goes ahead and blocks with the Enlightened Strike, deciding he would like to stay at 3 life.
Yeah, aggressive Teklo Foundry Heart activation here for Connor, but maybe figuring that the odds of fatigue are lower than the odds of just getting bludgeoned at this point by Jarl. We'll have to see. Noah folding the knee strike, well, that makes sense if there's a second knee strike.
Yeah, if he had one more blue, there might have been a line where he takes it down to 1 and then establishes the Terra Sunder. But with the hand texture, does not look like that was much of an option. So Connor can block with just 1 card here.
This is an incredibly close game still. It is. I thought Connor was in a pretty commanding position up until that Oakenold. Now, 1 card from hand at least. Going to put Connor down to 2. So any attack from here on is just very real into Connor.
Very much so.
And Noah has 2 pieces of block left. They're the highest leverage ones he has.
He has a Channel Lake Frigid as well as an ice card. I doubt he'll be able to keep both of them.
Yeah, and Connor going to be able to get at least 2, maybe 3 looks if there's a Teklo Foundry Heart. Look for an item. An item would be huge here, as it would allow Connor to go 4 chain links wide and probably present lethal. Sorry, not obviously present lethal, but potentially even present lethal through all the blocks.
This feels like a good opportunity to cash in that chess piece. Ooh, or an even better one to cash in the Blizzard.
The perfect answer for Noah Bagelman.
See how Connor responds and then go to blocks.
Yeah, and that Frostbite is expensive because I guess at minimum what Connor will be able to do here is just pay into Blizzard and then shoot the Symbiosis shot. But if that's the plan, then why wouldn't Noah just give the Frostbite and shut the entire turn down here?
Right. Yeah, at the very least, I expect Connor to have to give up that card just to swing the Symbiosis shot, which importantly, there's only 1 counter left on that gun as well. So kind of starting to run out of resources. There was a point in this game where he had quite a lot to work with, but Noah can feel very confident that no further actions will be taken here. Wait a minute. Oh, wow.
Okay, so
gains
Noah
an action point.
So I guess chose not to use Heads Up by Connor. Chose not to pay to Blizzard and instead popped Achilles Accelerator to gain an action point. Oh, finding a boom grenade on top. Connor rewarded for his smart play there. I totally forgotten about the plan.
Heist in hand, though?
It is a heist in hand.
He can't afford it. He can't afford both.
Yeah, and I think at this point, the tough thing about setting heist is that you are signaling to your opponent, hey, block with your Stalagmite, so I can't follow up with a Symbiosis shot. Yeah, I wonder if the play here is not... So, all right, let's think about this. Heist probably forces a card from hand plus Stalagmite and Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. And that ends the turn.
Yep.
If Connor shoots, yeah, so this is Stalagmite proof, and this is going to require a card from hand, I think.
Right.
And Noah,
either way, it requires a card from hand.
Noah doesn't know about the follow-up.
And then he can shoot again.
Yep, and that will be the plan.
Wow.
So this will require at least a card, whether it's Barkskin or the card in hand for Noah.
God, Dash IO is such a cool hero.
Yeah. You and I say cool. Other people say,
BS.
Let's get this to Living Legend.
Yeah.
And I understand that.
No, I love the branching paths. I am a Dash IO enjoyer myself. Haven't touched the deck in quite a while, but back in the day, certainly was quite the proponent. As we see Noah opting to give up the final piece of Stalagmite. Does have a blue to pair, or rather a 3 cost or more to pair with the Titan's Fist, making this that break point, forcing a card out of Connor Bryan's hand. But now he has 3 cards in hand and 1 card in arsenal to work with, which you gotta feel like that's enough to get the job done at this point.
Well, no Symbiosis shot counters, so I think
would need to also have an item probably off the top in order to really threaten a lot. Oh, and there's a Plasma mainline in the hand.
That is the function of that card will be to get pitched I think to an item if Connor finds it off the top. It is just a dud at this stage in the game.
Yeah, it's too late to pay to establish it. Maybe you tuck it in Arsenal just to get it out of your hand and keep playing with 4 cards for the rest of the game, but it's really just unfortunate.
And Noah will finally commit the block. His last piece of equipment block does have a embodiment of Earth now.
Yep.
Aggressive use of Teklo Foundry Heart for Connor. Just wants to get this game over with.
Yeah.
Less worried about the potentiality of punished. Noah punished for using his Barkskin of the Millennium Tree in that spot.
Yes and no. I mean, he's dead if he doesn't.
Well, I think he had a sink below in hand.
Oh, did he?
Which would have been a clean enough answer to the 0 to 60. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, if he did, I really would have preferred him to use that. But here we are seeing 1 into 7, which is probably the game. He only has 2 cards left. Oh no,
I think
he
he'll
has a sink.
survive this because there's a sink. Yeah.
Right.
So and oh.
Jeez.
Yeah, so that'll block out 8. So that should So no Symbiosis shot to end the game. I haven't been tracking closely whether Connor has gotten every Symbiosis shot counter. I suspect he has.
Yeah. We see another or rather we're back to his Teklo Pounder. Couple shuffles have happened, so that doesn't necessarily mean pitch stack, but we are establishing a null time zone, probably choosing the name of some D-React.
Yeah, can he go 2 for 2?
Yeah, right?
And this is mostly
part of the cards, Yugi.
Even if this doesn't hit, which it might not at this stage in the game, but this is at least giving a counter Symbiosis shot, and that's very real.
Sigil of Solace is the choice.
Interesting.
Huh.
I wonder if Noah's playing that card. We haven't seen it yet.
No.
And also, very importantly, this crank making a Fast and Furious have text.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
+1 is really, really nice at this point in the game.
Oof. We are really getting into it, Michael. This is extremely close. We can confirm, based on the insight from our beloved producer, that there is no Sigil of Solace in Noah Bagelman's. And again, it might be the case that Noah Bagelman played out all 3 sink belows. That's really all you can name in this spot for maximum equity. So, Connor just playing to it. The card you at least want to see.
Unforgetting, though, 4 block is able to cover this up with a single card. Really, really nicely timed from Noah. Is able to also search for a Mangle, which I would be very shocked if he was able to keep the 2-card prerequisite to being able to cast that. But zipper hit coming through now, and no cards left in Connor's hand.
At the very least, this would permit Noah to get it out of his deck, to thin out and draw towards more D-Reacts. At this point, I think unless he's given space, which Connor will not give him space if Connor can afford it, Noah's playing towards fatigue. Just block everything out. hand empty right now. Connor, Noah will be able to survive this turn. So the question is, do you even shoot here for Connor? I think you probably do.
Yeah.
Just to draw out that last card.
I mean, the other option is you take a Titan's Fist, right? And then you have to block with a card or two.
Yeah, but I'm sure would love to keep this counter if he could.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I totally agreed. Connor probably really wishing he really could have seen another item there would have sealed the game. Not the case.
Just not quite getting it when he needed.
Yeah. What a game of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, no, it's really coming down to the wire. And between two of the best Flesh and Blood players I'm aware of, Noah Bagelman and Connor Bryant, just masters of the game and showing you exactly why that is the case.
Connor has 2 turns left after this, I think. 2 real turns.
Wow.
So Noah's, being at 4 against Dio, at 1 against Dio is incredibly precarious because of all the breakpoints and the free symbiosis shot to end the turn. But that aside, is Connor going to go digging?
Sure looks
He's
like
going to
it.
go digging with Tekla Foundry Heart, maybe figuring that he can spare the action. It's always this. Oh!
Is that game? That's game. He
I
found
think
it.
He found it. That will do it. Connor rewarded for the
wow.
for the greed of the second search.
Found the line and got there. Well played to Connor Bryant.
Yeah, excellent game. Noah Bagelman, credit to him. I think playing well in that matchup. Just sometimes, he was able to put together some of the disruption. I don't know if Noah Bagelman's playing pummels. Didn't see one of those.
I didn't see any.
Ultimately, not quite enough. Not quite enough to get there.
Yeah. Our producer said he is playing 2 pummels. Don't know if he brought them in from the sideboard or not. Maybe he did. But regardless, that was a great game of Flesh and Blood. I enjoyed watching that. Really, really cool to see what seems like a counter played by a fantastic Flesh and Blood player into Dash.io, who, if you really have a good pilot, seems to be uncounterable in the truest sense of the word. You think you've got her, but she's just got so many different aggressive lines to take. And we saw Connor just give us a masterclass in how to get around what was otherwise seeming like a brick wall. So many of these lines I didn't really see unfold until Connor Bryant sort of pulled the rabbit out of the hat and at least taught me a thing or two about how to play Dash.io.
Yeah, my mind immediately goes to the Achilles Accelerator
that
play.
Was so cool.
Play around Blizzard. Not something that normally comes to mind because you're exposing an equipment slot to do that. At that point, though, Connor already had an equipment slot exposed, so relatively low risk to go for it. And well played, well earned victory. That'll send him to the finals.
We've got our semifinals. Connor Bryant moves up to the finals. And it sounds like we are still waiting on Elyse versus Max. The life total at the moment is 3-2 with Elyse ever so slightly in the lead. Of course, that doesn't say anything about the tempo, so we're just going to have to wait and see how that one unfolds, but it sounds like it's just about to conclude and as close, if not closer, than the game we just witnessed. I got to give another big shout out and thank you to Katie, Lamar, and Grave Troll Games for hosting this. They are the official sponsor of the AGE Open Series and are doing such a fantastic job creating venues and spaces for the players to play and for us to cast and gab on and on about these awesome games of Flesh and Blood. We also have Arcane Games and Events Premium. This is the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood as we are building it out. We've got tons of articles and streams for you to check out and learn about how to get better at the game of Flesh and Blood. And wouldn't you know it, if you are already attending AGE events, you can sign up to this for free, or what is effectively for free, because with your premium subscription, you get $10 off of every AGE event you attend. In fact, if you are flying around to all 3 within the greater United States, you can get paid $20 a month to subscribe to AGE Premium. So you probably shouldn't do that based on the plane ticket cost, but if you are insane like some other Flesh and Blood players are, you could choose to do so and get a lot of bang for your buck.
Notably, we will also be posting all of the deck lists from our top 8 of today's event and the St. Louis event on our website on Monday, typically.
Yeah, that's right.
Barring any tragedy to our producer, fingers crossed.
While we only have a singular stream and 2 casters able to keep up with the action, there is always and has been a backup stream, as you just mentioned, and you can check that out if you are hungering for more games of Flesh and Blood and you want to know what's going on outside of the broadcast or the limelight throughout the rest of these tournaments. With that, we are going to cut to a quick break, but we've got the finals coming very shortly, so do not go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss that one. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome back, folks. We are joined here just before the beginning of the final match between Elyse Symmes and Connor Bryant. This is a repeat of the very first match we watched today, actually, where Elyse Symmes took it, but they will have to play again to make sure that that remains true, because Connor Bryant has been showing us that he is very, very difficult to fatigue. So I'm sure he will have something to say. And maybe if Elyse can't rip that plasma mainline on turn 0 of the game, it'll be a different one altogether. Before we drop into that game, though, I did get word that AGE St. Louis concluded, and the finals were quite the interesting matchup. We had a Riptide versus Max the Hype Nitro in the finals. And so for those of you who are members of AGE Premium, you can check that game out. I'm sure it's a phenomenal one. The deck lists are also up as well. For free, I should mention. Those are for free. You don't need to be a premium member to see the deck lists that we publish, but for the backup games, those ones are part of the premium package.
I will be checking. I need to see what happened.
Yeah, how did a Max get there? How did a Riptide get there? And who took it all? I will leave those questions for you to answer because I don't have them.
And I think we're going to take a look at the was it the standings, top 16 standings as we stand today?
Yes, top 16 here. Elyse Symmes sitting in second place, looking to claw her way into first after this victory because Ka Chan did not make it into the top 8. Will be knocked at least into second place. Noah Bagelman actually tied. So, I'm sorry. That is not the same person as Connor Bryant, who's sitting there with a measly 36 points, so looking to make his way to the left side of the bracket after today.
But no Bigman will earn a nice chunk of change points-wise, so very well may jump Ka Chen as well. I can't remember quite how many you get for the top 4, but we'll be challenging Ka's point total.
Yes, he's going to make 25 to 30. These players currently playing for a total of 5 points between them. Loser walks away with 25. Winner will walk away with 30. Both will be very, very comfortably seated to make it into the Players' Championship. But with that, the players are ready, so we are going to fly on down to the feature match area. Elyse Symmes on the left, featuring Aracne Huntsman, Connor Bryant, who you just saw take down a Jarl Vitradi against all odds, playing Dash IO on the right.
One thing about AG New England July edition, July 2026 edition, you will be seeing Connor Bryant. He has been on all day. Elyse, however, has been the Terminator the last 2 days. I think in just 2 days, one game of Classic Constructed drop total between the Battlegrounds and this today. Maybe 2 or 3. I don't know. Very few. None today. She was undefeated today. So we'll be hoping to keep that going versus Connor.
And if we can see a back-to-back weekend win on Aracne Huntsman, I will be quite impressed. I'm already impressed, but man, that would be an amazing feat as Elyse starts things off with a double dagger swing. Connor decides to block one of them, ignores the second, and Elyse pitches to play Ripple Away, just trying to force a little bit of damage, force some cards out of Connor Bryant's hand as he agrees to block with 2 cards, keeping 2 in hand and taking 2 damage. Just a lot of 2s as the turn passes over, and Connor starts things off with a couple of items, a couple of blues in hand, which is nice. I think he's probably looking to set up rather than sprint off to the races at this point. Wants to get a few counters on that Symbiosis shot, wants to make sure to establish a couple items to go as tall as possible. And we see already getting one of those cerebellum processors off the top to start things off.
Yeah, and we see in Connor's hand does have access to one of the premium cards, maybe the premium card besides Plasma Mainline. He has access to help him beat this fatigue strategy in Teklo Core. Will be interesting to see, and it looks like we do have a crank, so it'll be interesting to see whether Connor decides to draw into this maximum velocity.
Does look like that is the choice. A little surprised to see that, but again, Connor knows better than I, and he will go ahead and boost the Teklo Trebuchet. 1 damage coming through.
Yeah, so Connor, does he have a 0-cost boost in hand?
Oh, can he just play? Oh my God, he can just play the 0 to 60 this turn.
Yeah, so that will be the
Seems
plan. And arsenaling the Teklo Core.
Elyse is able to block this pretty efficiently with the arm piece there. Okay, yeah. Plays out the Teklo Core. Gets another counter on the Symbiosis shot. And as you mentioned, just goes ahead and arsenals the Max V, setting up a pretty darn big turn for next time. Has not only the Teklo Pounder, but the Cerebellum Processor for his troubles in case he happens to gain an extra action point somehow, some way.
This is not a Max V hand that Connor has drawn up, so we'll take some patience. There is a Teklo Core on top of, Teklo Pounder on top of the deck for Connor.
Okay.
Maybe worth just folding the hand to draw towards that eventual outcome.
Sure. Elyse extending the turn here. 5, draw a card.
Interesting choice here.
Huh. Must have
Maybe
some
signaling
kind
a
of
Sigil of
instant
Solace?
discard sigil, yeah.
I do believe she is playing those.
Yeah, Sigil's a really nice find here, turning this into what's effectively a 2-card 8 rather than the 2-card 7 that would otherwise be presented. And it's in the right direction for Elyse's game plan. Would rather gain life than deal it.
Well, it would be a 3-card 8, right? Because E-Strike costs the card to play.
But she chose draw.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, assuming the card is arsenalable. Very good.
Yeah.
Very astute point. This is why they pay you the big bucks, Michael.
I'm getting paid so much, you guys won't even believe it.
Connor and Tech, and I think opting to use the Crown of Providence to sync away, probably back at Protocol Red to draw on a Teklo Pounder.
Yeah.
We'll wonder if Connor will prioritize playing Teklo Pounder versus pitching it.
Coercive tendency instead of that sigil. So instead of gaining 3 life, she is just getting a card out of deck. I guess that's fine. If your goal is to fatigue, you might as well get cards out of deck. Doesn't do anything other than that. Go again cannot be conferred to this Enlightened Strike.
Yeah, trading a card for a card, not the worst thing you can be doing.
Sure.
In Elyse's seat.
39 plays 31, and Connor Bryant doesn't have the Max V hand just yet. Oh, actually, may have that now that he drew the blue.
Yeah, so these are two. This is a 0-cost boost and a 1-cost boost. It will be live. I guess at any point drawing an item means it's incredibly live with Cerebellum Processor.
Ooh, Frailty Trap, nicely timed, is able to block 6 of the 7, excuse me.
So this will disincentivize if Connor's able to get an extra action point from shooting the pistol, which is typically or the Symbiosis shot, which is typically what you want to be doing into fatigue matchups.
Elyse keeping the board state honest, making sure that Teklo Pounder does in fact get ticked down as Connor Bryant activates his Teklo Foundry Heart, banishes 2 red and a yellow, is what it looks like to me, and gains another resource. Heist is the card coming off the top here, so has boosted twice now, would need another boost to activate that Max V this turn, but would also need another resource, so that will not be coming out.
Yeah, and here I think Connor's 3rd Teklo Pounder on top of the deck. We'll be interested to see whether Connor elects to boost that away, keep the tempo going, or just either send the attack and not boost, or just end on a symbiosis shot.
Yeah, wait and set up an IP. That's an option.
I think it was a Teclopounder. Maybe it was an old time zone. I'm doubting myself.
Yeah, it's hard. These cards flash pretty quick. Elyse Symmes blocking out fully this time, committing the block value from the Balance of Justice, and Connor goes ahead and draws off of the Cerebellum Processor.
This is nice. And finding an item off the top, meaning Connor will not have to pop his Achilles Accelerator quite yet in order to be able to play this Teclopounder, which is presumably the plan.
Yeah. So went down to a single action point, or went down to 0 action points, but then regained it thanks to the activation there, and now is able to play a zipper hit, and actually 0 to 6 or Max V is now online.
Yep, not at all worried about this giving up the anti-fatigue tools that Teclopounder offers. Instead, just saying, I'll send a nice clean 9 at you while your shield is down.
And Elyse given the thumbs up, going down to 25 life. Quite the chunk.
Yep. And I believe no extra action point for Connor. Could have popped Achilles there to draw into that Max V. Probably not worth it.
Has a Twin Drive Max V hand now, and Tunic, Annihilate the Armed is the play on the side of Elyse.
Connor isn't, as silly as it sounds, Connor's not that far from being able to just Max V again this next turn.
I know. The Twin Drive Max V pairing is really nice. I think just a little shy resources, but if he's able to get an item off the top and draw like a blue from one of those, from that Cerebellum Processor.
Or pop Achilles.
Oh, yeah.
That's always it. But it has to find a blue.
Yeah, does need the blue.
Elyse doing a little help to Connor there, helping him find a blue. But I guess the draw can't happen yet. The boosts have to happen first.
Got to boost first. But yeah, has the Teclopounder. Connor's set up pretty nicely.
Yeah, I would, if I were in Connor's seat, maybe lead with the zipper hit, because you're not sure if you want to be boosting twice quite yet. I guess there's no world where you're not going to go for it, probably. It's tough. So this is a blue, right? That's 5 resources. That's just enough if Connor finds a blue on top.
I'm sure that's what he's calculating right here, and it looks like he is opening up with... Oh,
yeah. That'll do.
Sure. Gain the action point right away, and now if he decides to pop Achilles Accelerator, he can draw twice this turn.
Everything coming up, Connor. Thus far.
Still wants to find a blue, though. Is currently resource starved. Has a backup protocol red on the top, which means we are very likely going to see a boost looking for that blue.
There is some tension here.
There is.
Connor doesn't, if he goes resource, his resource is going to 0. He will not be able to activate Teclo Foundry Heart without first, without pitching an additional card from hand, which will make him unable to max V. So this next card that Connor sees has to be, I believe, at least a yellow. Otherwise, Max V off the table. It looked like a red.
Uh-oh.
I could be wrong. Did you get a look?
I saw a 0 to 60, and those come in all 3 flavors in this deck. So your guess is as good as mine, but he's drawing it up, and it looks like a yellow to me.
A yellow will do.
Boom grenade on top. Not sure about the color once again.
A yellow will do. Connor, oh wait, no, a yellow will not do. It'll need to be a blue.
Well, he can draw again.
That's
the
true.
Point. It was a blue.
Oh, yeah. So no need to draw. Just activate Teclo Foundry.
Yeah. So he's good to go off to the races, able to boost twice here and then play out that Max V. And if he felt like it, I guess he could break Achilles and shoot a gun or something, or draw a second card if he likes what he sees. He's really set up quite well here.
Elyse hates what she sees so far, I think, knowing what's imminent based off of the the head scratch.
Yeah, the first Max V got a thumbs up. The second one got a head scratch. You got to imagine the third one will get a middle finger or something like that.
I will note, Elyse has not really sent any real disruption, only deck damage towards Connor, and that has enabled Connor to basically do whatever he wants with the cards available to him. And Dash.io, as fatigable as Dash.io can become, you cannot simply permit Dash.io to just do as she pleases.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. And Elyse currently sitting at 16 life to Connor Bryant's 26 as he starts the turn off again at 4 cards in hand.
Down to 16 already. I would guess Connor is at least 30 cards in deck still. Maybe.
Yeah,
Hard to see at this
I
angle.
think he's doing just fine. Elyse is really starting to run out of room for the fatigue angle.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that might be her only angle.
Yeah,
I don't know if she has the
very
damage
well could be.
to do anything else. So a hunter hunted, getting something juicy would be another possibility.
That's
here.
true.
She has not seen a single one this game.
The silver lining, I would say, is now Connor is out quite a few Teklo Pounders and Max Vs. It is entirely possible that things start to clump up a little bit and give Elyse some breathing room. But for the time being, it is 7 go again, and no signs of slowing down from Connor Bryant.
Well, I mean, not a small correction there, Michael. He's not out of Teklo Pounders. They're just at the bottom of his deck. So if he can get some sort of shuffle out around there, then those are very much live to be redrawn.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So has very efficiently utilized all of his resources so far. Has yet to establish the Plasma main line, which seemed to bite him in the first game they played, but so far has not really needed it.
Yeah, I think that was banished, right? I think he
yes,
got banished
in the
on the
first
Max
game.
V. No, on this turn.
Already? Oh,
he
okay.
banished it himself on the Max V turn, I think, but had to, basically.
Fair
so
enough. Things have just lined up
take
a
it.
little bit
Yeah.
better for him so far this game.
It's all coming up Connor, at least this game. On the Elyse side, at least we have some real disruption in hand in the form of Codex of Frailty, presumably to get a leave no witnesses.
Symbiosis shot comes through, and Elyse takes it down to 14. Connor keeping a card for Arsenal means that, just kidding, it's a Pulse Wave Harpoon.
That is brutal for Elyse.
Boosting it.
That will get rid of the Codex of Frailty, presumably. And
Yeesh.
everything coming up, Connor.
I thought the Assassin was supposed to be the disruptive deck.
And there, not a whole lot of reason for, I guess, there's no difference between blocking on the Pulse Wave Harpoon versus blocking on a Symbiosis shot. With the surgical extraction at that point, only blocking for 2 either way.
Yeah. Well,
so down to 12.
Yeah, just sort of taking her licks and going to the next turn.
Dio showing when things are going smoothly, when you are not disrupted, when the cards are coming in a decent order, just how devastating this hero can be.
Yeah.
Connor, hand looks operable, and that might just be good enough from here on out. Just attack, shoot Symbiosis shot.
Operable for Dio is like 4 card 16.
It's better than operable, Michael. We've got I believe the first to be resolved Spark of Genius for the game. What does it say about Connor's turns that he hasn't even played a Spark of Genius and he's been able to amount this sort of pressure?
I think it says a whole lot about the way this game is likely to end. Elyse has maybe 1-2 more turns for Connor to really brick hard, or she is pretty much out. It's not looking good for her, but there is still opportunity, and I have seen it. I've seen 4 item hands come off of the top of the deck for Dio players that otherwise seemed unstoppable. So I don't want to count anyone out just yet, but that is almost precisely what needs to happen for Elyse to find a window back into this game.
And we're almost getting to the range where drawing a Hunter or Hunted is actively bad.
Yeah.
Because then it's 2 cards that block for 4, which is just, you're under so much pressure that it's hard to, you just can't sacrifice the block value.
No, I have to agree with you there. It becomes, in fact, when the card was first released, a lot of people had the opinion that it wasn't a good card because it was a 2-card 4.
Yeah.
Who cares about mill? Question mark, question mark, ... question mark.
Interestingly there, Connor foregoing the null time zone.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe saying, I don't want to name Hunter or Hunted. I want you to play them.
Yeah, fair
Given
enough.
this, and maybe just searching for something juicier. You would think that the extra Symbiosis shot would do it, but no, Connor wants those boom grenades off the top.
Yeah, looking for an even better hit, getting a little bit greedy at this point in the game, if you ask me. But if you were to ask him, he would say, no, I'm playing optimally. I am -IO incarnate.
Yeah. Hard to criticize anything Connor is doing.
He's been playing brilliantly.
I think Connor is here hedging for a Teklo Pounder would be my guess. And
finds a Teklo core halfway there.
Rewarded here. So Connor going to be able to play the Teklo core and then still get the Teklo Pounder as long as he pitches the Fast and Furious, which is basically free anyway because you're going to draw a card with off of Spark of Genius anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not. I mean, he could also just go for the kill here and spark for a backup protocol red, just to assert as much pressure as possible. I mean, Elyse is at a meager 12.
Yeah, there are many options as usual, but Connor looks like he's taking the Teklo Pounder line, and I really like this because it front loads your damage for 3 turns. It basically says every single hand that I have. And I guess I should preface this with, I'm sure many of you at home already know this, but in Flesh and Blood, the damage that you can do and the damage that you can block are very much capped by the number on the cards, and you only get 4 of them per turn. So any way that you can add total damage to that, you start to be able to get over the top, so to speak. And setting up a Teklo Pounder is a fantastic way to do so. Elyse will be that much less likely to be able to prevent the extra damage coming through.
This is a huge turn for Elyse if she's going to have any hope in this matchup. There needs to be some disruption here.
Preferably like 2.
And we have yet another hand that can max V for Connor Bryant.
And just, it's not disruption. It's just deck damage here. Another Annihilate the Arm. This card just looking so bad in the positions that Elyse has played it in. Just not really doing anything other than saying, hey, Connor, I'll take 1 card from your deck. And he says, yeah, that's fine. I don't need them all anyway. In fact, I typically just boost them away myself.
Maybe a little bit of a... Sometimes as a Dash.io player, you play against a Huntsman and you just reveal the top of your card and they say, hey, only I get to see that.
Yeah, right.
It's like, no, I also... No, I'm the one hero who also does, but
I'll do it
I understand
too.
why you think that.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah. So Connor, hard to imagine, not hard to imagine. It's very possible this will be the last turn of the game.
Yeah.
If I am reading his hand correctly.
Yeah, he has an absolute insane grip here. Has the Teklo Pounder established, has the Teklo Core established.
Oh, man, is this going to be a
boom grenade off the top.
Oh!
Silver lining, it's only a yellow.
Yeah.
Hits the 6th counter on his Symbiosis shot.
Yeah. When it rains, it pours.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, in case Elyse wasn't incentivized enough to block this Expedite because of the text on the card, there's now an extra text that says, deal 3 damage.
Yeah.
Maybe a hunter or hunted, sniping a card in hand?
Giving up
Nope.
the tunic here.
Not a single hunter or hunted in this game for Elyse. I mean, again, maybe that's positive at this point, but you know, you would love to have seen it, I think, earlier in this game on her end.
I have to agree with you there. Elyse, 3 cards left in hand. Connor, 3 cards left in hand.
So Connor going to activate, I think, Teklo Pounder Guard just so he can convert every card in the hand at this point, given that he has 2 costs and a 0 cost and a yellow pitch, card to pitch.
Yep. Twin Drive now coming off the top, only boosting once.
No reason to boost twice here. And as if everything wasn't going Connor's way enough, finding an item off the top with Sprocket Rocket, so this will come in for
Good
4.
timing. I was about to say he's utilized the hero power already, but no, that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about that devastating breakpoint, but Elyse has the answer. Fate Foreseen coming out, blocking out. So far, so good, but I don't think she's got what it takes to stop 10 more as 3 hits the combat chain against 10 plus 3, taking 10 down to 2, and a Symbiosis shot to follow ends the game here on the spot. And as you suggested when the turn started, you thought Connor had what it took to end the game, and you are exactly right. Congratulations to Connor Bryant for taking down the champion of yesterday's Battlegrounds to crown a new champion at the Arcane Games and Events Open Series.
Yeah. Absolutely devastating offensive onslaught from Connor Bryant there. We've seen him do it. So like the 4th game. Didn't go his way the first game. The start to this game, a lot different. He was able to establish his anti-fatigue tools early, was able to get through these maximum velocities without any real disruption coming from Elyse's way, and that just shows the power of an uninterrupted Dash.io.
I was told that Dash.io's weakness is fatigue. What the heck did we just witness? Back to back to back, taking down the counter to his own deck. Jarl couldn't stop him. Arachne Huntsman couldn't stop him. Elyse Symmes, the champion of the Battlegrounds, yesterday couldn't stop him. Oh, man, that was really a treat to watch. If you like Dash.io and you enjoy watching Dash.io overcome all the odds and beat the counter decks, today was just such a treat.
Yeah, huge shout out once again. You mentioned it to Elyse Symmes, who had an incredible run over the last 2 days. A little bit unlucky, I think, to not see some of her power cards in that deck, in that game, especially Hunter or Hunted, which can really get there towards the fatigue end state.
Didn't really have any disruption. It was all deck damage. And if you are going to stop a Dash.io, you really need to be stripping cards from hand or arsenal, or otherwise them getting gummed up through their own bad luck of drawing all item hands. But none of that happened. And when he draws that perfectly, Connor Bryant just looks unstoppable.
Yeah, I would like to think I also look unstoppable when I'm drawing perfectly. It just doesn't
most
happen.
Dios do. I also want to give a quick shout out and a huge thank you to Grave Troll Games for hosting both events, the Battleground yesterday, as well as today's Open Series, and for many of the upcoming future events, and for overall sponsoring us. Speaking of these upcoming events, we've got 3 more on the horizon and 2 that just took place. I'll start with July 25th coming up, AGE Open Series in Los Angeles. This one is going to be at Top Deck Keep. Then we've got on August 1st, the AGE Open Series in St. Louis, Fantasy Books and Games. And then coming back to Los Angeles on August 15th, we've got the AGE Open Series, once again, at Top Deck Keep. Well, yeah, we've got a quick interview, and then that'll be it for the day. So don't go anywhere. We'd love to hear once again from Connor Bryant about how he's feeling after taking the whole thing down. So we're going to take a quick break as we get him situated for that interview.
Welcome back to the July edition of the AG New England Open Series. I am here with your champion, Connor Bryant, on Dash.io, absolutely dismantling your competition in the final round. A bit of revenge for a round one that didn't quite go your way. I got to tell you, Connor, the deck just looks unstoppable when it's firing on all cylinders like that.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. I definitely had. I mean, we cast a lot of maxes that game. To kill them with that many cards left in my deck is rare. So it was drawing hot. But I mean, all 3 of my top 8 were all pretty. They were all like very back and forth, and like the Vynnset game was really hard to navigate. I had a lot of really difficult choices during that one, and I think I played them correctly and like kind of found my role in the game and did a good job to like survived long enough to use these pounders, which I kind of drew at bad times, and like got those things going. And against the Huntsman, she didn't have a lot of disruption, which really helps. When she was just like contract card, I was like, don't care, I'll take it, whatever. It's not an item on top. Let me get a new look anyway. But yeah, after what Elyse did round 2 against me, after she like hunted all my cerebellum processors and kind of ran me over, felt good to get the there.
Yeah, and the let's go through your top 8 run just very briefly here. So you mentioned your top 8 game against Nick Reuter on Vynnset. It did seem to me that you had gotten into a position, it was a very even game up to a certain point. You got to a position where you were sort of incentivized to pop your Achilles accelerator. I think you had drawn into a Spark of Genius or something. No action point remaining. And as a Dio player myself, when you get into the position where you're popping Achilles accelerator against Vynnset, you are sort of just like, I now have to send damage every single turn, right? Yeah. What is your general approach to the Vynnset matchup? What are your thoughts on it? To me, it seems pretty even and dynamic.
Yeah, it's very even. I mean, Nick had a really nice start with 2 early Succumb to Temptations that like blew up some pretty powerful hands I had. So after that happened and I saw the Spark on top, I was like, this is my way to like snowball to try to get back in the game. I just had to stay aggressive the whole time, but like I was like, Spark is the only thing that's powerful enough to like get me back after having blown up a couple times. And so that was mostly it. It was, if it was any card with Spark of Genius, we're not drawing it. Just gonna shoot our gun for 2 or just draw an arsenal or whatever, right? But Spark is just so powerful. And I think I had used my Crown of Providence already. I don't remember exactly, but so then they like it made it draw like arsenaling the Spark kind of risky. You could have like the widespread arsenal destruction. So yeah, it was scary though. It's so scary when you, like you said, when you go to no AB against that. Like it's all imperfectal then. Like you can't do very much of it.
And I know, I think it was, sorry to interrupt you, but I think it was on that play too. It could have been a different game, but there was definitely a point where you had started with a Teklo Trebuchet and then broke the chain to draw into Spark of Genius. And I remember doing the math of, so you're sacrificing 3 from the Teklo Trebuchet. I'm sorry, 2 from the Teklo Trebuchet, 2 from the Symbiosis shot you could shoot instead of drawing a card. And yet I still know it is correct to do what he was doing because that is the power of Spark of Genius.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, oh man, why is the Spark on this chain? Like in this spot in the deck. I wanted it the last look. So that one did feel kind of gross, but I was like, no, it's worth. I forget what I sparked for. Maybe Boom Grenade or Processor. Something sick. I don't remember.
Yeah. And I do think like Teklo Trebuchet is probably the most recent strong tool for Dio that we've gotten. And I think it's I think sometimes to some folks, Dio can get a bad rap as sort of just like zero cost, maximum velocity deck slop or whatever. Yeah. But I do think there are some very key sequencing decisions, one of which you get punished for there. When are you supposed to send your heist? When and you had a very key play, if I can jump ahead to your semifinal match against your teammate Noah Bangelman, which I will call the match of the day. Incredible game. Into your play, you did something which, when I see Dio play, I don't see things that I don't anticipate very often. It was near the end of the game. Noah plays a Blizzard. I believe it was on a zipper hit. And it seems like you're going to be able to follow up into I'm thinking, okay, you're just going to pay the resource. You can't play but you were choked on resources in some way, I can't remember. But instead of paying into the Blizzard, pop the Achilles accelerator, and basically got to do everything you wanted to do. Is this
the Achilles saved me the 2 resources, so that way I could then like use my chest to break through his frostbite, and then still have 2 resources, no trebuchet, and to heist.
Yes, just absolute gas. And at that point, you're not thinking your presets sort of in a Jarl are do not break your equipment. Of course, at that point it was moot for you because your head was already gone. So really heads up play. Is that something? How often are you thinking about? I guess when you see Blizzard, is your head right away going to, now that my my Achilles accelerator basically becomes 2 tunics, 2 tunic counters.
Right. Yeah, I mean, so shout out to the Icelander days. that was the back in the day. I'd even play like null rune gloves, so I'd have AB4, so I could break my Achilles once they went to Blizzard me. Just because, like you said, it's like trading your equipment for basically one of their cards is really powerful. So it comes up sometimes. Generally, you don't do it. Generally, you want to save your Achilles for extra cerebellum draw or something along those lines. But when we were very low life totals, I think it made a lot of sense to do it and spot.
And in your game against Noah, Jarl is a matchup that I think most people, I would say correctly, perceive as a tough matchup for Dio. Maybe more so if it's the sort of Pablo Bentor style Fabtcg Jarl more than Noah's more offensive Jarl. But nonetheless, very difficult matchup to get over the top of. And then statistically, I think Fab Blazing data will say that at the highest levels, Arcane Huntsman has a very favorable Dio matchup too. What are your thoughts on those two matchups, or I guess Dio into Fatigue generally? Maybe you can be specific about those two. Do you think today that you sort of the draws just lined up and they're generally disfavored, or do you feel pretty comfortable there?
So I thought my draws lined up pretty well for sure. It's funny, I saw Noah playing against my friend Dan, who I played against on camera earlier, and Noah beat Dan. And Dan had like a bunch of pounders in play, and he'd like taken time to do the plasma mainline, whole setup and everything. And normally into Jarl, I present Hanabi Blaster. I really like Hanabi Blaster. Mm-hmm. But against Noah, I was like, I know he's going to smart and apply a ton of pressure and not let me get that like wombo combo big setup or whatever. So I was like, we're going with Symbiosis shot. And then it actually like kind of panned out that way. Like he started to get aggressive and take a little bit of damage to throw some damage. So generally I would want to set up like the main plasma main line with pounders, and you have boom grenades that have a bunch of counters on them, so they stick around for a few turns and just kind of set up the big finishing turns or whatever. But into Noah, I knew he wouldn't space, and so I kind of anticipated a little bit more of a racing game. I think early in the game I sparked for a pounder as opposed to a plasma mainline or something like that, where it was like I don't have time for this to get fully active. Use all the counters. So generally, I would try to just go slow and do all that kind of stuff. But in that one, I tried to race, and then against Elyse, again, I generally try to like have a late game setup or whatever. But when you have a max V on the table, you just have to. That's fine. Never Arsenal the max V, hoping for next turn it'll be better. You'll find a boom grenade or whatever. It's like, no, cast your max V when you can. That was kind of how those turns played out, and so I'll give up whatever I need to on that turn. Play my. So that's like why I'm like activating Foundry Heart and like Achilles aggressively and doing all this stuff. Where normally I wouldn't want to do that, but it's like you have max V there, you got to take it, you got to cast it when you can. So that's
I guess it's. Let me ask you first: are you planning to attend Pro Tour Las Vegas this weekend?
Yep.
All right.
Yep, I'll be there.
And without cheating too much, don't want to just go too much in your process. Do you think it's pretty likely that we'll see you on everybody's favorite mechanologist?
Yes, absolutely.
I meant to see you on something else, I guess. So a bit of a spoiler. But Connor, always a pleasure to watch you play Dia. I'm always learning something new. Congratulations on your win, and I hope you can keep it going next weekend in the Pro Tour.
Cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Everybody else, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you next month with the August iteration.